Can I say something?
Yep.
Why everybody is just it's just they don't say anything.
Sometimes the conversation's just finished. People think it goes quiet naturally. I mean, it's a 24/7 server, dude, or it's all of the time. So sometimes there are lulls. Just waiting for the next person to come in and spark up a conversation.
All right, you're right, but I think they're probably sleeping.
Maybe. It's not uncommon for people to fall asleep.
So why they are here?
Because they fell asleep whilst they were listening to a conversation. Like I said, it's not uncommon for people to fall asleep with background noise. TV's sometimes still on when people fall asleep. People like to fall asleep to radio. Some people like to fall asleep listening to conversations.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now you do. Some people like to sleep with the noise of hair dryers and vacuum cleaners on.
Sounds interesting, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So probably you should try it.
Okay.
I can. Definitely I can do that.
I've fallen asleep in Discord many times.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's a real like crazy people. I don't know how they even do that.
All right, so we got Kaka in here. Kaka, can you tell us how the Earth is a globe?
What you said, man? I didn't hear you.
Can you tell us how the Earth is a globe?
A good question. I think I don't know, but I'm still here for some, improving my communication with the people, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. But
yeah, so
you know what I just asked you though, right?
So I probably I couldn't hear you properly.
Maybe Jedi wants to ask you. Got a bunch of background noise.
My voice is back.
Can you hear me now?
Do you think like that? Why would you say that?
Can you hear me now?
All right. Where you come from? I mean, are you from Europe?
No.
Really?
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. Although I can probably go there for free and stay there, and they'll probably give me money if I go over there.
Yeah, man. For sure. Alpha Veritas is from the United States of America. He has Mexican heritage, I believe. And I am from Great Britain, from England.
Okay, Judy, your accent is clearer. I mean, everybody's know you are from UK. Wow, this group is full of dead people.
People usually stir up in this room when there's interesting conversations taking place. In this room, we talk about the Earth and what it is and what we can verify about the claims about it being a planet in orbit around the sun. So we talk about that.
Oh, really? So I think it's not our business. I think
It's not our business.
I mean, how do you think about it? I mean, I think it's just out of our control. I mean, out of our ability to even talking about. I think I don't know. I think like that.
Sorry. We're talking about the ground that we live on. You're saying that we can't know anything about the ground upon which we live upon, that we use and measure every day and build upon and fly across and sail across and navigate across. You don't think that we can know about the thing that we're standing on?
All right, you're probably right, but I think it's just kind of, we can't even. I mean, it's out of our ability, I think, to even think about. Don't you think like that?
No. I think that we're told what to think about. We're told that the Earth is a sphere and we should think about it being like that in orbit around the sun. I think that we should be able to test this claim to see if it has any truth attached to it. And when we measure Earth for the claim, we don't measure the claim.
All right, let's make that clear. I mean, your vision about this. I mean, what's your point of view?
My point of view is the Earth is measured flat, horizontal. So can't be a sphere that curves over distance. There's also no measured motion to the Earth. So the Earth isn't measured to move. So these are contradictory to the story that we're told about the Earth in motion that's a sphere. So my position is that claim is not validated.
I think it's really deep.
Not really. It's actually not.
Yeah.
It's not deep at all.
Really, I'm serious. No, I'm not kidding. I'm serious.
Oh yeah, I know. You think it's deep, it's not.
Wow, that's really crazy.
Yeah. All it is the measurement of the surface. All it is the measurement of the surface of water and the Earth to see how it lays. That's all it is. It's just a measurement, no more, no less. When we measure the surface of water over distance, it's measured to lay horizontally. So can't be the contradictory a sphere.
My perspective, I think it is, something we can't even understand.
What? We can't understand what horizontal is.
No. But I think, who told you to
water lays horizontally? So I'm trying to figure out the problem. So we can't figure out if water is horizontal on the surface. Of course we can.
All right, we can, but I think no. I'm not with you in here because it's
okay. Let's break it down for you simply.
No, I can't.
We're told that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. When we measure and observe water, it is observed and measured to lay horizontal on the surface. Therefore, the Earth lays horizontal on the surface. It's quite simple.
All right. And then what? Hey man, I think you can understand me, but let me make that clear. All right, we know that. All right, but what's the point of it?
But it's just verifying the claim that the Earth is a sphere. When we go to measure it, it's not. That's the point. Are you asking a deeper question? Like, what's the point of them telling us anything about the Earth, it being a sphere? Is it a deeper question?
Probably not, but... Okay, you got me.
So it's just verification of the claim. They say that the surface of the Earth is curved. When we go to measure it, we don't measure the curvature. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Good. Sounds good.
Have you got any other questions?
I don't have any exact. I mean, I don't exactly have any question, but
How long have you been learning English?
I've been in English for maybe 4 years.
And you're doing
5
really
years.
well. Your English is very good.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. So how do you think you think that I'm a native or what?
No.
No, I'm not a native, but my grandpa was English.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but I think you are not a native. I mean, native. I mean, you are. I mean, I think you're probably from Middle East.
No, I told you where I was from. I'm
I
from
know,
England.
but before, I mean, you
I
born
was
there?
born in England. I'm an Anglo-Saxon
Oh.
kid. I'm English.
And what about your father?
English. As far back as we can go, my roots are English, Anglo-Saxon.
Wow, that's so. Why you are here? What are you doing here?
Talking to new people with my friends and colleagues about the nature of the reality in which we inhabit. That's why we're here.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Good. I thought that you are here for improve your communication with the people.
No, we got invited here from our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We go around to other servers as well. There's this server, there's another politics server. We've been to a few. We open rooms and people are able to come and discuss with us the hot topic on the internet, the Earth being flat.
Yeah.
So we don't go anywhere unless we're invited.
That's good.
We're the number one channel in this room, by the way.
Yeah. I know. It's really great. I'm really sleepy. Probably I'm about to sleep.
Yo, guys, is it okay if I bring somebody in that has quite a few questions about the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Let me see if he wants to pop in 1 sec.
Yeah, we got Jedi on the hotline right now, so.
I was talking to him for the last couple of days or so, and talking about a whole bunch of things from esotericism, spirituality, flat Earth, so on and so forth, right? And the flat Earth kind of like intrigued him, and I've had a few conversations with him explicitly on the flat Earth topic, and like he gets my point, right? And he actually agrees with a lot of the things I say. I've shown him a few videos, and he's like, okay, yeah, NASA's full of bullshit, right? This is weird. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, this is sketchy. But he needs like more, I'm gonna say, more along your guys' line of work, right? So calculations, measurements, and that kind of stuff. And I just don't have the time nor the nerves for that. So give me a minute.
Awesome. A party guest.
I know.
He's also like very respectful. He's chill. He's not like a douchebag, so you don't guys have to worry about that.
All right, man. You don't need to button me up anymore. I just need to know if I need to put my jacket on and get shaved.
I was gonna say, man, he's gonna light the candles already. Like,
Get the Barry White on. It's gonna be
Oh man.
Yeah, man. Invite your friend in. It'd be awesome. Alpha, what are you doing? Are you at work? Are you at home? Are you eating
Yeah, man.
pumpkins?
I'm gonna, dude. That was good. You should. I was saying earlier to India, I was like, dude, we should do like a first annual 24/7 meetup. You know, like somewhere. I was like, I'm in the central of the United States, so everybody can come where I'm at. And then, of course, you across the pond could probably host one over there.
Hey,
Looking at a new
I'm
property
here.
next week. Hopefully going to be moving soon.
Oh, that,
Fingers
yeah.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Well, what does it look like? Is it a maybe?
Oh, it's gorgeous, man. Little log cabin out in the countryside, out in an area of outstanding natural beauty, as we like to call them in the UK. So, miles away from anywhere. It's gorgeous.
Talking about where you live over there or over here?
Oh, no, over where I am.
Oh. You're looking forward to that,
living
huh?
in London or what?
Yep.
Jerry, you're living in London?
No, at the moment, I live in, where am I? Where the fuck am I? North Cambridgeshire, in the Fenlands. Interestingly enough, it's the lowest point in the UK, and it's the flattest point in the UK.
Oh, sounds
It's
great.
actually below sea level. So if a flood comes, I'm fucked.
No, but they have Wi-Fi over there?
Yeah, man. Just about.
All right.
Man, okay, you married? I think you have any girlfriend or something like that, because I think you're
Damn,
probably
bro, slow
maybe-
down.
What the fuck?
That's good if he's got girlfriends. So
Oh man,
hold up, man.
all right, it's just a ordinary question. I mean,
I don't know
It's
about
just-
ordinary, but
I'm
yeah.
just- but I'm really, I'm my type is really, curious. Yeah, curiosity.
You know what they say about curiosity?
All right.
I killed a cat. Thankfully, it has 9 lives.
What they say?
It's a turn of phrase, yeah. Murr kind of completed it. But yeah, curiosity killed the cat.
Okay, but I think it's just your voice is just like 15 years old.
Holy smokes.
The fuck? You say 15 or
You're way
50?
off there.
I'll give you a chance. 15 or 50?
You're way off, bro.
50, bro.
50. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like my grandpa. Yeah, his voice is really.
Alright, easy, Tiger. Ain't that fucking old.
Yeah, come on now.
Don't put him in a grave already,
I've got some
man.
grey in my beard, and I am definitely feeling my age. But yeah, I'm just about 50. Not quite yet.
You?
And we got Arya that just joined the chat, man. He's our man in India. So, what's up, Arya?
Hello, how you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
You're like, I can count all the people that are flat earthers in India on one hand, bro. I'm not kidding you, bro. Like all the people that
Bro,
I met
you know
over
what?
the years.
Hey, let me something. Let me tell you something. I really do love Indian people, but I don't like their accent because it's really boring. I'm sorry, my bad, but I don't like it. It's
Nah, bro,
everywhere.
that is okay. That is fine. That is fine.
No, Indian people is everywhere. Everywhere I go, there's an Indian, and there's their
maybe
accent.
because you're in India.
really
I don't know. That could be a hint. All right.
Really
Let's talk. Hold on. We want to get to new people that are asking questions about the topic of the room. And currently, right now, we have a giveaway going. 1 month Nitro. If somebody can produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, or actually proof that the Earth is a globe. So, can anybody
about
prove
proof?
that the Earth is a globe? We'll give you 1 month Nitro.
How about if I prove that the Earth isn't a globe, can I get a month from Nitro?
The challenge exists for the globe.
Fine, let me make an alt account.
That's too easy,
I'll be
man.
right back. I'm gonna make an alt account and start being aggressive and
Oh,
add
no.
on with that.
Alright,
You still gotta prove it.
Leaving.
Like, what are you talking about? Prove it, man. Like, it's already been proven. Don't you know? Aristophanes proved it like 1 billion years ago.
Yeah. How about Abbas? Abbas is in here. What's up, Abbas? Abbas, what's up? Yeah, you missed it, Arya. There was a guy that came in here from India. His name was Jason.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like for like maybe
Look,
3 or 4 days. 3 or 4 days. What?
What's happening, Luca? There's someone named. His name is Luca. He's pissed off. I think he's really mad at me because I said I said that I don't like Indian accent. I'm sorry, bro, but
Yeah,
that's
she's
the
right.
truth.
She's right. You shouldn't talk about other people's accents, bro.
Come on, bro. I'm just I just said that because I really said the truth.
No, you didn't. That's an opinion. That's not the truth. That's your opinion. The truth is
Come on, bro.
objective.
No, Luca,
Nah,
back to the truth.
no.
I need that. Just need that. Somebody had to say that. I
The
really
truth-
don't like their accent. I do love the people.
Listen, bro. They could say the same about
Accent
you.
doesn't matter.
They don't like your
Accent doesn't
accent either.
matter.
How about now? What?
Okay,
Your
I'm
accent's
respect
kind of
that.
annoying too, to be honest.
If anybody likes weird Indian accents, you should listen to the Christmas song that I posted in the
You know,
side chat.
at the end of the day, we make money, bro. So
Yeah, they make money.
accent doesn't matter.
All right, we do have Joe that just joined us right now. Joe, are you there? We're trying to get this train back on its tracks, guys. Come on. Maybe we'll have Jedi go through the list.
I'm
If
still
you'd like.
giggling at the music that I posted in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
You should watch it. It's funny. It's really funny.
Oh, dude, I have heard that.
Yeah, I can't get it out of my head, especially in this room. Sometimes I have to leave.
Joe, are you there?
All right, bro. Anyone is here to? I want someone to sing a song. I really do love to sing music.
No, we're not doing what you want, man. You're in our room right now.
Come on, bro.
No,
Just-
you do what
just be some-
you do what we want. This is our room. We're running it, not you. Go into another room. Go to another room and make another room, and you do what you want in your room. This is our room.
No, you have to go.
You have to go. I'm gonna give you an option. Be quiet, or I'm gonna kick you out of here. You don't tell us how to run our room. We tell you. Got it? All right. So, Joe, if you're there, welcome to the room. And we have Mohammed as well. We got Shen Bapiro. Welcome, Shen. Ozzy just joined. Welcome, Ozzy.
There's a
Weird.
question in the side chat.
Okay, so that's my friend Ozzy. I'm not sure if he can speak or not right now, but yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna get rid of that guy. See ya, man.
Bye.
Oh, he already left.
Who did you want to get rid of, AB?
I think they're gone.
The guy that just left?
Was it the Aussie dude?
No,
Okay.
it was the other guy that was a loudmouth. Shen Bapiro's typing. What's up, man? You can use your voice too.
Shen Bapiro wants us to explain airplanes flying horizontally over a horizontal plane. Okay. How do airplanes work on a flat Earth? They just get up to altitude and fly horizontally, then come back down to land again. Also, if the Earth is stationary, no need to worry about the Earth moving underneath. Good stuff. So aircraft fly over a horizontal stationary plane. It's that simple.
Look at what he posted the second time. The plane flies across a map. That's
What?
funny as hell.
If you're a child with toys and an atlas, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. Right, well, I guess as it's gone quiet, I believe you're waiting for a guest to arrive who hasn't turned up yet, but we can entertain ourselves until then. We've got a full list of people in the channel, so welcome everybody to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel on your lovely English Observer. We're here to answer any questions about the nature of our reality, especially about the Earth, and if it's a sphere or not. We say the Earth is not a sphere because we don't measure a curved surface that you should do on a sphere. We measure a horizontal one. So by measurement alone, we demonstrate that the Earth cannot be a sphere. Anyone's got any questions or comments that I'd like to make? If anybody has a belief, and a firm and strong one, that the Earth is a sphere, would like to defend that point from some kind of hill, we will oblige you, and you can make your point. We'll have a conversation. But guys, don't be shy. You can unmute yourselves, introduce yourself, say hello, tell us who you are, tell us where you're from, and bring your point forth. Welcome, everybody. I think that's as much as I can do. I can't do anymore. Hooray! Thank you for finding that button. Who was that?
Was me.
Hey, thanks, DJ. How are you, my friend? You having a good day?
Welcome, man. Awesome, bro. Yeah, I hope you're well. Everything's good here. Getting cold. We had our first snow a few nights ago.
Yep.
Yesterday.
Yep, same here, man. Definitely getting cold. It's dropped by about, I don't know, 5 degrees. And it wasn't that warm in the first place.
Yep.
But yeah, it's definitely dropped.
Yeah, exactly.
Snow's starting to fall in some northern parts of the country. But yeah, winter's officially arriving. People have already got the Christmas decorations up. Right. Look, I'll let
Really?
November,
Wow.
sorry, December go, but it's November still. Give it a minute or two. These people get so excited.
If they don't get arrested, maybe they'll get arrested.
Yeah, maybe.
That doesn't happen in England.
What, people getting arrested?
Yeah, they let people go. They don't arrest people.
Depends who you are.
So you guys are from UK?
I am.
Well, he is, not me.
DJ. Yeah. Alpha Veritas is
What's
of
your thought
Mexican
on
heritage,
digital ID?
but living in the USA. And DJ's Australian, but currently lives in Poland. Like I said, I'm from the UK.
Oh, okay. So what's your thoughts on digital ID?
Oh, jeez.
I'm just asking. No beef. I'm just asking.
You
I know
police
you
or
can't-
something.
I know you can't bend. Listen, I know you can't bend your head around, but you can kiss your butt goodbye.
I heard that your government is trying hard to keep people in control.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they are going to do it with a digital ID.
Yeah.
What's that? You want to buy groceries? Not today, sir. It's mealworm for you.
Your social credit has been failed. Your social credit has been degraded because you are being so racist. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, Jedi, as soon as the social credit system comes out, he's already like 300 points in the negative.
Oh yeah.
Don't say that out loud.
They just started. How are you 300 points in the negative, bro? Like,
So I spent the last 10 years doing this.
So things are going to get spicy for the UK here soon.
oh, you too, obvious. No, you're probably more than Jedi. You'd be like 1,000 points in the red.
In future, it will be like neural chip inside your brain. It detects the racist thoughts and automatically identifies them to feds.
Yeah, but you know why you're more than Jedi? Because Jedi's going to tell it on you, and he's going to redeem some of his points so that, yeah, you get thrown to the wolves.
He's not going to snitch on me.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's going to get his 300 points back.
On him first.
Man's got to eat, you know?
Well, this guy is spreading fucking tragic Indian Christmas tunes on the internet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man. The accent is so funny.
Hey, you're in trouble now, man. Yeah, social credit system's not having any of that, bro. Any of it.
I don't see it sticking. I don't, honestly.
They said that about a lot of things, obvious. Come on, brother.
It's weird. You'll be surprised about the amount of countries that have already got this. Right? There's already a few. They implemented it. Where is it? Switzerland, you know, the neutral country. They've already got it there. They've been using it for years, apparently. There's some guy was Southeast Asian country. I can't remember which one it was. Do apologise, but he was talking about it being used there. Has been for years.
It was razor thin how they got over Switzerland, man. It was just like by a few votes.
Was it really?
Wow. Yeah, it barely freaking passed, bro.
Wow, they voted for it. Who voted? What, the parliament or the people?
No, it sounded like it was the people, but...
Wow. Well, that's even scarier, though.
Yeah, because you could hear them even saying, like, it's such a great system. We wanted it. Like, they leaned into it, man. They embraced it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see it sticking because the UK is going to self-implode in like 2 years anyway.
My goodness, bro.
Who gives a fuck? We've got civil war on our hands, man.
Yeah, I know that.
Gonna be dead.
Me and Jedi had a 2-hour episode on Funline Unfiltered about it.
I need to go and listen to that.
Kia Starmer is not your friend, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, don't take my word for it. Like,
Can't move on the internet in the UK without some kind of political smearing and attack on Keir Starmer or anybody at the moment, man. It's crazy.
bro, it's open season right now.
And yeah, it is. I just changed the migration laws as well. I don't know, man.
I think it kind of suits you to say that you guys are royally effed.
Oh, hell yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, you know, even if we get past digital ID, we still got like a fucking standing enemy army in our country. So
Yeah. We haven't got a lot of them left, but Second World War veterans, you know, the people who survived the Second World War and fought for this country and fought for peace across Europe and so on. It was Remembrance Weekend, Remembrance Sunday. You know, where us in the UK, we wear poppies and so on to remember the fallen and the dead that, like I said, fought for our freedom. There's not a lot of them left. But in interviews, when you speak to these people, they're not happy with the way that the country's turned. Especially, like I said, they've been alive in this country for like 70, 80, 90 years, some of them, right? Yeah, I've seen a lot of changes over the last 10, 20 years, especially. It's sad to see these people who gave their lives for this country, and the country that they fought for doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, I seen that one clip of one being interviewed on probably like Good Morning or something, and he's just like, "Yeah, my sacrifice wasn't worth it at all." And the presenters were just real patronizing. They were like, "Oh, we're really sorry you feel that way," you know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, dude. Yeah.
But yeah, half of them must feel like, let's go back to World War II. Shit was much more stable back then.
Me and Jedi had a good conversation. We had a good conversation about it, obvious, and there's a lot more that we didn't say in that back and forth between me and him. But I was going on at the time
for 2 hours as it was. Couldn't go any longer.
Yeah, we capped out at 2 hours, and I was like, you know, we could probably go more, but it's best that we just cut it here.
Yeah, DM me the episode, man. I'll listen to it.
Yep.
Okay, so Mer's friend is busy apparently, so he'll get back to us later. Which is fine, fair enough. I'll blow the candles out.
I'm more sad than you, man. I really want him to have a conversation with you guys. I know once he has a conversation here, the globe is done for him forever and ever. And ever, and ever.
Well, when he's got time, mate. Door's always open.
Kind of tells you where it's going to go with a person, you know, if they can spot NASA's bullshittery in their footage and stuff, like immediately, then yeah, the globe is done for them.
I've been not probing, but like sprinkling in stuff from time to time with him since I've met him, and he truly just wants to know the truth. There is no ego there, and that's why I decided to like send him here this way. So once he comes, I think it's going to be very beneficial for him, and yeah, we'll see. I hope he just doesn't do anything that's, you know, gonna be spirally and Destiny-like. You know, if he does that, I'm gonna be very disappointed in him. But I don't think he will.
If he's an honest person, there's no reason it should go that way.
From my observations, I think he is.
He sounds like he'll be a good person to have a conversation with, for sure.
He's fine.
So I said, I mean, if a person can see that fakery with their own eyes, you know, they've already done half the work. So, because if you could admit to yourself that such an organization, you know, with the scope that is NASA, can be straight up lying and doctoring stuff and, you know, putting out all this funny business, you know, then applying that to like the scientific organizations and all that it's not much of another step, you know. It's not a leap.
Yep, I agree with you.
This is the most ardent Globers won't even admit that maybe some of the Earth images are CGI and won't even concede to that point. You know, if that stuff's fake, it doesn't necessarily mean the Earth's not still a globe, but they won't even give you that much, you know. Which is just pure dishonesty on their part and denial.
That is true. And again, like that's quite literally the stepping stone, right? For everything. That's like the doorway. Once you can see that, then everything else comes along a lot smoother and easier.
Yeah. I mean, every Glober pretty much reduces to just personal incredulity. That's their entire position, is personal incredulity. They just can't fathom how it could possibly take place, that this could have been lied about. When you really get down to it, it's like, I can't fathom how this couldn't take fucking place, you know? Everything's set up for deceptions like this to exist. That's what I'm saying. It's harder for me to fathom it not being possible than it be obviously being possible.
This is just a really, really good movie that people really, really love.
Yeah, they're just a movie studio production company.
With Walt Disney as their main director.
What type of things did you show him? Did you show him like obviously Earth images, ISS stuff?
So I'll just name some of the things, right? Firstly, I sent him a video of a high altitude balloon, right, with no fisheye lens. I sent him a lot of those images with like the astronauts from the lunar landing, right? With monkey see, no monkey hear, no monkey say, and all the green screens, and then all like the rocks being basically copy pasted, right? Within those photos, I sent him some of the flight paths from the book, the 16 flight paths or flights that prove the Earth is flat. A whole bunch of different screenshots with different size continents. And probably my favorite of all of them is Pluto the planet with Pluto the dog on it.
What did he say to that?
Well, he was like, yeah. First, he was like, yeah, NASA's full of BS. Like, I also sent him, just because we can't constantly talk, right? So I was like, here, I gotta go to sleep. Here, go watch some Dave Weiss, just so you have an introduction to it, right? To like, so you have an understanding why we think that way, right? Just as a layman's point, right? As a good intro. And he instantly watched one of his videos. He was like, oh, wow, I did not expect this, right? And then I also sent him some videos about, what do you call it? Sunsets and parallel rays and stuff like that. And like you can see it you can hear it in his voice when he was sending me voice messages. He's like now really pondering it, right? It's getting his gears moving, but it's still like, is it really that? You know, and from my perspective, that's the whole like, is it the truth? Because I don't want to fall for something that isn't. So I respect that. It's not just like, oh, I believe you, right? He said like, I need the calculations. I need, the mathematics behind it. He is, on a side note, he does study astrology. He's an astrologer like me. So then he uses Vedic astrology like me with Lahiri calculations, which are based off of geocentrism. And I went with that, right? And that's why he's kind of like, okay, man, if it's true, like, I gotta know how, right? So I was like, yeah. Let's go, man. I'll get you to the right people that know the calculations, that know everything about the heliocentric model in and out. They'll have all your answers.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to astrology, if there was something to all of that, it would make much more sense if it were the case that these celestial objects are actually, very close and, actually within our system, this construct itself, I mean, astrology just makes no fucking sense in heliocentric. It doesn't jive whatsoever. I'm not sold on it, even in a flat earth cosmology or geocentric. But, it would make more sense, at least in that paradigm.
Like I told him, what you just said, right, with the heliocentrism part. Like I told him, man, just think about it. There is something known as a three-body problem, where if you have two bodies of whatever size, mass, gravitational pull, and you play it right, it's going to work like a fine-tuned clock. But as soon as you put it on a third body, the whole entire system goes into chaos mode, which means it does not ever repeat. It cannot be, there is no patterns, right? You can't make any framework from it because it's chaotic in nature. It's not predictive. and you have like billions, if not trillions, right, of different bodies and celestial objects within the heliocentric model. To top it all off, all of them are moving at different speeds, at different rates, at different ways and angles, right? Some are towards each other, some are going away from each other. So if astrology is, right, active and not active, but accurate, right, and is based off pattern recognition of what the heavens above do, it only makes sense in a heliocentric model where everything is like a fine-tuned Swiss clock, right, where it's constantly repeating over and over again throughout the year. Every year you're always going to see the same stars in the same position on the same day, right?
Yep. Yeah, our solar system alone is supposed to have like 70 major bodies in it, you know. So not even simulate 3 functioning. Forget 70. So why when they come in and they're like, oh, we use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses, it's like, how could you possibly predict it when you can't even have 3 fucking bodies in a simulation for more than 2 minutes without them just imploding?
Yep.
It's like, so even whatever model you think may be getting simulated to predict eclipses wouldn't be accurate to reality, because you'd have to ignore, you know, 95% of the other, you know, influences to get it somewhat functional. It just makes no sense.
Exactly.
Of course, as you're saying, everything is most likely this well-tuned timepiece, the thing, you know, it's all cyclical. And we, of course, refer them to the Saros cycle, you know, which is eclipses are essentially on like it's a 17-year cycle, I think. You know, they just repeat. Because everyone repeats.
I agree with you, Matt, right? I even like sent him some. I keep forgetting that YouTube channel's name for some reason. It can never stick in my head. But the dude that did a whole bunch of observations of the Nikon P900 and P1000 of different like celestial bodies, right? Let it be planets or stars in general. And then I also sent him straight afterwards a link to like the Star in the Jar experiment. And I told him, like, this is what you actually observe when you do observations by yourself, not when you get info from NASA or from any other type of quote unquote trusted source, right? When you do your own research and observations, this is what you see. Lights that appear to be underneath water, right? Not some giant gas balls of fire and hard solid planets, quote unquote planets, right? And that also, like, he was like, oh wow, that's interesting. You know. So yeah, I jumped from between a few different topics just to like, because he's also into esotericism and spirituality, right? So he could have a better grasp from that facet, from the metaphysical facet, because he's more aligned to that than just the pure measurements, right? It's easier for me to go down that route with him than going down the whole observations, this and that, measurements.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing really much we can glean from looking at the sky, you know. It's not the way to go about it. So it'll be good that you'll come in here and we'll go over the actual empirical stuff, you know.
Yep.
Things you can go and verify himself. Because even the claim, like, you know, the stars that look like they're within water, it's like we wouldn't say stuff like that in here.
Of course, right? And that's why I decided to send him here.
Up, you know. Sure, you know, things can appear a lot of ways. Make your own interpretations. Just don't claim them as any type of fact, you know.
The one thing whenever I talk about any topic that is quote unquote conspiratorial, right, or well, how pseudoscience, whatever. I always go with the leading sentence. Don't believe a single word I say, right? You can listen and then do your own research and observations, measurements for whatever topic it is, and come to your own conclusions. I'm just there to tell you what can be a possibility. And I'm not here to force anything upon you. That's the last thing I want. If I was to do that, I would be no better than the individuals who are pushing the heliocentric model down everybody's throats.
Yeah, that's what we tell people. Don't just trust us. Don't just take our word for it. Go and verify it yourself. Go and actually look and measure.
But I will say that before, when I tried to go down the route that you guys go with, like pure logic and calculations and measurements, right? For some, especially like in IRL situations, so face to face with individuals, I'd often see individuals like almost like dissociating during the conversation. But when I try going down this route, I don't know, it speaks to people's souls more, and then they're more willing to look at the topic and do their own research, right? And no small part of that is because, firstly, all scriptures have very similar depictions and religions, right, of the same thing, which is the geocentric non-stationary flat Earth model. So it kind of like leads them more towards God as well, and I don't know, a more positive outlook of things, right? It's been more effective for me. That also might be just because that's the best way I can communicate, right, and articulate things to them, and it seems to resonate. So hey, I think there's a value to both.
You know, everybody's different. You know, you never know what's going to kind of latch on. Who was it? Lats. He's a regular in here. We were speaking the other day, and he was telling me what got him to pretty much, you know, go down the flat Earth rabbit hole and figure it all out was just watching. He was just watching Neil deGrasse Tyson in an interview, being unable to answer the question of what is a woman. You know. So completely unrelated to the topic, but just because he pretty much killed his credibility in faffing around on that question, caused him to then reassess things. You know, it's like, right, I need to take another look at what these type of people have been trying to tell me.
Yep.
And that's what set him on his whole journey. And he's now, you know, he's a regular here, and he knows the arguments and articulates things very well. So yeah, you never know with people what will get them to go.
And like from my understanding and perspective, I also think there's a value to both sides of the spectrum when it comes to our brains, right? I don't think you should solely focus on one side. So let it be just on the right hemisphere or just on the left hemisphere, right? You have both for a reason, right? They're both quintessential in their own unique ways. And when you put them together, I think that's when you can truly make the whole puzzle, like finish the whole puzzle, right? And have the whole picture within it. Sometimes you need, it's not about belief, right? I'm the last person that's going to say belief is necessary. You can't spell that word without the word lie in it. But faith is a thing, right? That's something completely else. And sometimes you do need a little bit of faith. And that little bit of faith is going to get you to the place you need to be.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their faith in something, right? People that don't believe in God or whatever, you know, they have full faith and worship in the state and authorities and what they dictate. So It's like I've often tried to tell people that, you know, you get people that come in here and they think this is a religious thing. And I'm like, this is not a religious thing, but at the same time, every single person is like religious. All people are religious, one way or another. It's just they have this perception in their mind that religion it only exists when you go to a special building and you crowd around like-minded people and chant words about certain, you know what I mean? That's their perception. Like that, I don't do that, therefore I'm not religious. It's like, no, you've got hundreds of little rituals you do every day that you don't even notice, and that is what your religion is. You know, every time you turn on the news and listen to what the head, talking heads are saying, that's a form of religion. You know, that's your sermon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I'd also say, like, the main reason, from what I can see and observe, the main reason why we do have people that are atheists, right, it's because of the heliocentric model, right? Without that, I don't think there would be a single individual on Earth that would be an atheist.
There'll still be a few. There's always a few. But certainly, yeah, heliocentrism has been the primary drive behind the increase in atheism. And for good reason, you know, like the power structures of the world couldn't kind of proclaim themselves to be that if they were actively fighting against, you know, the potential of a creator or the word of a creator. You know, you need to kill the old king type of thing.
Yep. And when you look at the whole entire, like, story of the heliocentric model and all its facets, right? Not just the numbers and the calculations, but the wording used for it. Like, why is it called heliocentric, right? All those things have power to it on a subconscious and even on a subconscious level, where it rings true to you because there are truths within it, right? But it's obscured with all the nonsense and wickedness that has been put in it. I'm trying very hard to stay, like, stray away from Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, no, heliocentrism is a religion. It's littered.
All right. What was so bad about Helios? How was he evil?
Oh, I'm not saying that he's evil, right? It's just that, on the contrary, right? It's just sun worship, right? And from an esoteric spiritual standpoint, Christianity, Judaism, right, Hinduism, Egyptian religion or mythology, most religions have sun worship, right, which is the main focus.
What's evil about sun worship?
One more time?
What exactly is evil about sun worship?
Nothing is. There is nothing evil, but it's the way it's being used to like push this model of the globe to make it more of a belief, because you've seen it when you talk to globies, right? They don't have a knowing of the model, and they can't say, like, I know it's true because of this and this. They have a belief because it is a religion of sorts, quite literally, and they use facets like sun worship, right, to affirm it even more and make it more real, because sun worship is a real thing, right? I'm a sun worshiper, right? Hence my sunset picture on my profile.
Okay. Like, are you kind of saying, like, it's almost like like a religion, a worship of deities, but like hidden, under the guise of being like intelligent information, like academia,
Firstly, yes, that's what I'm trying to say for the most part, but also in the sense of, you know how they, for example, with the flat Earth, right? They try to flip it around and change the script and make it seem to be something that it's completely not, right? And they do that with everything else. It's always a 180, right? So even if something is good, right, they'll twist it around, manipulate it into a way that is more beneficial for their quote-unquote evil needs, even though that particular thing might not be in essence evil or isn't evil at all, right? But the way it's being used pushes an agenda of evil and misleading.
Yeah. I see where you're going with that. Because you got like people like Matthew Learns, right? We've pointed it out. Hey, bro, you're in a double religion, right? You got this on one side, you got your Christ and all that, and then on the other side you've got the Helios, and he's like, oh no, I don't worship the sun, right? And but he's got no problems using all those pagan deity terms to point out those celestial objects, right? Like Jupiter and Mars and all that. So he's paying lip service. I've said to him, you're paying lip service to it, really. Like, you know what I mean? That's.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't agree. Like, that they're just names which were applied to those things in homage, I guess, of the original like names that the Greeks and the Romans gave those lights in the sky, right? Even they might have thought that those things were actually gods, right? But he doesn't. He's aware that they're just bodies. Like, he thinks he's aware that they're just bodies of like gas and dust and ice and rock and blah blah blah, right? Spinning around in a vacuum. Yeah.
Right. You see it with a lot of things. That's just one way of explaining it, right? Why is one of the most powerful institutions, or I'm going to say even companies, let's put it as a company or corporation, corporations on Earth. Why do they use the word Black Rock, right? Why do you find that not just that word, but the symbology to represent that everywhere, right? Let it be in religion, let it be with Saturn and the hexahedron supposedly on the North Pole, right? Which is a cube. It's they're using all of that knowledge that, again, I'm not saying this is the truth, don't just believe me, that we used to have innately, and shifting and bending it into something that is malicious, right? To control the masses instead of actually liberate them and make them more connected to the prime creator, God, Allah, however you want to call it, right? Consciousness, to yourself. And that's what they do. And that's why it's so hard to bring people away from it. It's kind of like taking baby from a candy, no pun intended, right? Babies love candy. People love to believe in something, even if they don't think or believe that they have a belief, they still do. And T-Dub, because of those reasons, right, I'm very particular and intentional with everything that I do in life, even Discord. there's a reason, a very specific reason why I'm called Mer, right? And why I have a sunset in my profile. And everything else that I talk about or say or sprinkle in, I'm very intentional and deliberate because I'm trying my hardest to follow what, from my understanding, is the truth, right? And every once in a while, when I'm proven to be wrong or misinformed, I cherish those moments, right? I feel like a little child discovering something new. And it's like, ooh, yeah, this is awesome. Like, ooh, let me look at this now. I need to go neurodivergent on this for a couple of months to figure it out. And the more you go into all these different subjects and topics, let it be history, right? Geography, science, biology, astrology, right? Anything. The more you find these same patterns and terminologies sprinkled in, right? And then you're like, where's Waldo? Let's connect the dots and see where this leads. For most people, it's just, oh, coincidence, or you're making something out of nothing, which, hey, everybody has the right to believe whatever they want, right? And think whatever they want. But everything is done with intent. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be in the situation that we currently are in the world.
I'm oh well. Videos from the PIE route. Just not.
Yes, I definitely agree.
With what? I'm sorry. I'm lost now. Why'd you say that?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely correct.
What I said about Halal Ben Shahar or something else?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just messing with you, Mer. It's just a troll session for me.
That's all right.
That's right, Murray. You can troll her back with a plate of nachos.
Nacho cheese.
Yep.
Say that again.
I said nacho cheese.
Why do I know your voice? What? Who is this?
This is Mer.
Yeah, but did you go by another name before?
Like 3 or 4 years ago, I went under the name Shreyas, right? But
No,
Iggy?
no, I don't know you.
did somebody say did you or?
Oh shit! I'm not coming through. Am I coming through?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, cool. No, aren't you Rice Ray? No.
No. I used to go under the name Shreyas, Straius, on my first
Am I
account.
tripping? Where's DJ? Am I tripping?
No, it's a different person. Yeah, different person.
It is. Okay, I'm tripping.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I could have sworn he was Rice Ray.
Similar, like conversational topics. Rice Ray's a bit more unhinged than Mo. Didn't you go by the name Piggy as well, Mo?
Yes, I did. Yep.
Yeah.
I thought you were well, at least you sound like Marthot. Marthot?
I've never gone underneath that name.
Okay, yeah, I think you sound like him. He doesn't talk much, so it's kind of hard to. But yeah, anyway, how are
It's a
you
shame
guys?
he doesn't talk more because when he does, he just crushes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Martov. Yeah. Good moderator.
shout out to Marthot wherever you are. You need to come to VC and crush some glowers. Are there any glowers right now? I have 10 minutes to talk. So come on. Glowers, glowers.
Looks like we have Miguel and Matador. What else we got? Quiet Zane. They're your potential Glovers.
Okay.
Yeah. You have Barrow too.
All right, who wants to step up?
Aisha just joined as well.
Oh yeah, I heard she's good. She's a good debater.
Really?
Yeah. Aisha? No, she left. We scared her off. Okay.
Is that good?
Nice try.
Yeah. It's all good, Quiet Zane. No worries. All right, we got Bara. I think Bara, he might be the one. Bara, you there? Or is it Bara? Ah, Bara. Hi. Can you speak or talk in VC? Bara? Bara? Bara?
Hi, actually, it's Bara.
What is it?
Bara.
Bara. Okay. Hi, how are you? Welcome.
Good, good. How about you?
Doing well. Thanks be to God. So what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
I don't know exactly, but I think perhaps a new shape. We don't know.
A new shape? Like what?
A shape. What that? What can I? A new shape is a new shape.
So other than a sphere? That's interesting.
Are you saying a new shape or no shape?
No, I think it's a new shape. I agree with the variables. Of universe. You know that.
So you don't think it's a globe shape? Hello.
Yeah, he's.
It's shy.
Yeah. It seemed like there was a little bit of a lag, so I don't know if he's having issues with that, but Okay, we'll get back to Bara. You can step in anytime. Matador. What's up, buddy? Matador.
I think Matador said in the side chat they couldn't VC before.
Ah, okay. All right. That's cool. That's cool. Let's see. Miguel. Miguel. Miguel, you there? Okay. Let's see who else. Space R. Is that a do you guys know who that is? Or is that a newbie?
I've seen him in here a bit. He was saying some stuff in the side chat before. I don't know if he's a flat earther or not.
Okay. Oh, a resetter. Mohammed, you there? Mohammed.
We've been chatting to Mohammed on and off for a few weeks now. He's like taking a deep dive into it. He's still not sure, I think.
Okay, cool. That's good.
He usually mics up though. Mic up.
I see him in the chat. Yes, hi, Mohammed. Are you able to talk? Anytime. So if he's a resetter anyway, I don't want to. Yeah. What about pseudo serenity?
That's Hell's Angles.
Guys.
That's Hell's Angles. He's a flat earther.
Oh, Hell's Oh, you know, I totally read that wrong. Okay, yes. He is what? Say that again, Mickey?
He's a flat earther.
Oh, he is a flat earther. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Darn it. Damn you all flat earthers. Become a glober so I can talk to you.
I think Quiet Zane is a guy that I don't know who he is.
He said he couldn't speak.
Dang.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
You think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't. You couldn't cast a sphere. Wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right. You're projecting a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait,
why would the an arc section anyway?
Because
only an
the
arc
surface
section
of the
you
moon
get.
would be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the Flat Moon Society?
I mean, I
But how are
guess
you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section. Unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, so Over the Fence is posted in the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that are geometrically impossible. Namely, that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote-unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking man, it has a great engine. Freaking the stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? That freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we did. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to like, they say the Earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that are observed in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. The shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like, you know, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like, you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking via freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm not a scientist.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a scientist. Yeah.
But we hear every day. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it.
Yep.
How does that make sense? How can you be dumb and like dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of the mouth. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly know.
Smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, you got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
Oh, God.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin'. You want to have you want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together, and I used to host these really large talks. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow, like let's say we're doing flat earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 Globers on, and then we'd all talk. And yeah, there's some pretty interesting discussions. You know, I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole, you know, the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like, you know, the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to like, you know, and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
Yeah, that's science
like what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying
we
that
were
too.
talking about that earlier. Yeah,
That shit infuriates me. All of that.
but I like to come to it. I'm like, okay, what do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just like, they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? You know, like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, you know, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. You know, like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So, like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with flat Earth now, right? So you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear, I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there's a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether, and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil.
You're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. We'll still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it doesn't change.
Right. I mean, you know, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther, and then these are the things that make you a flat earther, is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind-blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
they've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican. So they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him, because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle. Like, me and him go back and forth.
Dude, they were
like, used to.
Let me say this: they were touting him as the debate god. Before, when we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, "Dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like, that guy is top tier when it comes to debating." And we were like, I was like, "Yeah, okay." Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, dude, that was far from like the expectation that I had, because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. You know, it was not that.
Yeah, isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines, our plumb line straight lines? Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that's not him.
Okay, never mind.
It's like, fuck you.
But it's like,
no, Newt. I have recorded with him a conversation. He thinks that there could be a container, but it's probably like a membrane around the Earth. I have him on a recording. He thinks it's like a ferro fluid kind of thing. The way he was describing it. I don't know what he thinks about now, but that's what he was saying back then.
I know that he's very into the esoteric stuff, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps.
wait, is Newt the guy that says that he's building a large language model, and he comes in here and he's trying to get flat earthers to add to it because we're kind of like an element of chaos and random elements that he needs to make his unique?
I don't know, maybe. I've never heard him say that, but he does have like this knowledge that he feels that he's more superior than another Glober that comes in here speaking. And he'll tout his knowledge in a way like that, like, oh, that you got it wrong. That's high school knowledge. Like he'll say it like that.
Yeah, but yeah, you're thinking of the right person. He was drilling a hole through the event horizon or something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was Newt drilling a hole through the event horizon.
That's funny. Are you doing it now, Newt? Like, ask him, like.
Well, I guess, when you're smart enough to be paid by a private foundation to do anything you want on the internet, you can come up with ideas like that all day long and have fun.
When you speak, sometimes the last thing that you say is cut off. I think that you might need to hold down the push to talk a little bit longer, or give it a second. I don't know why. It's like the last word, word or two, it's left off.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes Discord lags. Like I press the push to talk and it doesn't immediately activate, and the other opposite happens.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why I'll kind of hold it for a millisecond longer after I finish saying something, just to make sure it gets through.
All right, cool. Thanks for the tip. I got to go now anyway, so time to
Hey,
get into this
one more
office
second,
environment.
Younger. Yeah, I'm going to be supposedly at about 35,000 feet. I just wanted to see if you had any way for me to prove the dip correction on the airplane.
Correcting to what?
You know, where since it's got to bend down for the humpy curve of the Earth, so I figure the 2-hour flight, it ought to be dipping down about 6,000 miles.
You need to somehow like lock a gimbal to your initial reference point and use that as an absolute frame of reference to measure angular change over time against.
Yeah, I'm only saying in jest, but yeah, I'll be in the air here in about an hour and a half, somewhere in that vicinity. 2.5 hours.
Cool, man. Yeah, so a pitch reading that is a pitch reading that is not against an absolute frame of reference, but a local frame of reference only is not going to show any curvature deviation over a globe, even if it did exist, according to the globe.
Oh, there's no way. No, I was just teasing because it's a bad argument. But anyway, have a good day, and I'll wrap with you soon.
Okay. All right. Have a good time. Have a good flight.
Yeah, I'll be back near that restaurant, not really far, that we talked about. So, talk soon, my friend.
Okay. See ya.
Stay blessed, man.
I've uncovered a lot of crazy information about avionics and the airframe gyro itself. It is just insane. So there's actually like CFR 49 is limits NTSB or any government's authorities in fully releasing the unprocessed raw gyro data from the ADARU. This data would include what is said to be the initial calibration alignment with the axis of the globe that is supposedly done on the runway, or on the tarmac rather, before they push off.
Fascinating. Why do you hypothesize they're not able to release that?
Well, I go based off of what they say, and they say that they're not in the business of releasing what could be considered extremely valuable trade secrets to these companies that develop these devices, because the uncompensated raw data would allow engineers to potentially back engineer how the device works, to include identifying flaws within the device itself, and then make a more competitive copy of it without doing their own research. That's just one thing. I mean, it goes into potential national security concerns.
So, protection of trade secrets versus passenger safety. Yeah.
Precisely. Yep.
Well,
so I pay for two large language model subscriptions.
It's dumb.
It is dumb. It's contradictory to what the whole purpose of NTSB is for, to investigate crashes and malfunctions of equipment for public transportation. So it's bonkers, dude. So I've got a subscription to SuperGrok, and I've got a subscription to Google Gemini Pro version, and I've used both of their research agents to go find me raw uncompensated gyro data, particularly at the initialization of the gyro, which is supposedly detecting Earth curvature rotation around an axis. And both of them have continuously come up empty, saying this doesn't exist. And it probably doesn't exist for these reasons. Now, what it did find was it did find simulated data and some NASA document and some simulated data for like a university class on this. And then it found related technology data that's not the same thing as the ADARU, and not the same thing as some INS on a boat, but something else. I forgot what it was called. But it too was only able to obtain second and third order data and not original unfiltered raw data. So I'm coming up empty. I mean, I'd really like somebody out there to go find this stuff and even validate that it exists.
I need to interview some people in person in order to get those questions answered.
Well, it's like, okay, let's go into commercial industry and let's go pull up some examples. I want to see like field testing of these devices. I want to see a meta study on a bunch of these devices that have been compared to each other. I want to see what kind of data they're spitting out, what kind of errors are also being put out, how errors are compensated, and so on and so forth. But none of this exists in the public domain anywhere.
Somebody once told me that if we knew how chaotic aviation was, we'd never fly or go anywhere.
Right. I'll tell you what I have found. Based off of their own claims, they claim that during the initial inertial alignment phase, where they are recording Earth's rotation with the airplane around the globe axis, that they use that data to then subtract it out of the attitude readings and velocity readings of the aircraft. And this subtraction then is delivered to a computer that goes ahead and adds in WGS84, and goes in and adds in Earth transport rate rotation, and adds in Coriolis, so that the output could be matched to GPS systems and other navigation conventions. So they claim that they take it out, that they zero out the instrument based off of physical readings of globe rotation, and then they add in a model afterwards. I find that to be pretty silly. I mean, I've got like a PowerPoint presentation describing this in my stack of stuff. I've got so much crap that I need to organize.
Should put it through the AI. Yoder, put it to the AI. Let it do it, the sorting.
I did in Google Notebook and SuperGrok.
Then you're gonna have your own. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, would you consider yourself to be pretty knowledgeable about like prominent flat Earth explanations and models for like weather and stuff like that?
There we go.
Oh shit, okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat.
Yo, Crit, are you still here?
Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Yeah, it was fun listening to that Aussie guy fumble and stumble with Indio. Yeah, that was good. I think he was out of his element. He was out of his league.
Yeah, dude. Fish out of water much, huh?
Who is this Aussie character?
Roadhouse on Twitter.
Roundhound.
Oh,
was he the one that was doing the debate?
Roundhound, yeah, sorry. I got Roadhouse.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I was curious. I guess he was coming from like a debunking flat Earth type of view.
They all do.
So, like,
they all do.
When people try to debunk flat Earth, do any of them come from a like weather standpoint? Like,
nope.
How does flat Earth explain the weather, cloud formations, blah blah blah? No.
Nope. They don't know half of the most of 90% of the stuff that they say they don't know. So if they even start talking about anything, it's mostly mainstream information.
Okay. So like, because usually, like, well, not usually, like, one of the main things that I understand that like Globe Earth has, like, one of the best arguments for Globe Earth, at least from my understanding, is like weather patterns, and explaining how like different storm systems can have different like pressure outcomes on part of the world, and then as the Earth spins around and as the sun heats different parts of the ocean, then like we can explain weather patterns that are going to come up based on that heating and rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, but
and blah, blah,
what does the rotation have to do with the weather pattern? Can you correlate that for us here in the room? Like, how does it make sense that the Earth spinning is going to cause some sort of fluctuation in weather?
Well, depending on like the rotation and the position with Earth and the sun, there's going to be different weather patterns because the sun will be heating more intensely, like different parts of the ocean.
That's the explanation you've been given. How can you prove that is actual truth? It's a truth claim. Like the truth of the claim that you're thinking about. How do you know that it's true?
Well, like outside of flat Earth, like I don't believe there's a lot of things that we can know for certain, right?
Are you certain of this thing? Are you certain of this one thing that you're saying that will solidify the point that what makes you think the Earth is a globe? based on weather? Like, if you are, I'd like to hear it. I want to know how you made the connection to like weather patterns and the Earth being a globe. I want to hear it. Do you? I mean, does anybody else? I do.
Well, I'm not certain, but I would say that it would make the most sense.
Oh, that's not a good. That's not a good place. That's not good, bro. You can't say that. Like, you either know or you don't know. And if it's something that you don't know, intellectual honesty, I don't know.
Well, where I'm coming from is like, I don't think there's a lot of things that people can be certain of. It's just like with the models that that we're told are like the most likely. Like, there's certain bits and pieces of evidence that make more or less sense, right? Like,
Based on what though?
saying,
there's no standard though. You're there's like you might think you have some sort of standard by saying, no, well that seems to check out in my mind. That works out. But you don't have something that you can put it against. Like, you don't have something to say, okay, I know that's true about the weather pattern and the Earth rotating because I have a base of understanding of how the Earth rotating would affect these things. There's nothing you're putting it against. You're just accepting some sort of explanation that gives you a confirmation bias on the worldview that you think you have right now. It's not true, is what I'm saying. Nothing that you've said actually manifests that information into the physical world, except for that you believe it. That's the only thing. Okay. I mean, the logic is sound here, Cowboy.
Yeah. So, like, I guess, like, could you expand on like what your position is with regard to like weather systems and whatnot?
Right. That has to do with pressure and temperature. And depending where the sun is, in accordance to like your geographic position, weather patterns change and or fluctuate. So, and there's systems that are caused on the Earth due to currents. The currents that run on the Earth, like currents in the ocean, currents in the air, like the jet stream that they talk about. So there's a lot of currents that this Earth operates off of and changes and fluctuates. So these weather patterns are cyclical in nature, right? They repeat. Yeah. And some are stronger, some are weaker. I mean, but either way, we don't need a spinning globe Earth to actually talk about weather. We can use just pressure and temperature to actually have a better cohesive understanding about what weather is and how it works.
But like, how would you then explain like seasons?
Well, like I said, the sun actually motivates a lot of the weather patterns that we have. So depending on what time of year it is for you and where you're located, the sun will be farther closer to you in your area. So as it approaches and it moves away, there will be a fluctuation in weather that you would see, like the rainy season or the hot season or the cold season. Like, just depends. So its proximity, its proximity to your geographic location usually dictates the fluctuating patterns in weather. I mean, that's apparent. That's what we know. So outside of the worldview that you need a spinning globe Earth, you don't need that. You just need the proximity of the sun. So you could think of it like a globe, but there's no evidence that the globe itself is actually attributing the weather pattern changes. You know what I mean? Except for you believing it. That's it. The only thing that you have is a belief that it does.
Some things still don't even make sense to me, like, either way. I mean, it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. It's dark. And it's great. Like, it's so moderate. It's just lovely. But 2 months ago, this time, I would have been freezing my butt off. Like, that's just...
Oh, is it becoming summer for you guys in Australia?
Yeah. I mean, but it's like it's summer already, bro. It's like it's summer already this year. I mean, it's crazy. But, like, how does that work? Where's the sun to give me this warmth that I'm experiencing right now? It's gone. It's not here.
Yeah. So, yeah, regardless, I mean, you could think of it like a globe, but it doesn't affect the. You can't tell me how the weather is modified by the Earth being a globe and is spinning. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it works fine on the horizontal plane. I mean,
I'm gonna have that.
unless, like I said,
So-
you have some knowledge that's superior that I don't know about, and you're going to tell me. But other than that, all I know is that you've been told a story that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe, and I mean, we got fluctuating weather patterns based on the sun where it is on the tilt of the Earth and how much sunlight it's getting. You know, that explanation. But
Gotcha. So like under your model, like the sun can change its relative distance to Earth or position to Earth, rather than the other way around.
Just what reality, just reality, man. Just what you see in reality. You can only make, because those things, we don't know what they are and how they function. Right? The mechanism, all we have is like correlation to our experience of those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true. It's true for several fields, you know. Let's see, what time is it?
I mean, here's a question to ask, right? Because it seems like somebody that's very knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe and that does weather, they could tell you how the Earth being a globe would affect weather. Like a meteorologist. I think that's a question for one of those guys. And when you ask them the question, tell them, what direct information do we have that the Earth, because it's a globe and it spins, that we have fluctuating weather pattern that, you know, affects the weather? Like then they could give you a direct answer, and then you could actually build off of a case that from them studying weather, they could tell you. Because it doesn't sound like it's a solid case for the Earth being a globe, you know, as you might have thought. Because it doesn't sound that way to me. Not from what I heard, anyway.
I see, yeah. Yeah, my knowledge only goes to like I know about the different like latitudes and longitudes. There's like these I don't know if you want to call them vortexes or like streams that are deemed as being responsible for like large scale weather patterns. So like there's a reason why hurricanes tend to form off the coast off of Africa and then move west until they keep moving northwest into the Caribbean and then into like, you know, the Florida Keys or whatever. You know, there's like these explanations for that and how like the ocean warming coincides with these vortexes and then it pushes you know, the hurricanes and several different types of weather formations. And this happens too off the coast of Japan when they get monsoons and typhoons during their hurricane season. And, you know, I know about stuff like that. And I was in a climate change lab for a little bit as a researcher. So we got to learn about,
oh, good.
You know, different seasonal weather patterns and shit like that.
Now tell me,
those affect.
Well, it's important, right? But now tell me, from that study, what can you glean off of that you can really directly correlate that has to do with the Earth's rotation and or the Earth being a spherical, you know, planet? Like, what can you say from those studies that ties directly into that?
Well, I don't know if there's too much of anything that'll tie into like the shape of Earth or rotation. I mean, we were studying how seasons affect snow melt and how that snow melt affects plant and animal life, and you know, with supposed like increases in heat and decreases in ozone, how would that affect the plant and animal life, and would it increase
fauna and flora.
diversity? Yeah.
But what I'm saying though is, in those conversations and the study, was the globe Earth being a ball spinning? Did it affect that in any way that you had to talk about it, like it was a factor? In other words.
Well, I guess with assuming like the seasons and the way they work, I guess to that extent, but not really.
Right. I just want to make it make sense to you, because if it was something that you directly experienced with a study, and you're like, we needed to talk about the spin of the Earth right here, or the Earth's rotundity, like you would have mentioned that and be like very adamant about that position. Anybody would. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just wanted to elucidate that so that you can actually be like, okay, I know that I've talked about this, so here's what I know about it. And it seems like the discussion was more on the fauna and flora. It wasn't like really based on like the spin of the Earth or the Earth's rotundity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think I vaguely remember us talking about the way that birds move, like between the hemispheres, and how, with increased snow melt, it could lead to changes in their migration patterns where you're seeing them migrate much sooner and staying in places for longer. And that would then change the food webs where, birds are preying a lot more and staying longer in these areas, preying on insects and whatnot. And they're increasing their populations. And that would change to much more larger migration patterns between the hemispheres, and it could change up the food webs. With the bird migration patterns, it's super interesting because like as most people are taught, like they move from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. I think it's like every 6 or 7 months, and they do that to stay in ideal hunting conditions and weather conditions and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess like a non-globe model would be able to explain that well as simply like, with because we already talked about like the weather patterns and seasons, like, they wouldn't need to be on a globe in order to navigate.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, I always like to strike at the heart of the matter, right? If somebody thinks that there's some type of relationship that the Earth has, being that it's spinning and it's curving, let the person actually describe in what way they interacted with that information that corresponds to the one that they know, like studying the animal behavior, like it interacts with it, because it would make sense to you, right, at some level to say it with assurance, like, yeah, I know how the spin of the Earth would affect bird migration or whatever, but it's not really being mentioned or talked about because it seems inconsequential when it comes to like that discussion. So thereby negating the fact that it did have a relevance.
Like, what do you mean?
So if bird migration had something to do because the Earth was a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space, don't you think that would have been something that you understood was a true fact that you discovered? Or at least be happy to talk about it,
Well, like, I don't know. I guess I view facts as a little different because it's like one of the coolest classes I took in college was called epistemology. It's basically the study of knowledge, and it's like, what can you know for certain, right? Is like a really big question in that field. And when you dig deep into it, you kind of realize there's not a lot of things you can know for certain. there was one philosopher, Rene Descartes, who, and stop me if you know what I'm talking about, but he basically remarked that the only thing that he could know for sure is that he existed. Because in order for him to be able to think of these things and ask these questions to himself, he has to exist. Because he was thinking to himself, like, okay, what exactly do I know? And this was a dude who was like in the 1600s, right? He's thinking to himself, do I know that a chair is a chair? Like, what are objects? Do I know that? How do I know whether or not anything that I'm seeing is real? Like, there could very well be an evil little demon that is fucking around. It's basically the Matrix, where, like, how do you know that you're in the Matrix, right?
Exactly.
You know,
direct
the only
realist.
thing you can know is that you exist.
Yeah, direct realism. I don't know, Yoder, were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say we're direct realists. We deal with these kinds of questions every day in here and talk about epistemology, epistemics at length. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we ridicule people who say that they're unsure if they have hands. Because
some of them are unsure if they have hands.
Or unsure if they had breakfast this morning. Who don't know how they'd feel if they didn't eat breakfast. We talk to people like this all the time. And we make fun of them.
Yeah. I mean,
okay, so there was a debate. Me and AB talked to a PhD in mathematical physics. It devolved into epistemology, where he said, I can't even prove I don't have hands. Meanwhile, while he's saying that, he's live streaming on TikTok, typing on his keyboard. I don't know what he's typing with, because, I don't know, he wasn't typing with stumps.
and his hand came across the screen at least once. So Clipcord got an image of him doing it. His hand was big, like went in front of his face. But it's the same mindset that you would. I don't know. Do they teach this in like the collegiate level, Indio? Like, is that why Cowboy?
Yeah,
he's got like this like epistemology where
for like 100 years, at least 100.
It's like a brain worm, dude. Once it gets in your brain, like, you can't get it out. You gotta. I mean, unless you're able to like rationalize with it, like, okay, let me see if I know if that's even true. Thinking like that, because what it sounds like, Cowboy, you're borrowing from a logical worldview, bro, just to make sense of a incoherent worldview. You get me?
I guess so. I mean, I was gonna say, like, at least in that class, like we kind of got past the even the professor brought up that example of how can you know that you have hands.
Oh God, was it him? It might have been him.
Well, no. The professor was making fun of that. He's like, and I like to respond to these dumbasses by saying, if you're really gonna, like, you know, say you don't even know if you have hands, like, don't even try to open doors. Don't even try to wave to people. You know, because you clearly don't know if what you're doing is even like making sense, or you know, and so, like, he was a really cool professor, because he's actually the guy who wrote the entire Stanford encyclopedia on epistemology. He's a really cool professor. Ooh. And he basically gave us all these different types of schools of thought for epistemology, and my favorite one was evidentialism. Where, you know, they think it's only okay to believe in something if you can justify the evidence for that belief. So, you know, we went into all these different schools of thought. The hands one is really stupid, and the evil demon one is stupid too, because he basically was telling us how, if you do actually believe these things, you might as well be a solipsist. And no one ever gets anywhere with solipsism. There's no point in having other conversations with other people who you believe like they might not exist. And there's no point of
nothing
doing.
Is coherent. It's an incoherent worldview. But and it doesn't listen. It's because it's self-contradictory. It's inconsistent, and just to even espouse it is a performative contradiction. Right? Who are you talking to? Yourself? You know what I'm saying? Like you're talking to yourself. Like if you're just a brain in the jar, dude, and you don't only have our mind.
The brain
every
in the vat,
reference
yeah.
at your ideas, chairs, books. What is your mind acting upon? Where like the initial ideas, right? Are they self-generated? Did it come from nothing? No, they come from the external world, right?
Yeah.
The fact he even knows what the chair exists, so he can wonder: is the chair just in my mind? Well, where'd you get the idea of a chair in the first place? From the external world. The idea. So, here's something you probably didn't quite. So Thomas Reid refuted all these guys at the time, though it's not well taught in philosophy courses. He wrote, inquiring into the human mind on the principles of common sense. These people don't actually believe what they're saying because if they did, like you said, they'd be solipsists. They wouldn't bother writing books. They wouldn't bother making arguments or philosophical arguments about, I can't know anything except my mind. You know, they wouldn't bother doing these things if they actually believed it. They don't actually believe it. They're just doing mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It sounds cool and it's edgy. Oh, I'm edgy. What if we're all just brains in a jar? I'm so edgy.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous because there was a couple of people who would bring up these solid
or something,
points.
dude. They think it's like
yeah,
some
and it's
deep,
just like, oh,
profound
come
fucking
on,
idea.
dude. Yeah. It's just like this is some like low IQ shit, you know? Like that's a new phrase that I like bringing up in the middle of like debates or like conversations. Like this is so low IQ, you know?
It really is. So low.
Well, like Indio's
We run
conversation
into
with
it
the lad
because-
yesterday.
Yeah. I just want to say this. So we run into this brain in a jar thing all the time because when they come in and they fail to prove the Earth is a globe, they try to blow up reality itself. If the Earth's not a globe, then we can't know anything at all because my entire identity and worldview is anchored in the globe. So if that's not real, I don't know if anything's real. So we deal with it on a daily.
Yeah, I think Indio, you hit the nail on the head. You did say it was an existential crisis, but I layered it with the identity crisis as well because they don't know who they are anymore, and also they don't know what world they're in. So they're trying to figure all this out, and it's too much for the brain to handle all at once. So then they just
true.
They go to the fact that they can't even know if reality is real as an escape hatch. They're like, oh, I can if I say this, I don't have to be held accountable for knowing anything. That way I can feel safe. It's like a, you want the mind to retreat to its little safe haven where it doesn't have to feel like it's stressed out by thinking of these things.
That's a natural response, though, that they've found in psychology. Like this happens to a lot of people who come across evidence that their religious beliefs are bullshit. And, they'll either become more religious in their beliefs after dealing with the cognitive dissonance, is what it's called, or they will have to go through the cognitive dissonance and basically disavow their previously held beliefs. So
Go through
they'll
the stages of grief. We see it all the time, dude.
Yeah,
It's literally the stages of grief. They're going through the stages of grief. Their old identity. They're literally burying themselves.
Yeah, it happens to people who get out of relationships. They're like, well, now how can I trust anyone? I trusted this one person and they ruined my life. And now I just,
There's songs written about it. There's songs that Michael Bolton, how can I live without you? People, they go into this. I mean, we see it throughout history, right? Like, in order to cope with that, you have to find some sort of way to deal with the issue. And that's how the mind formed this other epistemology of like escapism. Well, maybe we're just all in the matrix, like nothing's real.
But when you really think about the implications of, say, Christianity being entirely false, or flat Earth, like a globe Earth being propaganda, like you have to think, okay, not only is it just the case that the Earth isn't a sphere, but I have been lied to by many people. Many people believe this lie. Many people have perpetuated this lie. What is the reason for them
It's not a
perpetuating
lie if they
this
believe
lie?
it.
Huh?
It's not a lie if they believe it. Lying implies intent.
Well, yeah.
If they
Once they
believe it,
stop
then they're
believing
telling the
it.
truth. They're just wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but once they stop and then they start to think to themselves, well, like there's all these crazy lies about the shape of the earth, which is like a crazy concept, like
We
holy
don't
shit,
see them.
people have been
At least I
lying
don't
about
see them as lies, dude. They're just wrong. Nobody's lying, really. To lie, you'd have to know the truth that the earth is flat and then start telling everybody something else. And then when you actually drill down and who would even know enough to even lie, that it's an exceedingly small amount of people. It's just more like a Western tradition, like Santa Claus. Everybody just says it.
Yeah.
Earth's the globe, and just nobody's lying. It's just they all believe it, so they're not lying. They're just all wrong. There's a bunch of people that all in an echo chamber telling each other Earth's the globe. That's all it is. Echo chamber nonsense.
Well, so what would you say like about the people who've like NASA astronauts or like people who've launched rockets into space or launched satellites and whatnot to get satellite imagery of the world?
Well, I mean, that goes, first of all those quote unquote imageries, they're computer generated nonsense. They even admit it, that they can't take a photograph of the Earth in the entirety. The only ones claimed to have taken the photograph of the Earth in the entirety is the Apollo astronauts. In fact, they're the only ones who even claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety. So that's like 27 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody else, including people that go to the International Space Station. From the International Space Station, you'd only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the Earth. I do know that the Amazon.
So they couldn't tell from their vantage point if the Earth was a ball. And contrary to the pictures they show, they wouldn't see Earth as a ball. And in fact, astronauts are on record as saying that the Earth looks flat from the ISS.
Well,
Fact, also, Chinese Space Station shows a flat Earth.
I've seen live streams from the ISS that kind of make it look like a globe. Like you can see the curvature.
No, you haven't.
Far enough.
You haven't actually.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. So no one goes, hey, the geometry don't work out for that to look curved like that. No one even thinks about it for a second. They just accept it. Hey, it's not close to high enough. It's 250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay, it's barely above the surface. Go ahead, Tito.
Right. No, just beside the math, right, that you're pinpointing. We've never had anyone come in here and show us this so-called live stream footage where at the bottom of the screen it didn't say offline.
You're meaning like you want to see live footage?
What they show even if it's a pre-recording of what was allegedly a live stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom, when it's showing the so-called curvy horizon, right, it says offline.
Okay.
When it's not offline, it's just the nadir aspect.
Yeah, they're pointing it straight down. So I just posted in the text chat, the side chat. So this is the geometry. So if you look at the top one, this is Paul Larson. He's he runs at a planetarium. This is a scale model. This is a presentation on flat Earth, and he said from the ISS the horizon would look flat. Okay, even from that altitude, because it's not high enough. And this is a scale model he made, physical scale model. This the white circle, that would be the entire horizon from left to right. So if you were barely above the surface looking at it, it would just be a line because it's all equidistant. And the bottom one's a diagram showing the relative size. So this is in kilometers. So you have to ask, it begs the question, why does it look curved? You should see some of the stuff that's posted. You have to think about it like this. Okay, they say you scale down just so you can think about it in a way that's on your size. if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? The diameter is 6 feet, so the ball is as high as your head, assuming you're 6 feet. The ISS would only be 2.5 inches above its surface.
Yeah.
Super close. You'd like it's not even. You would not see. Now, next time you look at an ISS image or photo, go. Does this look like a viewpoint of 2.5 inches above a ball 6 feet in diameter? And no, it don't. It looks like you're freaking, or would be a foot away from a ball, 6 feet in diameter.
I gotcha.
What I have to say about NASA and all those things, only a small fraction of people, even that work at NASA, would have any knowledge. We have a person that comes in here. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for Amazon. They have they're trying to compete with SpaceX, though. They're supposed to be sending satellites into space to have internet connectivity. It's called the Kuiper. He comes in here, and I got him to admit the other day that he has no special knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Even though he works in the satellite industry and he sells, sells satellite technology to other companies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the closest I've gotten to proof, like direct proof of the Earth being a sphere is like I happened to meet through like a friend, and then this guy lived in the neighborhood, and they had like a family meeting. Like it was a whole bunch of like rich people in this rich retirement neighborhood out in Virginia. He worked on the NASA commission, the funding committee or whatever for the original Apollo mission.
Yeah.
And he's very old now. But I got to talk with him about all sorts of different spacecraft and theories, and like what was the actual logistical planning, what were some of the hardest parts about planning on getting to the moon and whatnot. And I think the most interesting thing he told me was about how the planning was originally for the SR-71 Blackbird to be a spacecraft, but the main problem was that they couldn't actually get it out of, I think, the stratosphere because of cooling issues on the engines. So they weren't going to be able to get that thing, over to the moon without losing all the coolant and, yada yada. Like I personally love the SR-71. I think it's like one of the coolest aircrafts ever made. But
so let me read something to you. The Apollo flight director Gene Kranz recounts. In the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crews and controllers' responses in normal emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures with the crew controllers for the use of later flight. Now, hold on. I'm going to read a very important part. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. So your old dude, he don't know anything. At best, he saw a simulation, which nobody could tell was different. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a real rocket. There was a real rocket. But what they said to go to the moon, when Wernher von Braun first wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Wernher von Braun said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
he wrote a book
Empire
about
State Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy. He's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the two-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System. Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces. And it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in the talking. None. Zero. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone.
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets? You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for. I mean, it beggars belief. I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay, that's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the greatest.
They burn you at the
feat
stake
of
1,000
humanity.
years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction is written by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet. It was just a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war.
Mm-hmm.
So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, why do you think we're the ones that are right?
Yeah,
Everybody else was wrong, and now we're right. Even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim not. This is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow. right? So they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, it is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is frickin' Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people. Psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of freaking Houston, Texas, and took a picture and said, "Hey, go get a picture of this building," and then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. If the building's not there, what's depicted in the photo, your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they take images and they say, hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space. Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph, purported photograph, to see if they exist on Earth, where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's given to you by these, quote unquote scientists, which they're the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing that the structure is like a religion.
Yeah, there's several structures like that
I mean, maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that. But creation story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? They did. The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what the God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You got to just listen.
Shout out to Sonny in Philadelphia, right? I love that.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm going to get off and go to bed. But I'm going to hop back in here tomorrow, probably.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
What's your name? Indio? Gotcha.
Indio,
I'll talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah,
man. Thanks for checking in.
For sure.
Thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool beans. Thanks for not melting down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crit for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of Flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So.
Yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
Later, man.
Take care.
Night, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty Glovers that come through here.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know who that, Crit, you know who that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant or Big Purple Elephant, like hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well. Because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came to 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-stream chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, nope, fuck it, I'm out.
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, why? I thought that everything was cool. Like everything's going good. And he's like, yeah, but I mean, everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution. And everyone's like,
crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, wait. So everything else you're good with? Let's talk about it. Let's do. He's like, yep. Nope. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh, and he did come in here. The purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but I mean, we had interaction with him.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by, if it's a guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server, who were all kinds of things. But if I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when he joined, or a separate account.
I've taken no actual collegiate courses in any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." Like, you could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. Like, when somebody says something and it does make sense in the realm of physics, or some way that you can have it manifest in our physical world, like something that just rings true would be true no matter what. Like, it can't be moved. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Like, I mean, do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be like,
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're just like a normal person, right? So it's like normal people don't doubt how they know things, but epistemology is like the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge?
Yeah.
What even is it, right? And while it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
In practical terms, like, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how you know something, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
There's foundations of order that everything is built upon.
And if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in, like, the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just like, if there wasn't any, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. Like, you know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well,
So
why don't
to
we
me,
talk to amoebas? Why don't we talk to amoebas? Because they don't know anything. Okay? When you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
yeah, and it's weird too, because it's almost like, I think about that, Indio, like, just looking at like organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. Like, they might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of like realm where things, they eat other, organisms, and you know what I mean? Like the microorganisms, like they're doing things as if it were like some sort of societal structure, like they don't attack certain ones. They choose to mate with certain, like it seems like there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. But we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. Like, what makes the organism do what it does? Why did it choose to, eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like, how do ducks like know how to swim? Like, all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah.
With these instincts that animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them, and we don't have like another word. But there's nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us. We don't actually. I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses.
Impulses.
But we don't have no instincts like, I'm gonna frickin' drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We have logic and reason, and that guides it motivates us and guides us. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's, you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is a brain in that? Like, how does it know what direction to go?
Is a brain, according to science, the whole thing is a brain.
Yeah. I mean, but
the
like
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like, its cells are very close to like neurons.
Yeah.
In structure. Yeah.
What I'm saying is like it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide is the wrong word, but like it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain, it's like, what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. Oh.
Well, even the Bible describes, right? They're like, each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes its program, right? Dog executes its dog program,
but it's not only executing.
Even the Bible describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
People.
Honestly, like if we remove all the like studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we like, us, like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like, we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like, we're a compound like of all that, and each and everything is working in unison to make the other thing work. Otherwise things would break down, and you know what I mean? Like
an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like, my mind, when I start thinking about it all, it's like, there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like, it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of, motivation without some sort of, thing that's moving.
The ironic thing, right?
I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like, what's
Isn't that so funny? That that's an ironic thing. What you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like, it's not just one complex system; it's a complex system of systems that are all interlinked.
Exactly.
The people that advocate it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything.
Exactly.
Which is the craziest shit to me. Like, bro.
That's the brain screw up. Like, to me, it's like, and then the guy left because he, like, the way Crit was outlining, he left because people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
cowboy?
Not him. The other guy. The professor who were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like Pachyderm or Purple Elephant or whatever it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution. If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, like, and then he turned around and he was like, "Well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go." It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks he's a complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting far into weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly,
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like, non-living matter just automatically sprang from. Living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like, that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like, kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. Like, even if we say like the body, it's people are deformed and they're not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, well, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I sometimes it does my head in, man. 'Cause it's like, how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes to the problem with sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And how would that even be possible? Like, it doesn't make sense on its face.
That's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was like, it's the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and a bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then, rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason, like, "Huh, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there." Like, dude, what the? Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to. The organism would.
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking God created Adam out of the dust of the earth, right? From the dirt of the earth. Like, how is that any different? There's no difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein said. Go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. You know, it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth, they're like, oh, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and stardust, and like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what? You're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
They're saying that the periodic
table is it made itself. That's the difference. There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim that the table had this primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys, like, when you talk about like the origin of life, they were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden that was the first that ignited the first organism to become.
There was a lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a point at which there was a crossover from like non-living matter to matter that's animated. So people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy, the way it looks, like it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody, it changes a person, Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, India. Why? If they're all about like furthering, knowledge and trying to have, they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, that's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do, but you could also be like, because you've experienced, yeah, but I'm saying, haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things. Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from, the academic, backgrounds. They sound like they have a worldview that's all there is, oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree in the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't go cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl, like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different now from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. That's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions, there's no accountability, and then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you want to live in a place where you could do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine where you live, they don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it and don't do it, then it's against the law. But when you move to that other area that those guys are doing the thing that you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. You're not held. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So like it's like it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, no problem. But the goal, like it's like to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from like fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work. Therefore, they're true. And like that's all we care about is whether they're useful. And all these pragmatic arguments, like which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel better? Or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. Like that's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up the identity, right? The identity is built from the first rung, and it's just stacked on top of it, like it's a big layer cake.
And they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, like, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to, like, if they're not being some sort of hand behind the glove, you know? So that they're trying their hardest to like try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be just. I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's like no standards whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far in the weeds with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but that's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing. The scripture, man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think of what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love using that. A weasel. He weaseled. Instead of like, he should have stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam? Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are going to get kicked out." He's like, "Damn right," you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, but today, like, what does that look like, you know, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? When you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they think that it is, you know, like what are you, Earth's not a globe. Like, what are you guys, nuts? You know, are you crazy? And we're like, well, show me the way that you know that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. You know, easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. You know, they're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. The new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the earth. Have you guys heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. There is. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth is a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think, and they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people, right? And disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like, run with the herd. Stampede if you have to. And that's really, that I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of, it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie. And they go, well, I saw a curve from an airplane. That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like, how many people come in the other server and they can just come in just like, Earth is round, and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal.
Yeah.
Psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
imagine going in a server, just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like AI, we bring the facts to them. You know, we're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? They're like, oh, you know, that's what I've been told. You know, that's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not a scientist. You know, so it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true. Like, they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle. It's just like I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. Something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversation, or I don't know. Like,
Being like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying, it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He hallucinated.
Do you feel
that.
intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
No, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's.
Well, I mean, no one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come?
Because
you're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to like these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
Yeah,
they know that it's Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said it, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down, and it makes him. It kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day,
Yeah, Twitch.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say. When I was on Chimpanzees one time, and they were fucking around with the roles, and they gave me a role that, I could see some of their back chats, and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit, which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer, and it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed TOS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they have control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. Because you see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people, and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrong think. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. All they need is
to save you, to convert you back to the globe.
But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they know the person.
Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. I should just be like,
yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think's not an answer. Then the person was just wrong, but they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude.
Yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
In a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie, and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah, and in their worldview, that makes sense. Like they really think that's possible. Like in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different like targets, like say that like, you like call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram, but you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like say 2% of these like sort of anti-flat earthers, they're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
I converted a flat earther in real life, and it was big.
You can write a book, bro.
And now we talk about actual conspiracies. and he doesn't think the whole world is lying to him. He's better at discerning what's a lie and what's the truth.
Neither do I. I don't think the whole world's lying to me.
Well, there's a lot of positive reason, There's
Well,
it felt good. He thanked
you don't
me,
know,
so.
then like you tell somebody something and you actually don't know what it is. You just believe it. You're not lying. Like you'll tell me the Earth is a globe, but you're not lying. You believe that. You're wrong.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to say there's maybe some people that are arguing because they want better.
You got to ask your question. Lars, you got to ask a question though. What did you convert him into? If he's converted, what was he before, and now what is he now?
He thought the Earth was flat. He got the TikTok algorithm. He didn't have a why. He had a lot of questions and
He had
incredulous.
There was no why.
He had incredulity. He
I'm gonna
couldn't
ban you
believe
for
it.
lying unless you start substantiating shit, bro.
What's the question?
Yeah, if you
I'm
don't
just
start
telling you.
substantiating shit, I'm gonna ban you for lying.
You want me to substantiate? You want me to bring the guy in that now thinks the Earth is a globe?
I do. I'm gonna interrogate him. Yeah, I do. Bring him in.
I'd like to know what he's got to say. Yeah, bring him in there.
The point is,
Yeah, it looks
It
like
was good
you
for
might
both
want
of
to
us.
rephrase it.
He thanked me. I said, "You're welcome."
hey,
Let's
dude.
talk about actual
You're
fun
a
conspiracies.
fucking liar, dude. What? This is so funny. You
No, it's just true,
are
buddy.
the person you say doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think you should rephrase it. You didn't convert someone. There's somebody who was sort of bi-curious.
Yep.
And then you brainwashed them, or you.
You'd be assuming assumption.
Why do you thank you? Why do you thank you, Lars? What do you thank you for?
He said thanks. I mean, most of the conversation was
What do you thank you
details
for,
about. I don't know. I
Why
don't
did he
think he
thank you?
detailed.
He
I
said
think
he
he just
thanked
said
you.
thank you. I didn't say why. I said you're welcome.
Yeah, well, in what context did he thank you?
Because you gave me a cup of coffee or something?
You give him a reach around? Lars, you're the very person you just said doesn't exist. You came in here, you just told us a cock and bull story. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
He's only doing that so that he can make it sound to the audience that's listening. Oh, somebody got converted back to the globe by
For you
this
to be
guy?
so sure that.
What did you say to him that converted
I
him?
am sure.
What did you say to him?
I
that
bet
converted?
$100 you're lying, dude.
Yeah, Lars, what did you? Yeah, Lars, hold
There's
on. What did you?
$100 on the table, Lars, to bring that dude in here. $100 on the table.
Let me
right
talk.
now.
For you
Go
to
get him.
assume that I'm.
Go get him.
All right. What did you say to him that converted him? That's what I want to know. What was it said to him? Let's hear your little conversion speech, Lars. Tell me what you said to him.
Okay, so for you to assume I'm lying, you'd be assuming way too much that you can't know. So don't
I'm
call
not
someone a liar.
assuming anything. You haven't substantiated anything.
All right. I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully you heard me this time. What did you say to the guy that converted him? Tell us the same thing, and let's see what you said.
I told him Google Maps works, and he's good at math. He's good at math, and he figured out that if it works on a circle, it cannot work on a flat. And for you guys to assume that not one person has ever been changed their mind from flat to globe, and to call me a liar, shows your character, because it happens all the time. It's a big world. You can't know that I'm lying. Makes you look stupid to call me a liar. Thank you, dude.
Cool story, bro.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time. It's a big world. Billions of people. You can't know someone's lying.
Oh, no doubt there's people out there.
Google Maps converted him. Google Earth, Google Maps.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's always been good at math. He understands geometry. If point to point works on a sphere,
Yeah.
convert that flat. It can never
What
work.
mathematics did you show him? Tell us. What mathematics?
I didn't go over any mathematics. He figured out the mathematics on his own. I didn't.
Really?
I
So
asked
you
him the
didn't-
questions that led him to globe. I
Yeah,
didn't.
what?
I guess I didn't convert him.
The guy that's good in mathematics heard from somebody who doesn't know mathematics and got converted just as easy.
I mean, maybe he wasn't as deep into it as you guys, but
Well,
he was bothering me for a while about it.
you think it could have been like what Crit said?
What'd he say?
That he was just curious about flat Earth, but he didn't really commit.
He was more than curious. I brought up stars and shit, and he was like, "You really believe that?" It was many weeks, probably months of us arguing until I got through to him. At a certain point, you get deep in enough. He wasn't deep enough into it to not change his mind. You know, if you're years into something, you may as well die with that mindset. But
you're not saying anything substantial, man. This is getting annoying. No specifics.
I wasn't gonna say anything except, hey, I converted a guy. All I was saying is it can be positive. I converted someone. There's other reasons.
Bullshit.
There's some positivity, and you're the one asking for all this. There is no.
Yeah, we're asking for the evidence you converted somebody.
Yeah, okay.
Same way we ask for evidence. Any claim anybody makes, every time they make it, we ask for the evidence. So we're asking you for the evidence.
All right, I'll have him make a Discord. I'll text him.
Go have him make a Discord.
Yeah. You want to hear?
I'm going to interrogate your friend. I'm going to interrogate your friend, dude. I suppose you as a liar.
Yeah, he'll follow me around like a little puppy now. I can get him to make Discords and cook my dinner.
He said, look at Google Maps, and it works. And that's what convinced him the Earth is a globe. It's the biggest horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
That should be enough to convince everyone in here.
Why?
Because if point-to-point distances work on a sphere, they cannot work when converted to a flat object.
Google Maps isn't a sphere. Google Maps isn't a sphere.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, and that guy whooped your ass.
No, it isn't.
You just kept interrupting him like you're interrupting me.
It's a cylinder. The Mercator map is a cylinder.
It's a sphere. It's a sphere.
No, you could say that all you want. Google says it's not a sphere.
You can look at the North Pole and the South Pole.
That's cool. You can look at, but listen. The calculations done in it are done on a cylinder. It's a Mercator map. That's what Google says. Do you think Google doesn't know what its Google Maps is?
Could you substantiate that?
You could have substantiated it yourself before you thought it was a sphere.
It is
what
a sphere.
gave you the idea it was a sphere? Nobody told you that.
It is a sphere.
Did it? Okay, then now apologize. Now apologize, dude. Say you're wrong. Concede. Here's the question, though. Why didn't you check? Now, think about it. If the person did believe you because you said Google Maps was a sphere and it works, now he believes you because you were wrong. Right? So now he believed you on a false pretense. Yeah, Lars. Congratulations, you brainwashed someone with erroneous information. What do you got to say about that?
Okay.
Follow me.
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening, right?
Yeah, conveniently had background issues.
Yeah. Hey, Lars. Side chat.
It looks like you're right, and the Google.
Goddamn right, I'm right. Why didn't you check beforehand before you brainwashed your friend? Why'd you brainwash him with wrong information?
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you
now
did.
Go back and tell him that I'm sorry I was wrong. Go back to being a flat earther. Fucking clown.
You just hoodwinked the guy, man. I would go apologize to him if I were you or Lars. I would. That's the honest thing to do right now. So go
Actually,
tell him
say we're
you're
trading
sorry.
places. Tell him you're going flat earth and you're leaving him on the globe.
I talked to him a lot. I'm going to tell him about the cylinder thing. Look more into it, but
yeah, and admit
that is pretty shocking that it's a cylinder.
Yeah, but you also have to admit to him too that you were wrong. That's also going to be something that you got to do, man. If you're an honest Joe, you should do that.
Yeah, I just did to you guys. I didn't know it was a cylinder.
So, Lars, what you should admit to yourself is that the idea that they use a sphere You literally just made it up in your head. That's where it came from. You made it up in your head. Nobody told you that. You didn't read it in a book. You didn't read it on the internet. You didn't. Nobody told you that. You just assumed that to be the case. And you know what assume means? It means make an ass out of you and me.
But if you zoom out, it's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, really, I didn't want any negativity. I just wanted to tell you that I told someone that the Earth is round, and he believed me, and it was a positive thing. I do talk to him often.
What bollocks is this?
I'll let him know that the one biggest thing that converted him was
Was
untrue.
a lie.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well, this is a good reason.
No, we're not unaware of people saying, like having previously said that the Earth is flat, and then turning around and saying, I was wrong. It's a globe. It just happened recently. With Jaron, Antarctica, then some of his peers. Rob Davison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to convince someone about a lie. I want him to believe it for 3 reasons. Another thing, you guys didn't get into it. I was listening for like 30 minutes. The evolution thing. Something interesting is, I agree. You guys have good questions, and I think you mischaracterize academia or scientists, because I think a lot of them will say, like, they believe in the fossil record, but they think maybe it was God. There's a lot of agnostic or theist scientists that believe in evolution, but evolution doesn't violate entropy, which intuitively I always thought it would, but it doesn't. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm just gonna go back to listening for a while.
The idea of it doesn't, or the actual process of it?
Because organisms create a lot of disarray in their consumption and waste, and it's enough to offset their.
I said, does the idea
that's entropy
conflict with entropy, or does the actual process, which has been demonstrated to be true, not actually violate entropy?
I always just thought, when I learned about evolution first, then entropy much later. So I thought.
So the idea of it. So the idea of evolution doesn't violate entropy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is between the idea and the practice of it is.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that?
It's basically the spreading out, the trend towards dissipation and disarray.
Cool. Well done. Okay. And how does this violate whatever you said? Evolution?
Yeah, it doesn't violate evolution. They don't violate each other.
Okay.
That's all. I always thought it would. Goodbye. Going back to mute.
Bye.
Is there an explanation for weather then? Because that also relate. It's relative, right?
Weather.
Yeah.
Listen, everything works the same. Like, we're not proposing things work different.
Yeah, weather would work the same on a flat or a globe Earth. What can you be more specific? What you mean?
Like if you what you're saying is like the sun moves away and then it gets dimmer. That means the sun is much smaller, right? Yeah. And Is that what you're saying? Because that's what
Depends what the sun is. What is the sun?
不要吵啊，超小。
I've got a fun question for globe friends. So the sun changes its brightness throughout the day. The sun is 23,000 times brighter in luminosity when it's at its highest point in the sky compared to where it is directly on the horizon. 23,000 times difference in luminosity. How come stars don't do that?
Ooh.
Ever think about that? Stars don't change 23,000 times, and they're much dimmer to begin with.
Right.
So if it's air causing attenuation, and only air that we breathe causing attenuation of sunlight, then shouldn't that same air also attenuate the much weaker starlight? And then
That's
why would
a
it be
great point. That's a great point, Yoda. And also with the person that brought up the Burj Khalifa, climbing to the top to see the sunset again. Who's ever done that with a star? Who's watched a star set, climbed to the top of Burj Khalifa, and could see the star again?
I don't think you can do that either.
Well, stars are much further than the sun. The sun is also a star, but it's closer to Earth.
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth?
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth? Does it have like direct sunlight on Earth at all times? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the claim is that the sun is so large and the Earth is so tiny that the sunlight coming from the sun produces effectively parallel rays to each other. It's as if the sun's surface is flat.
Right. We're supposed to be engulfed in the sun's light.
So what are you trying to say? Like it should be day at all times? From a globalist perspective?
No, not at all. No. Of course, if the Earth was a sphere, the sun was, as they say, then it's and there's only one side of that globe facing that light source. Then how could it possibly be lit on all sides by the one light source from one direction? It's silly.
What evidence do we have that sun rays are parallel and that the sun's surface is effectively flat, but the Earth is curved and round? Meanwhile, we see the opposite, right? The surface of the Earth appears flat, and it's the sun that appears small and round.
When you guys are talking about perspective, that like when you see the sun so small, it's just far away. When the moon gets closer to Earth, it gets bigger. When
The sun also changes in solar diameter. You can see this with solar filters. Right? So back to the question. I mean, why would stars not change in their luminosity by 23,000 times if it's bound to the same effects as what's attenuating the sunlight by 23,000 times? The effects being caused by Earth's atmosphere, supposedly. That's not perspective. The point of this probing question is to get you to reconsider what the hell the sun, moon, and stars actually are.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to that. Yeah. So you don't think they work differently. They have different sizes. That's what you think.
Yeah, I don't know by what means they're manifesting themselves. I don't know what the medium is that they're in. We've got great stories from NASA and from anybody who accepts this cosmology that prevails today. But the stories are full of holes. We identify problems and we talk about those problems here.
Did you guys talk about how does the sun, we get like if you're in the northern hemisphere, for example, if you're in America, you get like a half day of sunlight and the other half is dark. But if you went south on a specific time of year, it's 24 hours. It doesn't disappear. So how is that? Is there multiple suns?
Not that you know, but I mean, it looks like it moves.
It moves, but it doesn't disappear from there. Like if you're in the southern hemisphere, like if you're...
That's it. It moves away. It moves away, and you happen to be where it's hanging out. That's it. Those would be the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. It migrates between the two, and that's called a tropical year.
Yeah, can I add something on this, Yoda?
Yeah.
I think ultimately we don't know what the stars and the sun and the moon is. There's lots of ancient cosmology you can look into in the old world where the sky was described as extremely mysterious, lots of reflective properties, lots of mysteries in the sky that wasn't explained or even alluded to, things that we wouldn't even sort of consider nowadays. I think we've made the mistake of assuming we know what the sun is, we know what the southern hemisphere is, we know what the northern hemisphere is, and what's causing it. Once you've taken that away, the sky could be anything, and the southern hemisphere could be completely different from the northern hemisphere. So I just want you to keep an open mind, that looking at a 24-hour sun in the south doesn't prove anything in terms of where we live. The heavenly bodies and the stars is extremely mysterious, and I think we've lost that after they gave us the globe model.
Yeah, and crazy calendars. I mean, we can continue on with the sun all day. I've got some more interesting facts about the sun you probably haven't heard of.
Tell me.
Okay. So, we have 365 days in a year. Everyone knows this. And you can watch the sun go up and the sun go down 365 days. And they say due to Earth's movement around the sun, there's a little bit extra. They say there's like 365.24 days in a year. There's like this gradual accumulation of 1/4 a day every year. And this is why they say we need a leap year. Because those hours accumulate, and every 4 years, you slap on an extra day, and this uses up the excess time that was created that wasn't accounted for. And after the leap year, it resets. Well, here's a funny thing. No matter where you live, if you pick one day out of the year, potentially, let's say you can use an equinox or solstice as a starting point. So let's say you use the autumnal equinox. That's the fall equinox. As a starting point, you can then count 365 sun-ups and sundowns before the sun returns back to where it was, and you're at the autumnal equinox again. You can do this the next year and count 365 up and down. And then the next year, 365 sunups and sundowns. But on the fourth year, there are 366 sunups and sundowns by the time the sun gets back to where it started on the autumnal equinox. In other words, somewhere in there is an actual extra day for the sun to return back to the autumnal equinox position. How does that work under heliocentrism? The other funny thing is that 4-year pattern, the natural one that I talked about, doesn't coincide with the leap years on our calendar. It's offset by 2 years. So unless you were paying attention, you wouldn't know to look for it. Isn't that weird? There's an actual extra day every 4 years between autumnal equinoxes, or between spring equinoxes, or between summer solstices, winter. The point is you pick an exact precise moment in the sky where the sun is, and you mark it down. And there's this strange 4-year cycle where the sun exact period 365 times, sun up to sundown, for 3 years, and on the 4th year, it does it 366 times.
Yet there seems to be no change in sort of star alignments and constellations. I find that very strange.
Other explanation is that these things are so far away that you don't notice any parallax. And then in the slight case, there is some kind of blip or bump in the motion of a star. They say, well, that's proper motion.
All right.
Yeah, those wascally wabbits, they make their claim unfalsifiable by saying it's happening so slowly, but it is changing, but so slowly that human beings, even over multiple lifetimes of recording these, are not going to notice or barely notice any change. And you know what? They may change somehow over time. It doesn't prove anything.
I was wondering, Yoda, for the gent before he leaves, he did ask about GPS. I was going to mention a few things, but I think I'd love you to touch on sort of, you know, the reference in the flat Earth and the ECEF coordinates if you've got time.
Yeah, sure. So most people don't understand that these things are just beacons that are providing a physical signal, and that they have to be at a certain elevation in the sky for you to acquire them. Or at least you have to be pointing at a certain elevation in the sky to acquire them. Probably because whatever direction they're coming from, there's a lot of crap in the way on the horizon. Trees, hills, cars, buildings. So you're already not talking to all the satellites at once. You're using a limited view of the sky. And you're actually not talking to them. They're talking to you. They're one way. They transmit from wherever they are to your receiver. All the fun stuff happens on your receiver. The receivers, most of them actually, will provide 2 coordinate reference systems. And the primary one that it uses for you is going to be east-north up or north-east down. This is a planar flat Earth coordinate reference system. Most people are unaware of this, that yes, GPS spits out flat Earth coordinates for every receiver. For every receiver, rather, takes GPS beacons and converts into flat Earth coordinates. Why is that? At the same time, they'll also calculate ECEF coordinates. ECEF globally chains everybody's flat Earth locations together. So It's really funny. It's like how many flat spots can you put on a ball? If every receiver is using planar coordinates, how's that possible? How's it possible to be that accurate? Well, the funny thing is receivers can also swap out different references, different mathematical reference data. And what I mean by that is your receiver can take the same signals that everybody gets and calculate a different coordinate system out of it. Flat ones, globe ones, moon ones, using the same satellite signals. It's because it's pretty arbitrary, guys.
Jupiter, did you hear that? Did you get what he said?
Yeah, I was hearing.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. So like what surveyors might do is they'll use what's called differential GPS. So they will use local emitters that are patched into this network. And the receivers will use local emitters to enrich the accuracy of the data that they may or may not be getting from GPS satellites. And they can process those signals that they're getting, very accurate signals. They can process that into any coordinate reference system they like. On their total stations that they may use for this, they can select which reference ellipsoid to use. The one that was made in the 1860s, one that was made in the 1920s, one that was made in the 1980s, one that was made in the 1990s. And all of their coordinates don't match each other. They can also decide to use state plane coordinates, flat Earth coordinates. That's right. In some parts of the world, they may be required to actually use a flat datum instead of a globe datum. One case in point is something called the British National Grid System, which was created from the UK Ordnance Survey. This is a 2,500 kilometer by 2,500 kilometer square centered over Great Britain. And it's flat coordinates. They don't match latitude and longitude at all.
What's that grid system called?
British National Grid System.
What do they use that for?
Probably official surveying of the realm.
Right. Yeah. Just raw.
You know,
surveying. Yeah, makes sense.
You know, and they will slap that onto a reference ellipsoid if they want, and they have done that. They've taken these squares and they've bent them onto WGS84, but that's optional.
So Jupiter, just to keep you involved, ultimately they're using data from flat Earth. They're mapping it flat and assuming a sphere, and they're transforming that data into a spherical coordinate system.
This is the same process.
ECEF. Yeah.
We see the same pattern, the same template, you could say, like everywhere we look. Physical measurements are flat. The ones in reality are flat. And then the calculations come in afterwards, or they bend it around a ball. They do this for navigation. They do this for surveying.
He's actually onto something there. If you could find a very large flat lake, a slightly buoyant string across the lake, he could easily prove there's no curvature.
They did this with light, with a laser pointer, and they flat earthed. They wanted to prove that the light will travel in a straight line, but it actually curved.
Where was this?
Yeah, I don't think that was a laser, my friend. That was
So
just
it's
a
some
light.
kind of device
Special.
that shine some kind of light.
Yeah, everybody thinks they know the story because they read about it on the internet. The internet gets it wrong because nobody actually watched the video. And nobody talked to the people that were there to do it. Let me tell you what happened. A guy, I think Steve or somebody from FE Corps, the guys, he set up a laser on one side and they left it running all night and ended up burning the collimator out, melting it. And this is responsible for basically creating the laser beam. So when it came time to do their observations and measurements, they'd already busted their own laser. So they didn't use the collimator anymore. They effectively used a flashlight. The problem with the flashlight is if you shine it through a hole, the diffraction that comes out of the hole will diffract the light in all directions, and the hole becomes basically a new source of light itself, diffracting everywhere out from the hole. So you're not going to be able to prove by looking at that source of light emanating from the hole that source of light emanating from the hole is level with the flashlight behind it. That's one problem. You don't have a continuous beam, in other words. At least nothing that you can prove using their means. Secondly, the geometry for it to be a globe, Jared's arms would have had to be something like 12 feet high when he was holding up, I guess, or climbing a ladder or something. Did he climb a ladder? It's been a while since I've looked at this. Regardless, the height, there's a height problem too on the receiving end. So whatever they did didn't prove that Earth was a globe, and they couldn't have any means to do it. Meanwhile, we've got much more professionally done, you could call it that, much more rigorously done laser tests by people who have PhDs in related fields of optics. I'd point no further than Dr. John Dee. Although I like FE Corps' laser tests. So if you're interested in laser tests, I'm sure someone in the text chat could post you a bunch.
Yeah, I can post the FE Core one.
I'd love for somebody to submit what is presented as a globe curvature measurement with the laser. Nobody's ever done that. Same with infrared. I'd love for somebody to say, we found the globe horizon in infrared, here it is. Nobody's ever done that. I'd love for somebody to do a planar survey and discover drop over distance without a reference ellipsoid. Nobody's ever done that. And when it comes to getting globe evidence from globers, they come up empty every single time. Meanwhile, we've got measurements all over the place that reveal no globe exists at all. And what's their best argument? Well, satellites, GPS. Well, guess what? We looked into how those things work, and no, they're not exclusive proof at all, the globe. Now, you have a story of how they work, of course. How can you verify any of that? Right?
Exactly. It's just flat data with transformations, and people don't realize what's happening.
People are unaware that satellites in the GPS network, they don't know where they are. They're told where they think they are. At least that's how the technology is presented to work. Like, this isn't just me claiming this. This is how they claim it works. And I can explain it simply, that you've got basically ground stations all over the Earth. These ground stations are looking for these satellites. and they track them using elevation and azimuthal angles in the sky, noting their time and their angular displacement in the sky. And so the ground stations transmit their coordinates along with their observations of where they think these satellites are, all of them, to a central processing station. And then the central processing station says, basically, all right, if Earth is a globe and these things we're seeing there, then we're going to go broadcast to all these satellites where they think they are, based off of where they were seen, based off of the assumption of a globe. And so the main hub, ground processing station, prepares the data, and then that data is beamed in the uplink and the backhaul to the constellation of GPS satellites. So now the GPS satellites are told where they are based off of where people saw them, based off of where they thought they were on the globe. The whole thing's circular. Meanwhile, the receivers are not globe dependent whatsoever. They collect the beacons, and they can assemble and retransform that data into any shape they want.
Scared about Mama. It's okay.
The more I hear you talk, the more I'm realizing the globe is just a coordinate system. That's all it is.
It's actually not flat, though. Did you know that?
Right. So if you were to take the globe and remove all the land masses and water off of it,
because it's a circle,
you're basically
it's not
left.
flat.
You're basically left with the celestial sphere.
Stupid.
Yeah, he's upset. So yeah, you take the globe, remove the land masses, remove the water, remove all the markings. You got a celestial sphere. Just start rotating it around 15 degrees per hour. So the equator represents what's called the celestial equator, and this is where you measure declination from the stars. So if you have like a telescope and you want to aim it at the sky, you can obtain what's called like the right ascension of stars, which is where they are longitudinally with respect to how far away they are declination from the celestial equator. And that's all latitude and longitude. It's just been translated. It's been projected from the sky onto the ground, and then the ground retains the same geometry that the sky was conceived to be.
I feel like longitude was the most powerful tool that they created for the globe.
Oh, yeah.
It's the biggest tool they've got, isn't it? Because every so-called globe evidence relies on this longitude coordinate system. Without that, they don't have any evidence whatsoever.
Yep. There's a lot of trickiness that goes on. Nevertheless, I mean, people in the South do witness an apparent location in the sky around which arcs of stars are traced. And that point is fixed. But the question is are you staring like in a long tube and you've got perspective? Or are you staring at a dome and you're seeing a point on it? Or are you staring at some other geometry? Is it something that's just so incomprehensibly complex you have no idea what the hell it could be? Nobody freaking knows. But people created a sphere out of the sky nonetheless. And the sphere was created from picking and choosing which stars work the best. And you're only supposed to observe those stars within the celestial sphere concept. You're only supposed to observe those stars between certain times and at certain elevations. So the sphere itself was an arbitrary choice based off of a selective and limited view of the sky. That's it. And there are other ways to conceive the sky geometry. And that has profound implications for using it. Because if you're going to retain whatever geometry you create out of the sky, if you're going to use that for navigating and you want to simplify it, you're going to create the ground to be the same shape. And however you use it will be internally consistent. So if you can create a dinosaur nugget shape out of the celestial heavens at night, Go for it.
I was about to say I could make any fucking shape I want if I create a consistent coordinate system.
Yeah, you just have to provide explanations. So how come the stars appear this way, but on your coordinate system appears that way? Well, those stars are further than these stars. They're going to appear to move slower, but they're not. Pretty funny.
This is the hocus pocus of the globe, and it just goes over everybody's head. And I must admit, it's not easy to wrap your head around, right? It's very, because they've built so much technology that uses it. People don't realize that, you can't, you can't put the globe on a flat. You can't put the globe on a flat map. You know what I mean? People don't even realize that, and that, this system is to kind of correct for the fact that we can't actually map the globe as something in reality in terms of a map.
I gotta go. And Sheepdog, you're hot micing. Please mute.
All right, Yoda. Always a pleasure to hear your input.
Mighty, now's your opportunity to present the winning globe argument.
What?
Well,
What are you talking
okay.
about, dude?
Yeah,
well, let's just let him get his thing out. So we know
I want to hear what he's just. I just want him to get it out, so he can get it out to the audience and everybody can hear
if the surface is flat like you observe it to be, then what?
Are you gonna let me finish my sentence this time, or are you gonna keep?
Well, you're talking, dude. So just
Well, let's
say
do
it.
this. Let's do this. I'll try to get my point across one more time, and if you mute me again, then there's no point continuing. I'll just laugh in silence and
You'll keep
see how
coming
you
back,
guys
dude.
are
It's not.
scared.
You're gonna keep coming back, so just keep
I keep coming back because I like seeing people clown you idiots. It's funny, and that's why I come
Is
back.
that what's happening right now? You being unable to present an argument, clowning
well,
us.
muting. It's really hard to get a point across, and you do.
Yeah, we've given you like 100 chances now. Just get the argument out.
Okay, watch how
or
you're going to
stop
mute me.
meta
Then. Okay,
whining.
watch this. I'm going to call you guys muting me in a second. Okay, so when you're standing on a surface of the Earth, right, and you're looking at the sun disappearing into the horizon, and it's going down and down and down, setting off of the horizon. So you know it's going off the horizon because you see it disappearing below the horizon, right? It's not getting further away in distance. It's changing the shape. It's going down. Okay. So then it disappears completely, and it's getting dark, and you don't see the sun anymore. But if you go on a tower that's standing right next to you, and you go up, 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 up in elevation, suddenly the sun comes back into vision. How is that possible on a flat surface?
Okay, well, why? What are you claiming is the cause of this?
Earth curvature, obviously.
Okay, can you substantiate that?
Yeah, because on a flat surface, when something's disappearing across the horizon, you can't see it if you go higher in elevation. But on a curved surface, it's disappearing behind the curve, and that's why you can't see it. You go up in elevation, and you can suddenly see it.
Well, that's just a declaration from you. Could I actually see some justification of this curved surface that you're claiming is there?
Why does it need justification? It's pure logic.
Well, because you say it's there. Okay, so how much is there? Let's say over 10 miles.
Well, it doesn't matter. The distance doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, it does matter because you're saying the curvature is there. So how much is there? Over 10 miles, let's say.
Why does it matter?
Because we want to make you stake a claim so that you can then justify this
You're
claim.
trying to get into semantics because you're losing.
Is there a specific curvature, or is it just a vague curvature?
Can you stick to the logic? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. You've said the cause of this phenomena that you're claiming is curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
So now you need to substantiate that there is indeed a curvature of the Earth to be the cause of your phenomena.
I just gave you one.
We're going to get into the specifics of your claim. So is it a specific rate of curvature?
My question, right? Is that?
Well, no, it's because we're seeing if you've got any justification for this argument. So is it a specific rate of curvature? What's the rate of curvature that you're claiming?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it does, because you need to justify that this rate exists. So it does matter. This is your argument, dude.
It doesn't matter.
Are you unaware that this is your argument? You've just said that the cause that you just claimed is this curvature, and now you're saying the curvature isn't important.
Yeah, it's not important. The distance to the curvature is not important.
So your entire argument is not important.
Why?
Because your argument is I see the sun do this because of Earth curvature. Okay, let's discuss that Earth curvature. No, that's not important.
No, I said the distance to the curvature is not important.
Yeah, the specifics of the curvature, that's important because that's what you're claiming.
Specifics of the curvature. It's the specific.
Yeah, it is the specifics of the curvature. So how much curvature is there over 10 miles? What's your rate of
Again,
curvature?
you're trying to
What
get
curvature are you
Gallup to this
claiming?
other subject because you can't answer this
Other
question.
subject? This is the cause. This is the cause you're claiming.
No, you're trying. I asked you a clear question. Very simple logic.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about curvature, you want to take curvature off the
I am
table, is that
talking
right?
about curvature. You're gonna have to explain what I just.
Okay, what rate of curvature and where's this been measured or detected? Well, it does. Has it ever been detected?
You're trying to divert because you can't answer the question.
It's not a diversion. It's an examination. It's an examination of your argument. It's not a diversion. I'm directly addressing your claimed cause, curvature.
Again, you can pretend the distance is whatever you want. I don't care. I'm fine with whatever.
Pretend the distance. Does it not have a specific rate of curvature?
It doesn't matter for the example.
No. Does it or does it not? Is there a specific rate of curvature? Is there a rate of curvature that we can understand and know what the claim is or not?
We can discuss that after you answer my question.
Well, I'm challenging your assumption that the cause of the phenomena you're seeing is this curvature. That's your entire argument.
So what other cause?
So if you can't justify the cause, well, what other causes have you considered other than this curvature that you can't even describe?
Well, what other things that I've considered?
Yeah, what have you considered?
I've never considered anything besides it being a.
You never bothered to consider anything else other than this curvature that you don't know the details of.
Well, I know the details of it, but it's irrelevant for the question.
Okay, so what are the details of it?
Well,
What's
why
the
are you
rate?
trying to stick into semantics when it's?
Because we want to know if it's true. We want to know if it's true.
Well, okay. So first, explain to me how this works.
No. We want to know if the curvature claim that you're making is true. Therefore, you have to tell us what this rate of curvature you're claiming is.
Because I understand what the game here is. You're trying to get
it's a game, so you can't substantiate. Well, is there a number,
and then when I
or is there not a number?
And then when I give you the number, you're just going to jump to a completely different.
Then when we give you, okay, what
these oil rigs? They're this and this distance away, and they're not disappearing.
What are you saying? Are you saying the observations don't match? Are you saying the observations don't match the number that you'd give us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're going to try and take it to a completely different direction from what.
So do the observations match the numbers?
Well, they do, yes. If you.
So that oil rig example, that you gave us.
You jump.
Yeah, the one you just brought up.
It's funny.
The one you just brought up.
Yeah. So
does that number match the observation?
Yes,
the curvature.
The reason why you can see the oil rig is because.
Oh, it does.
Yes, it does.
So where does it say the geometric horizon should be again for a 1-foot observer?
Again, you're trying to get into semantics again and talk about like.
No. This is the number.
Horizon.
This is the number that you mentioned.
The reason I gave you the example I gave you.
See how he's wriggling away.
It's because it doesn't matter.
See how you're running away from now, whether it matches.
You're already posting the shit on side chat.
So the observations don't match the number that you're claiming, and that's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why it's irrelevant.
You're not taking refraction into account, and thank you for proving.
Refraction.
Yes.
What do you mean? Why are you saying refraction?
Because you're showing me a picture of an oil rig, which is clearly, you haven't calculated.
You said the numbers match the model. So why are you now saying refraction?
Because you have to take into account things like refraction. These are atmospherical things you have to take into account when you're calculating distance and looking at an observation from a distance. But I don't want to get bogged into that. It's not.
And that matches what model?
That would be funny. Is because the calculation to the horizon.
So what model did you use for the oil rig example to say that it matches?
You see how you jump into the oil rigs every time when I give you this example because
you brought up the oil rigs.
No,
you brought up the oil rigs.
The oil rigs because that's what you like talking about.
Yeah, you brought up the oil rigs.
I gave
so you dug your own grave. You made your own little.
Any math. You don't have to do any math at all.
You dug your own little punji stick hole to fall into.
Anything. You can use whatever numbers you want. It's not going to.
Whatever numbers you want, because it's not real. It's just fantasy. So we can just make up any bullshit numbers we want. That's how you think. That's why you're arguing for the globe.
You can't do
you can't get into the specifics. You can't say the specifics of your globe. Because you're terrified of them. Because you already know the oil rig observation alone doesn't match that number.
Okay.
That's why you're spazzing out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm spazzing
out.
Okay.
So a 1-foot observer should see A geometric horizon where?
Yeah, we're not going to play this game. You're going
You're not going to play this game. You can't say it. You can't address your own belief. You're terrified of it.
And I'll answer your question. Okay, how about that?
No, you're dishonest.
No.
You're emotional.
I'm not
You're too
gonna-
emotional. You can't discuss it. You just made an argument based on curvature.
You're evading the question and asking.
You just made an argument based on curvature.
I'm the one who's
Yeah. You're coping. You're coping. Because you just made an argument about curvature, and I asked you to talk about it, and you tried to run away immediately.
That's exactly what happened, right, Cyclone?
Yeah, you can't tell us what the rate of curvature is supposed to be. You say it can be any number. Doesn't matter, because you don't care about the truth.
I gave you.
You don't care about reality.
Any number. The reason why I gave you that example is because numbers are irrelevant.
It's because you know the globe model doesn't match reality. That's why you don't want to adhere to it.
Yours doesn't match reality either, just as I just explained, right?
You already know that no one's ever observed or measured or detected any curvature
Your world
ever.
doesn't match this example either.
And this is why you have to keep talking through me, coping, just being
So you're not
a little nerd.
Okay, I'll wait here in side chat until you have an answer for me. Thank you.
I bet it upsets you that you only experience a flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah, it really, really aggravates me when I drive to work
I know
every day.
it
I'm like,
does.
fuck, why is the Earth flat?
I know you
Why is
try
it
to
round?
convince
Damn it.
yourself, why is that horizon so flat? You're lying to me, horizon. Why does this ground not seem like it's spinning?
Guilty as charged. You're totally onto me.
Yeah, they've made you delusional, and you're desperate
Who's
for
they?
it.
Who's they?
There's nothing more sad to see. You're
they?
desperate to believe.
Who's they?
You're desperate to believe.
You're not even going to say
The little
who's they.
talking heads on TV. Whoever bought you into this delusion that you're now defending shamelessly.
Who is it? Who is it? NASA?
Who is it?
The government?
NASA.
Your teachers, your mom.
Is that who you believe? Is it NASA?
Everyone's just lying to me.
From your perspective, though,
No, they're just wrong. and You're gullible.
From your perspective, though, the Earth is flat and motionless, right?
Oh, you're just trying to divert the argument again.
Oh, you can't answer the question that you experience.
I
a
can
flat
answer your question.
motionless
Yeah,
Earth?
of course I can. If you can answer mine.
Okay, so what is it? You do experience the Earth from your perspective as flat and motionless? That's right, right?
Yeah.
Just
So
it's
when you're
too big
standing
to
on
see the curve.
when you're
See,
standing
you can't
on
do it. See, you can't do it.
sunset, and then it goes beyond the horizon. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
what's
you
the
see the
horizon
flat
on it?
motionless Earth,
Hey,
innit?
Wolfgang, let me ask him a question. What's the
Also,
horizon on the flat Earth?
Where's the container, by the way?
Okay, what's the horizon on the flat Earth? Look, you said if the
Why do
sun
you butt in,
sets on a
Indio?
flat Earth, when you go higher, the horizon wouldn't extend, right?
I never said horizon wouldn't extend. By the way, we had this discussion like multiple times already, Indio. You always butt in and try
Yeah,
to.
okay. Your meta
opinion.
doesn't. I don't care.
Because
I don't
they
care.
suck at
I don't care.
standing up for
He's
I don't care,
upset.
dude. I
He's
don't care.
upset.
So you call Indio your priest to like.
Okay,
Indio,
no one's a priest
owning
here.
us the facts. Please come and help us. And
He's that's projection. That's projection, my friend.
Speaking of priest, man, you need to
Actually,
exercise.
I don't have
right
anyone
now.
talking for me. Do you see anyone talking for
You
me?
said the sun go. You said the sun. No, I wanted to talk.
Why
I've been
does
waiting
Indio
for a
have to come
while.
in
I
and
wanted to
save
say
his
something
child
about
from
your
being destroyed?
original thing that you said can't be addressed.
Well, I'll finish.
I'm
my
going to address it.
Cyclone, and then you can continue.
Sorry, Indio. I've already got him triggered, so he's going to be incomprehensible and manic
I know.
for the next 40 minutes at least.
I just want the statement about the horizon. You said when you go up, you wouldn't be able to see the sunset again. Why is that?
Did I say you wouldn't be able to see the sunset again?
Well, why don't you repeat to us what you said in the beginning?
Well, how are you going to take Psycho's place in? Are you going to tag him out?
Just repeat it to us, dude. Or did you forget already?
I just want to know who I'm debating. You know?
I'm on your
Dude.
side, Mighty. You're embarrassing us. Stop.
Dude, we
embarrassing
just
us.
really want the fucking your original thing, the thing you said he's not answering. We want that.
Okay. You want that?
Yeah,
So
let's
that's
hear it.
you, Indio. Okay. So Cyclone's out of the debate. Let's continue with Indio then.
Dude,
I said-
fuck with your meta, dude. I'm
He's-
gonna just
he's
mute you.
so funny.
Continue.
He's so triggered. He's so triggered.
I'm not gonna allow this, dude. I'm telling you right now. You're fucking every third sentence, some meta commentary on the conversation is fucking boring. We don't need a play-by-play, Howard Cosell.
Okay. So what I said is you go higher in elevation and then you can see the sun pull back into vision after it already set on the flat plane.
Okay.
Flat being the surface, not a flat surface. Okay.
And that what creates the horizon on a flat Earth?
What creates the horizon?
Yeah, what is the horizon on a flat Earth?
You already asked me this last time. You're going in circles.
Well, I'm asking you again because that's the thing you said when you go higher.
Yeah.
You can see the sun again. That wouldn't happen on a flat Earth.
What? No, because if it's setting behind the
Okay,
horizon.
so that would mean the horizon would be in a fixed position, and when you go higher, it didn't move.
Yes, correct. If you go higher, the horizon would
Oh,
move.
where is the horizon then on this fixed position? Where is it fixed at? Is it the edge of the Earth?
It doesn't matter. You can picture it.
It does matter. It does matter. Where is the horizon? The edge of the Earth?
Again,
we want to determine on whether what would happen on a flat surface. If we want to determine whether it would happen on a flat surface or not, we need to know where the horizon is.
Where's the edge of the Earth? You said the edge of the Earth. Where's that?
I'm asking you if that's where you think the horizon is.
Why would I think there's an edge to the Earth if I think it's a sphere?
It's so funny. This is this guy's NPC loop.
Your hypothetical flat Earth that you made up in your head that the sun can't set the way it does on a globe, right? That hypothetical flat Earth you made up in your head. Where is the horizon on that flat Earth that you made up in your head? Because you're making a prediction.
Again, I already told you. Like the horizon.
No, you didn't, dude. You're making a prediction about the what a flat Earth would entail. You're making a prediction, and you won't tell us how you got to that prediction.
Okay, so the horizon is whatever apparent line you have where the sky and this Earth's surface appear to meet. That doesn't. It doesn't.
What
it doesn't
determines
matter.
that?
What do you mean? What determines that? It's what your eyes see. It doesn't matter. You can.
It
say
does matter because because you said that X wouldn't happen on a flat Earth,
Right.
and we're talking about the horizon cutting off the sun. So we need to know where the horizon would appear to be at different elevations.
God. Okay, let me explain this again. The horizon does not change if you go higher in elevation. Okay, the horizon is still the horizon. What I'm trying to tell you is if you have a flat Earth like a table and you take a popsicle stick and you stick a picture of a sun on it and you take it next to the table and you start making it sink down and down and down and you're looking at the sun set behind the table, if you go higher up the table, you're not going to see the sun suddenly pop into view. That only happens. No, you won't. If it goes behind the table and you go higher.
No, listen, bro. If you go higher, your angle is going to change.
No. If it
you're
goes
going to increase the
behind the table.
So why are you interrupting? Behind the table? What are you talking about? Sun doesn't go behind the Earth.
Below the table, below.
The sun doesn't go below the table.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because there's no evidence it does.
Okay, you see a circle, a really big yellow-red circle, going down. Right? It's cutting off the edge of the circle. The shape is changing. You see it going down and down.
What's cutting it off?
The horizon.
Okay, what's that?
Oh my God, you're bogging it down to this thing where
it's either the edge of the Earth or it's some fucking optical effect, dude.
Again,
so it's either some apparent
edge of the Earth on a sphere. That doesn't make any sense. What you're saying.
The whole sphere is the edge of the Earth, dude. Every point on the surface of the sphere is the fucking edge, dude.
On a flat Earth, that would make sense. There's an edge because it can fall.
No, there's an edge on a sphere, dude.
Okay.
Edge means furthest from the center.
Okay.
The entire surface is the edge.
Okay. So if the entire surface is the edge, then why are you explaining the horizon?
So the thing that blocks the sun, that cuts the sun in half, that's the horizon, right? That's where the land is. That's where the Earth is. And past that point, the Earth is going down, curving away, right?
The Earth is going down, curving away?
Yeah, curving away, dude. That's the apex of the curve that you're looking at.
No, the sun is...
The horizon is not the apex of the curve that you can see.
The horizon is not the apex of the curve? What does that
I'm asking.
mean? What do you...
The tangent point. Dude, are you confused, bro?
I'm not confused. You're just...
No, you're just not listening. I bet you if I asked you to repeat back to me anything I fucking said, you wouldn't be able
to. Ask. Why is it that every single time I join, you guys are like super riled up and acting like dicks?
Hey, how come every time you join, you do meta commentary that no one cares about? Okay, really simple. The horizon, that thing that cuts the sun in half, either it's the Earth or it's not the Earth.
Well,
which one is it?
Do you mean physically or like line of sight? It's not physically cutting the sun, if that's what you're asking.
It's cutting your line of sight to the sun, right? Physically.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So if I go out one day and 1 mile away, that horizon cuts the sun in half, and then the next day, the horizon's 10 miles away and cuts the sun in half. Did the Earth change size?
So the horizon wouldn't change.
It changes all the time. What are you talking about?
The distance to the horizon would not change.
It changes all the time.
If you're standing stationary?
Yes.
Why would the distance to the horizon change if you're standing stationary?
Because the horizon is at the edge of a fucking ball.
Oh, but it is.
Oh, but it's not. Because we know because the horizon moves around.
The horizon moves around.
That's right. Where the horizon, the distance the horizon appears to be moves. You can look in the chat. No Tanks just posted something, right? That's the horizon. See it moving around?
Your claim is the horizon moves around.
It's not my claim. It's what's observed in reality.
No, what you're observing in reality is atmospheric refraction and other.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because, okay, explain to me how explain to me how the horizon is moving around.
That's not an answer to my question.
Because my contention is horizon doesn't move around. You're always at the same distance to the horizon on a sphere, at least. I don't know how it works on your flat plane.
Okay.
Can you explain on your flat plane how the horizon would appear at least to be moving around? How does that?
Because the horizon is created by the meteorological conditions of the day. It's not created by the edge or the freaking curvature of the Earth.
So you're saying basically that every
and we know this from experiment.
So you're saying your claim is you're going to see.
It's not a claim.
It's a claim. It's definitely a claim.
It's demonstrable. It's not a claim. Okay. The oil rigs you didn't want to talk about. The horizon's 10 miles too far.
You can't even answer this question because you'd have to assume where the sun is and what the distance is and what the size is, and you can't even tell me that.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is, in order to claim that you know the sun is disappearing behind a certain horizon, you would have to know the distance, the size, and the direction it's moving to. And none of you ever claim you know the size, the distance, and where the motion of the sun is moving to.
Okay.
Totally incoherent, just exactly the same thing you did with me. Anyway, funny chat, guys. I'm gonna hold on, dude.
Run.
Chill out, mate.
Chill out. You got destroyed. You can go.
I'm gonna. Yeah, dude. It doesn't surprise me that you're that delusional. But yeah, I am going to be taken off, so I'm going to go on listen mode. But continue spiraling, Mighty, because it is entertaining. You're having a total meltdown. Yeah, good chat, good stuff, Indio.
Yeah, good to hear you.
I'm getting destroyed by this guy, so I'm going to run away now. That's nice coping, dude.
Yeah,
so
your
delusion
Mighty,
is noted.
So Mighty, it's really simple. You think the sun's getting blocked by the fucking curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. And if the horizon moves around, that's impossible.
And
if the horizon moves around, that's impossible.
If the horizon, you have to assert that the horizon is indeed running around, changing positions every day.
We know it is because we have fucking hundreds of videos of this.
You have videos of this. I have videos.
Hundreds, dude.
Wait.
Hundreds.
I have videos of space, and you're not willing to accept that as a.
Yeah, but we can't verify any of that. You can go to the exact same fucking spot where all these videos were taken and take them yourself. You don't have videos of space, by the way. You don't. You have zero videos of space. Someone else has videos of space. Someone else claims they have videos of space, and you are trying to piggyback on what their claim. Okay?
Go to YouTube. You'll see plenty pictures of space. Plenty pictures, videos.
Cool. I can go on YouTube and see pictures of fucking Mordor, Middle Earth, fucking Jack and the Beanstalk, fucking Yeti, Superman, Loch Ness Monster, elves, ghosts, aliens, fucking on and on and on. Santa Claus.
Flat Earths, dancing, moving horizons. Yeah, all that shit.
No, bro. No. I filmed this myself, dude. Why don't you go to the... Hey, bro, do this. Actually go to the fucking beach. Maybe you should actually go do an experiment. Do a test yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, heaven forbid. Heaven forbid you checked anything.
The problem is you're engaging these experiments with flat Earth goggles. You're not.
What does that even mean?
It means you're biased about your checking. You're trying to prove an already asserted agenda. Like you're trying to prove the Earth is flat, already assuming it's flat. So then you do all these miscalculations and all these.
Okay, you evaluated what I was doing with your fucking Globetard goggles. How do you know what the fuck I'm doing when I go make an observation?
And then you're like, oh, look, it matches my observation.
Okay, how? No, dude, wrong. How do you know what the fuck I'm doing when I go out?
Because I've multiple times, like you presented your quote-unquote evidence here in this chat room, not you specifically, but flat Earth retards, and they always show the same experiments that are done wrong. So why would I assume?
Such as what? Can you name one?
Yeah, the fucking flashlight experiment that they did, the lasers experiment.
The flashlight experiment. Which one is that?
The notorious one they did over the lake, and they self-own themselves and showed that the Earth is indeed a fucking globe. That one.
Dude, first of all, it wasn't on a fucking lake. It was on fucking land next to a canal, done with a flashlight. You are a fucking dunce, dude. It wasn't done on a lake. It wasn't even done near water.
Of course it was. You want me to show you?
It was done on land, you dumb fuck.
Okay, let me show you the experiment then, and you tell me if it's on a lake or on a surface. You'll tell me.
Are you talking about Jeranism?
I don't remember their names.
Netflix. TikTok.
Yeah. Netflix.
There was no water, bro. They did it next to a canal, but they did it on the land. There was a road next to the canal. They did it on the land because the canal had a freaking steep ass side. If they would have tried to go down into the canal, they never would have got out. You know, there was like 100 people there.
Let me find you the experiment 1 second.
It wasn't an experiment. Doesn't say it actually demonstrated a flat Earth, but you're too dumb to know that. They would have had to be 18 feet tall to lift the light over the curve of the Earth. You know that, right, Mighty?
I know that. You don't. That's why you.
So they would have to be 18 feet tall. Do you think they're 18 feet tall?
Well, why would they even do this experiment if they don't know how to do it in the first place?
Okay, who's they?
Your people, the flat Earth.
They aren't my people.
Yeah, they're flat earthers. So what are they?
So what? Well, who made that club?
You.
No.
Flat earthers. Yes.
Dude, no. So most pedophiles are globe earthers. You know that, right?
No, I don't. But it wouldn't surprise.
Yeah, they are though.
Most pedophiles are flat earthers.
No, they're globe earthers.
Well, yeah, that's because 99% of people on the globe.
Yeah. So guess what? You're suspect.
Okay.
See how stupid that is? Cut it out, dude. Grow up.
It's not really. Doesn't.
No, grow up, dude.
I am grown up, but
okay. Whatever Jeranism did has nothing to do with us, me. I don't fucking endorse him. Never did, never will. Okay. Your conclusion is based upon a fucking hit piece that selectively edited his. That's interesting. That he said fucking 4 hours before. Okay. This is what you got to rely on. So outstanding that you said that, hey, flat earthers do experiments wrong. Which one? And then you named one where he proved the fucking globe, you said. Did he do that wrong?
He did his experiment wrong. He was expecting.
So it was wrong, so he didn't prove the globe.
No,
so he didn't prove the globe.
What I'm saying is, he did the experiment.
And he didn't prove the globe because he did it wrong?
No, I'm saying he didn't prove it flat because it didn't work out with how he thought the experiment would go out.
It's because he burnt out the fucking laser, dude.
It wasn't a laser. It was like a flashlight or something.
I know, because he burnt out the laser. He had a laser with a collimator, and he left it on too long, and the collimator gets hot and melted to the laser.
Okay.
Of course you know all this.
Well, if you do, then I guess you know more about your people than you're saying.
Well, you know, after it happened, he did a stream where he described everything that happened in the test. Plus, I know Geolove, who was there.
Amazing.
Yeah, so people were there. So give us the one where that was done wrong. Actually, what I really want you to do is tell us how to account for refraction. That would be interesting.
Experiments. It's not.
Tell us. Well, since we do it wrong, tell us how to do it right.
I would, but I don't have time.
Yeah. Tell us how to account for refraction. Since we do it wrong, why don't you give us the right calculation?
I mean, you're claiming you know how to do that, right? So
no. Give us no. I'm claiming it can't be done. That's what I'm claiming.
You can't calculate distance without refraction?
No, I'm claiming that there is no model of refraction that works.
There's no model of refraction.
There is no way to quote unquote account for refraction because there's no model that works.
What do you mean? There's no?
It can't be accounted for. Any model of refraction that you can think of out of the 20 or 30 for terrestrial refraction, none work.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
Well, I know it's true because I've looked at the academic literature, Mighty. What have you done?
What is your profession?
Irrelevant.
Okay. If I read academic literature from, like, let's say, medical school, does that mean I'm a doctor?
No. What the hell's that got to do with anything?
It means you need the experiment You need the experiment, the fucking experience, sorry, to read the literature and understand it. That's what it means. And that's not
No, it doesn't. Okay, because listen, you can read the medical literature and understand it and not be a doctor.
Okay.
Okay, that's idiotic to suggest you have to be a doctor to understand it. You know, the people that read it mostly aren't doctors yet.
What?
Yeah, that's retarded because if that was the
so
case, then nobody
they're
would
in
ever become a
pre-med or they're
doctor,
going
so
to
they would have
school.
be a
They're reading the
doctor first.
medical literature. They're not doctors yet.
What I'm saying is, if you really want to conduct,
What I'm saying is, you're a fucking moron.
you could take an engineer with you. You can take someone who knows science, and do the experience with the experiment with him.
All the data has already been done.
Okay, ask for a peer review then.
It's-
Ask for a peer review. Send it to a university.
All the data. No, why would I reinvent the wheel? It's already been done, dude.
Okay, so show me where it's done. I want to see the peer review on your article that you posted on an experiment. Go ahead, show me.
What are you talking about? Article I posted on an experiment? What?
Yeah, you did an experiment. You came up with conclusions, right? You wrote it down. You wrote down the
What
measurements,
experiment?
the calculations.
Who
You
said I
said
did an
you did
experiment?
experiments.
Who said I
So
did
you
an
didn't do
experiment?
experiments. So you didn't do experiments. You just said fucking 2 seconds ago that you did experiments with your own eyes. What are you talking about? You said I did experiments. Did you do experiments, Mighty? Yeah, you did experiments. Okay, show me. Show me the fucking data. Go ahead. Give me
No,
the raw
I said I
data.
made. I didn't say I did experiments.
do
I said I
experiments.
made
Lying then.
observations.
Observations
I've actually
is not the same
tested
thing as
shit,
experiments.
whereas you
You
haven't.
really fucking called me out for not doing experiments like 2 seconds ago, and you said that you did.
Listen,
Observations is something
what were we
everyone
talking? What was
I
it?
did
What were we talking about? What specifically were we talking about when I said you don't do any experiments?
We were talking about the flat Earth experiment, and then you're like
Refraction
"Did you do
models?
experiments?"
No, we were talking about the horizon
Yeah.
moving around. And I
Yeah,
said,
and
go
you
to the
said, "Do you
beach
have
and make an
evidence for this?"
observation.
I
Did
said,
you
"Do
ever
have
observe
evidence for this?"
anything?
And you said, I don't need to give you evidence for this. And then I said, okay, so why should I believe you? And you're like, because I did experiments. And then I was like, okay,
No, I
show
did
me.
not fucking say that. You fucking lying piece of shit.
Okay, I'm going into the recording right now on YouTube, and I'm gonna.
Please do it.
I will. Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Fucking lying piece of shit. Go on mute till you come up with it. Post when you come up with it. Piece of garbage.
That guy should just be canned.
I know, dude. Listen, that's why I said the first thing when I came in, it's like, why are we even talking to this guy? He's just a
so
lying piece
boring.
of garbage. Look, dude, he freaking told 3 lies in a row the last time I talked to him. Like, in a row.
Yeah. And then he's playing interference for anybody else that jumps in. In the meantime, his cornhole is flapping.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision, even though I'm not an executive over here. Oh, he deafened. He made it easy for me.
Yep. Like, I don't know how we can do it. Just maybe possibly doing it over and over again. That's the only way.
I think AI and Heretic can perm ban people.
All right, who here actually believes in a flat Earth, or are you just a grifter?
Man, that's all today, Indio. I swear.
Grifter.
That's what it started.
Where's
like
my
this
check?
morning. When I first, that's what I said, and you know what he responded with? That grifter means something else. But you already know that's not what they meant. Yeah, that's what the guy in the morning said. He said
You
the
guys aren't
exact
receiving
same
a
thing
check,
this guy
then
said.
you're doing something wrong.
Grifter
probably the
means
same
you're. Do
What's
you know what
his
grifter
name?
means?
I do, but what's that guy's name? Dave.
Okay, define it for us.
Grifting.
Define grifter.
Grifting. Do you want like the actual like? Do you want me to look it up right now and get it? From
You said you know what it is.
Yeah, it's engaging.
Just tell us. I don't need you to look it up. I need you to tell me from memory.
It's engaging in petty or small scale swindling.
Okay, what are we swindling people out of?
Money.
Oh yeah? Where's my check?
If you're not getting a check out of it, you're fucking stupid. I know Dave does. You remember Professor Dave?
So he's not a grifter then.
Person?
Yeah. So what's your
you're
argument
a
for the
failed
Earth being a
grifter.
globe?
You know that Dave, hold on. Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire.
His name was Flat Earth Dave. I forgot.
Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire before he ever engaged in this topic. I hate to tell you. He sold an IT company for something like $110 million. He don't need money.
Or present your globe argument, dude. See what you got.
Why did I
See
get
what you got.
surrogated? All right.
Yeah,
you guys
because
are
you're
dumb.
not on
Bye.
point. What is the argument for the Earth being a globe?
He bounced, bitched out.
That's all they got. Oh well. All day long they've been saying that.
We got Josh
Who
in
here's
here.
a flat earther? Who here's a flat
Josh was
earther?
like white knighting for fucking some troll yesterday. Yeah, I know.
Ingersoll, the guy
Dude,
that's
me
in
and
there?
you kicked this shit off, dude, this morning, man. It's still going.
That's what I'm saying. The theme today has been who here's a flat earther? That's the first thing they say when they
That's
come in
so
here.
funny. Who here's a flat earther? Insert unsolicited comment. That has nothing to do with the topic. You're like, who here's a flat earther? Me. Hi. You're short, bald, covered in Cheeto dust. Like, how did you get all that out of hi?
The first thing you ask Mighty to do is go ahead and present the argument that for the Earth being a globe. Well, first you take a flat plane and you're like, I don't know. And then the guys who actually white knight for him, they're like, oh, let him speak. If he could just get off of mute, he'd be able to tell you. No, he gets off of mute, crickets. And he opened up his mouth again and is back to, well, if the Earth is flat, like the first thing he says.
Yeah, but your oil
Fucking
rig
amazing.
picture. I love how he brought it up.
Look, man, you know how bad I'd feel about myself as a human being if I lied like as much as that guy does? Like literal lies. This isn't like subjective lies. I actually, the last time I talked to him, I ran the audio through through Gemini, and it said he lied like 11 times. That was like in a 30-minute conversation. That means he said he didn't say something, but he actually did say it and denied saying it in the first place. I don't get it, man. Oh, I know who Josh was white knighting for. He was white knighting for Blay. Have you talked to Blay, maybe?
Yeah. He was on about the edge of the Earth.
I'm
If we
scared.
can't,
Sorry,
if we can't
who's
tell him
Joshua?
Hold on, let me quiet him down. If you can't tell me that the Earth has an edge, then I won't believe it's flat. That was Blair. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just asking, who's Joshua? Sorry, also I didn't say that at all. That was that girl.
No, you
No,
said
Joshua
it too.
was white
before.
knighting for you yesterday.
I don't know who that is. Sorry.
I know, but he did it anyway.
Sometimes I just join here. I talk for like 10 seconds, and then I get muted, and I just go on I just disappear.
Well, like now.
Blay, you talked yesterday to me, and then I asked you to repeat what I said, and then you weren't listening. Remember?
Yesterday, I didn't talk to you guys yesterday. I talked to you guys 2 days ago.
Whatever it was.
Or 3 days. I don't know. When was that? I wasn't on yesterday. I was busy.
Can you tell us a single flat Earth argument?
Flat Earth argument?
Yeah,
I mean,
anyone.
some of you have differing opinions, but I've
No,
noticed
not
recently-
opinions. I said argument. God, you guys are fucking hard of hearing or something.
There's a, yeah, comprehension problem, dude. They don't know how to. You're saying words in English, the same language they speak. They just don't know how to, like. It doesn't register the words you're saying.
Yeah, can you just repeat any flat Earth argument? Don't worry, we're not gonna like clip it and say, "Hey, Blay, turn to the other side." You know, it's okay to, this is a hypothetical.
Okay. So I've spoken to like 6 of you. The most common one I've heard is it's like all of the math stuff doesn't matter because you started with the presumption of a ball. Right. That's the boiling down, but it's like I can experiment. I know that the Earth is flat because I stood at the edge and I observed with my own eyes. There was the camera argument that the space videos are fake because, like the curve on the lens.
Can you go through one at a time? Because I didn't even know what you said in the, what was the first one? What was that first one?
The first one was the math is, what do you say? The math is wrong because they assume it's a globe or something?
I don't know. Like, I didn't understand what he was saying. Like, he speaks like word salad, and then he's like, want us to decipher what he's saying. Like,
yeah, give us that first one again. Yeah, give us the first one again.
I use the the light argument with the I think his name's Eratosthenes, where you can calculate.
Give us the first one again, dude.
Yeah, this is the first one. Okay, I'll just clarify what I'm saying. In the past, I used the Eratosthenes argument with the angle to the sun, and then someone in here said that that's wrong because you can't tell me what the sun is, you can't go to it, you can't measure it. So it's like
it's not that it's wrong. Okay, it's that it's not a globe exclusive proof. It also works on a flat Earth. Key variables in that presuppose means you hasn't or can't be proven. The distance to the sun, right, and the surface you're standing on. It presupposes that you're on a sphere, and it presupposes the sun is a near infinite distance away.
Yeah, Indio, hold on, Blair. Can you go through the reasons why it's even worse than that? Compounding also the problem that you'd have detailing whether or not that story was even a story that could be validated as an actual human being named Eratosthenes that did a test such as that, in the manner in which he did it, because it sounds like an ever-changing story. 2 sticks, 2 wells, 1 stick in a well, an obelisk. Like, we don't even know the exact. Again, I mean, you never get a concise way of that they're being able to detail what Eratosthenes and who he did and how he did it. You got, these professional striders that went from Alexandria and Syene in between there. And supposedly, they're comparing notes between the angle to the sun in one location and angle to the sun in another. And it's like, the thing is so obscure, whether or not it's even coming from a first primary source. Like, you don't even know that information to then come around and say that that's solidifying a point. So it's really bad, dude. Like, honestly, if we were to critique you on that much, could you tell us if you know if it's a first-hand account?
Hold on, dude. It's even worse than that. Number 3. Degrees did not even exist in fucking Alexandria at the time. They didn't use those units for another 360 fucking years. So that's one problem. Problem number 2 is there's the length of a stad, the measurement. Yeah. Varied. There was no standard unit of measure, and it's unknown what that distance was within even 30%.
Could you not repeat the experiment today to get like a calculation?
Yeah, you could. You'd make the same presuppositions.
Okay. Because as far as I can tell from
it's not our opinion. So I'm going to just end this. Hold on. It's not our opinion that there's a problem. It's in peer-reviewed papers that it's a problem. You think flat earthers invented this shit?
Well, can you link?
So I'm going to post in the chat a paper where which is from a scientific society that says Eratosthenes made some assumptions, and if you used different assumptions, you would have came to a different conclusion. Okay,
that's a big problem. But like, what about the other ones that we mentioned? Like, how does he know that it was a primary source that we're getting this information from? The man Eratosthenes, like. There's no account of this. Is this like
that is a valid concern, actually. Like, you can't verify anything up until like I think the 1940s or whatever. When did they have a video audio recording?
You're getting it. So we're talking about historical facts and how things are taken into account from people that wrote back in the day. So it's not unlikely for something to be fabricated or a story being told that people are taking on as this is what an actual historical event that took place. It's not beyond the realm of imagination, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can there's just a lot of people just taking it for granted? Like, this is something that actually occurred. Like, let alone like what Indio just brought in there. Like the math they were using wasn't even the kind of math they were using at the time where Eratosthenes would said to exist in that time period. The timeline, the timeline's incorrect with a lot of information, bro. Like is what I'm saying. So I mean,
yeah, I get that. When was the first mention, like in modern history books, of that experiment? Because we could actually verify if, like, it came from that period, not who actually wrote it.
Pliny
I
the
don't mean like
Elder. It came from Pliny the Elder, who was writing about Cleomenes, who was talking about Eratosthenes, but there's no primary source. There's only a tertiary source, so it's 3 people removed.
What
And
year
Pliny
was
the
it
Elder
written
was
down?
something like 800 years later, or no, Cleomenes was 800 years later. Pliny the Elder was like 1300, something like that.
look at the gap of time, though. That's almost a millennia, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's like he's going to be the first one. I was just meaning like we could verify if it's even a first-hand event based on when it was first written down.
Well,
okay. If it is like 800 years later, then yeah, we could probably make the argument that someone just bullshitted it. Like, for example, a lot of European countries bullshitted their history in the early 1900s, late 1800s.
Yeah, and I'm only just challenging the veracity of that specific claim on the merit of this is an actual account that occurred, something that took place in history, and even going off of the basis of that, like if somebody fabricated it in recent history, then that means that in the past, whatever happened because of the math wasn't actually the way they constructed that particular, like what India was talking about with the math, because the particular type of math that they used wasn't even developed until later on. So what makes us think that they even did, or he did what people thought he did? Like, no, there's nothing being challenged here, dude. Nothing's challenged is what I mean. And everybody's just accepting, okay, let's just say the story's true. Now let's see what he did in the story. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, you could have just made it up. And then we're all just listening to you. Like,
the question I have for that, right? Like, so I'll agree with you that we can't actually prove any of these people did anything they said. But like, does the math work?
For what though? What I'm trying to get to is, what is the math? What is it working for? Is it a mental construct? Is it an actual applied mathematics that we're going to take to, and test and verify?
Okay, so the thing that he tried to do, which the presumption was that it was a ball. Okay. Now, he wasn't actually trying to say the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. That wasn't actually the experiment's purpose. The experiment's purpose was essentially to determine the circumference of the Earth. That's what he was trying to do. So that
doesn't it have to be a ball?
The circumference of the Earth based on what?
So
based on what, like a mathematical construct, or like an actual, like the physical world? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's something that we don't know. Like,
okay, so here's the thing, right?
Nobody knows how to parse it out. Like, oh, what are you talking about? The actual world that you're standing on, like that?
If we assume,
go ahead.
Okay, so if we assume the Earth is a ball, but I'm just saying this for the sake of what his
the
equation
physical
was.
Earth, dude, like a mathematical construct. What are you doing?
Okay, can I speak, please?
I don't know how you're differentiating what we're doing. Like, on math? Like, just using math
Can
only?
you just ask me a question? Now you're just talking over me. Like, I can answer you completely.
He's confused. He doesn't know.
I'm just trying to figure out which one is it? The physical Earth outside, or math that you did on a piece of paper? Which one? You could draw what a circle looks like.
Okay, so what he was doing was that he came with the presumption that the Earth was a ball, which he wasn't trying to agree or deny with that. What he tried to do was calculate how big the circumference of the Earth was. So the argument that you said, not the argument, the thing that you noted before, yeah. So if the physical Earth was a ball, he wasn't trying to say if it wasn't or if it was. The reason that it's not really proof of a ball, the way a lot of people argue with you guys about, is that he wasn't trying to measure it in a sense where oh, gotcha, it's a ball. The thing is, with his experiment, what he tried to do was take known distances, which they used to calculate by having these people. I forget what their job was called. I think one of you mentioned it before.
Professional strider.
Yeah, the striders. They would count their paces, but it was wildly inaccurate because, I can tell you how long a meter is on a meter stick. And if I told you,
it's also doubtful. I hate to tell you, it's doubtful whether they actually existed.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I mean,
I can give you a history. So there's a book called Eratosthenes' Geography, right? And it even says it.
Okay.
Even though it's a whole book about Eratosthenes, they're saying, well, he might not have ever existed, and this might be all a bunch of bullshit. However, I'll tell you the story anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, so he was trying to use known distances, like let's say I think it was Athens and a city in Egypt. I forget which city it was.
It was Alexandria and Cyrene.
Yeah, okay. Alexandria and Cyrene and Athens. He tried to use the direct distance based on these people who, like, at the time were alleged to have had their job of calculating distances. And then he made the presumption that, well, if the Earth is this far away from the sun, then the, like, light lines must be parallel. So if they're parallel, then he could calculate the, essentially, circumference of the Earth. Like, that was his whole thing. It wasn't like, oh, the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. It was just, I wonder how big the Earth is. So he used simple, like, math. Now, on the other hand, if you're using it as, like, proof the Earth is not flat, it's a pretty shitty experiment to use. The only reason I ask you guys about that is because you can't calculate the circumference of a flat table.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it doesn't have one like that. Not like that, at least.
It depends on the distance of the light source.
It's sphere math.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, we actually, I'll post a video in the chat where someone calculated their flat table to be a sphere.
So you said that he's not trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or flat.
No, he was only trying to calculate circumference.
Based on just a mathematical construct.
Yeah, based on mathematical projections. Like,
okay. All right.
And then, yeah, that's all it was.
All right. So the problem we have here, though, if it's just based on that, how could anybody realize that they actually are standing on an oblate spheroid Earth? Because if he just said, well, the math checks out, then how is somebody going to actually verify that math? Because you have to take that and see if you can test it, right?
Well, the only way you could actually check to see if they were correct, which we, I mean, depends. I say which we did as, like, a species, but you could debate this, is if we can actually go to space.
So that's the only way?
Well, if you're trying to, like, say, well, it's not projected, blah, 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 like, whatever, and you're trying to get, like, visual confirmation, you would go to space, right? Because if that's your...
Are you saying there is no other way to verify it?
I mean, you could use other mathematical formulas with other real-world measurements.
No,
but
I mean, like, physically, outside. There's no other way other than getting inside of a vehicle and going up and looking down. There's no other way.
I mean, you could take measurements and project, but it's like, I'm not like an expert on these things, so I can't really.
You don't know any other way, is what you're saying. The only way you would know is getting in a vehicle, going up and looking down.
I could use the light argument, but then if you debate the math, then I can't really say that to you.
Okay, so only going into a rocket and going up.
If you want me to physically verify that it's round, then I could go on a rocket. But if you don't accept like if you don't accept mathematical projections,
I agree with you that if you're saying that the only way to verify it, you're saying is to get in a rocket and look down. I'm agreeing that you, in your worldview, that's what you're saying you would have to do.
Well, so get your standard, right, where you say like I observe with my eyes. If you're telling me to observe with my eyes, yeah, I'd need a rocket. If you're telling me I can't project that,
not our
then
standard at all.
So
what is your standard?
Hold on, Indio. But if you're saying that's what you say you have to do, then you're telling me that outside of that, there's no other way that you can know, right? I do want you to be sure on this.
Well, okay. So what is your standard before I agree to that then? Because that's
no.
That is a valid question because I've had several people on the server tell me that.
No, because the standard would be for you that you can't verify it's a globe based on the Eratosthenes math unless you get in go up and look down.
Well, you could try his experiment on a flat table. It doesn't work.
Dude, are you going to just say the only thing that can be verified as a globe?
I took this initially, by the way. I took what you were saying initially as, like by your standard of proof, because every time I use one of these like light arguments.
Don't use what I'm saying. Only use what...
Okay, then no. If that's the case, you could mathematically project it.
Okay, mathematical projections are not a validation of the thing you think you live on. So when you take your projections and you go outside, how are you testing them? And you said the only way to do that, to test what you're saying,
you can test it. You can test it like without doing that. It's just by your standard, where like everyone in here tells me, well, I can't observe it directly.
How are you testing it? You can do the shadow experiments, which, by the way, is not only
The shadow
Aristophanes.
experiments. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So you can calculate the angle to the. You
No,
can
bro.
calculate the angle to a light source. Okay,
No,
would you
bro.
agree or no?
No.
Given an
talking
arbitrary
about-
light source,
No,
could you
no,
calculate the
listen
angle to
Listen
it?
to me very carefully, dude. The Earth being a globe has a geometric consequent, meaning that it would be an oblate spheroid. So in order for you to know that the numbers check out, you would have to verify that the Earth is actually curved on its surface. So I'm telling you, with Eratosthenes' numbers in the method that you say that he figured it out somehow, how could
The
you test
Aristophanes
that?
experiment is not directly proving whether or not it's a
I
ball.
know that. So how would you test that information that you're getting from there?
I was just trying
What
to
do you-
answer you, but you just kept cutting me off.
You said the only way to do it is to get in a rocket, go up and look down.
Yeah, if you're
That's what
telling me
you
to
said.
physically observe it, then yeah,
Yes.
sure, that's all I'd have to
No,
do.
wait a minute, dude. No. Physically observing and testing some. Let's say that you're on the Earth, and of course you'd say it looks locally flat. So you couldn't tell. According to you, couldn't tell. So I'm asking you, okay, good. You can't tell. But can you measure? Perhaps there's some fluctuation or something that can occur in
Did you
your
ask me
standard.
initially? Your initial thing was, can you tell me any of the flat Earth arguments? And now you're doing this.
Oh my
you
God,
are trying
dude,
to gotcha me.
Look, you know what's frustrating is that when it comes down to testing, the testing phase, you're trying to give me something that's only giving us a projection and not an actual verification. Yeah, and not an actual verification of the numbers, because the numbers you get are saying, hey, there should be this much curvature over a distance. So what you would do is take that distance and verify that there's that exact curvature over that specific distance. What I'm
Do
asking
you agree light
is,
exists?
what I'm asking you is there a way to
Do you
do
agree light exists?
that? I don't ask me any questions, dude, because I'm asking for just the
No,
verification.
no. Do you
of
agree
that.
light exists? Let me
Dude.
explain this to you. Do you
No.
agree light exists?
No, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, that's silly.
Why?
That's silly. Because
Why
right
is it
now
silly?
what you're doing is you're doing everything not to talk about what I'm saying. You're doing everything
Dude,
to
I'm
do
trying
that.
to answer you. I'm just trying to
No.
get the.
And not only that, but you're provoking the audience to engage in your question that you don't want to answer what I'm saying. So they're going to engage you what you're saying now and not
How am
negate
I?
what I'm telling
How
you.
am I invoking the audience? Have I called anyone in?
Okay, because you're saying, what is light? What is light? You're saying it over and over again. What it does, it causes a
No,
reaction.
no.
in the
You
group.
can literally
They're gonna try
calculate
to
the
engage
angle
on
to a
it.
light
So-
source. You can actually get the width of the
No,
light source,
I'm not
literally based
talking
on
about that.
shadow positioning. If you take
Not
it in
talking
three
about that.
different places.
I'm not talking about that. Not talking about that. What
Dude,
I'm
I can
saying is,
physically test the Earth
what
is
I'm
flat
telling you is,
round
dude,
based on light
listen,
projection.
dude, listen very carefully.
Listen, dude, listen.
I'm gonna have to
I'm
hold
talking like
you to
Trump.
this. So if you're gonna tell me that Eratosthenes gave you some numbers that the Earth is a certain size, what are you gonna do to test to see if that's actually true?
What am I going to do to test it's actually true? See if it's use modern day measurements to see if it's correct.
what?
You can just
Like
repeat the same experiment.
Like what?
Okay, so if I take meters, okay, and I take the presumed bird's eye view, and then I take a straight line from one place to another, I could just test to see if I could repeat his experiment.
What are you talking about? What are you doing? Specifically name what are you going to
he's doing
do?
Eratosthenes still. He's still on Eratosthenes.
Dude, okay.
Dude, if you're asking me to prove that his calculation was correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. What are you doing to test that his calculation that he's talking about the Earth being a sphere or a circle, in some way the surface is curving? How are you testing that outside? Inquiring minds want to know.
I just tried to answer you like 10 times.
No, you didn't. So what are you doing?
You can take 3 different positions on Earth. You can calculate the angle to the sun.
We're not calculating. That's what you've already done. You've already calculated that the Earth is a certain size. We're already past that. We're now onto the verifying stage where you're going to measure whether or not that calculation is correct or not. Do you understand? You're past calculation. You've already calculated all the information from Eratosthenes. So now you got a number value. The Earth is said to have this radius value, this circumference value. Good. Now we're going to verify it. How are we going to do that? Calculation is done with. Now it's time to measure. Go. Did he deafen? No
Yeah,
shit,
he
dude.
just did it. He wasn't deafened the whole time. He just did it.
Golly, dude. You see, this is what I'm saying. It's like these guys they get to the point where, I mean, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, and they do this.
Yeah, it's like, how are you going to verify Eratosthenes? Oh, I'll just do another one. Are you fucking dunce?
It's like, you've already done the calculation. Well, we're going to calculate again. No, you've already calculated. You're already saying the Earth is what you're claiming, the radius, diameter, circumference. We got all that. Now, how are you going to go outside and verify that's true? Wow, we're going to do it over again. Again? We're just going to imagine? Like, this is amazing, dude. This is crazy. Sometimes it feels like you're losing your mind when these guys are just like on repeat. It's like they don't realize that the question you're asking is for the actual, verification of those calculations. Because you're like somebody building a table. I've calculated. I'm thinking it's about, 5 feet. Okay, good. How do you know that? I just did a calculation. Really? Imagine if that's how it was done.
Dude. They wouldn't even get one day on the job, bro.
We just did a calculation.
They might not make the 10 o'clock break.
It's like, seriously, you're not going to measure it? Why? We're just going to repeat the calculation over again, man.
Hey, Blake. Canteen truck's here. Just keep walking. Keep walking right past me.
Don't even stop. Unfreaking believable. Is there any white knights in the house that would like to, like any Glober white knights? Do you think Bled? I bet you anything they're in there like, dude, Bled did such an amazing job. That guy, he had his points together.
He still doesn't even understand the presuppositions. He's like, well, the sun's go, and he said the light goes straight and blah blah blah. Like, you're still presupposing that the light rays are parallel. Like, bro, like what? He still don't get that part.
Or you can measure it to the sun and do some calculations, and like, I mean, I don't know what we can do with that,
Calculate an entire imaginary world into existence.
How did you verify that? Well, we just did another calculation on top of that. Like, is there anybody else that can advocate for the Earth being a globe? You have a good argument for it?
Not with AV. I'm sorry.
Come on,
you're like
man.
You're one of the most infuriating flat earthers. You and Professor Triangle.
Dude, I've given him the option to actually explain in like outside. What do you do? I can't even. How can you break it down in more simpler terms that somebody can realize? Okay, you've already done all the calculations. You're done doing that. Now go outside and test what your calculations were actually showing you. How are you going to do that? Well, I'm just going to recalculate again and just do another calculation. That was not what I'm asking for.
So what are you asking for?
Oh, for God's sakes, dude. Crying out loud. Okay, you know how you calculate stuff and Superman can fly? You did the math equations and stuff. But when you go outside, it's not true that Superman can fly because that math can't be reproduced in reality. So, okay, you did a calculation. The Earth is this big and you got radius and diameter, circumference. What are you going to do outside to see if that actually manifests in reality outside in our physical world? How are you going to test that? How are you going to test it? Anyone?
So you want somebody to essentially measure the circumference of the Earth?
Bueller. Yeah, dude. Who's going to do that? Who's going to verify the Earth is whatever they're claiming the size that they are, at least a fraction, a small sample set? Who's going outside to test in the field that the Earth is an actual globe? Who is doing that? Are you? Has someone done it already? And don't appeal to some Netflix documentary, for God's sakes. Go to academia. See if anybody actually, a professor, and pick one of your prestigious colleges. See if anybody's ever done it, bro. I don't care how much math you think you know. It means fucking jack shit if you're not able to produce the evidence that it actually is applied outside that way. If you can test, verify. Really doesn't. I don't care if you're a math wizard, bro.
For as emotional and as angry as they are us, you think that after the 2 years of being in this chat in this server, that one of them would have been angry enough to be like, I'm going to show those motherfuckers. I'm going to go measure the curvature right now.
Yeah. That's the thing. I hope I do provoke somebody to that. Fuck, man, I'm going to go show them. I'm going to fucking videotape it. Good. Fucking do it. And if you come back, fucking Bob's your uncle if you measured it, because I'd like to see the method. Yeah? Like to see it. Show everybody your work. What did you do? Well, if I did do it, you're not going to believe I did it. Like, bullshit. Yeah. Hopefully that should get some people like... Well, I'm just saying, like, who can actually stand on all 10 of your toes and tell me you've measured the Earth? Nobody.
You give me one test some anti-flat Earth globetard has done that we denied the results. Just one example. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Engaged with you guys? I'm not really sure.
No, that's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. Why do you guys just make shit up constantly?
The trip to
Antarctica. What the fuck is you guys' mental defect? Seriously.
Like any images from space, it's all fake and cartoons.
Bro, you never even been to space. What are you talking about?
Dude, how the fuck was that not what dude, India was asking something very specific. I am too. Why do you... It's like you guys don't fucking understand.
Yeah. What globetard came in here and said, I took images from space? Once again, nobody. Talking about somebody doing something that's denying they did it. That had actually produced actual results.
Amateur rocket launches with cameras attached. I think that counts.
Oh my god, dude! None of those rockets go high enough to see the Earth as a fucking ball, Mansky.
And they weren't manned either.
Curve,
so
that's that's a problem for you.
Why?
Because you would have to be a tiny fucking Earther. Don't you know your own geometry? Mansky, how much of the Earth would the ISS see, Mansky?
How much of the Earth?
Yeah, what percentage of the Earth's surface?
I don't know the exact percentage, but it's not the whole thing.
Yeah, we know that.
It's up 255 miles.
200. Yeah.
Low Earth orbit.
How exactly is the Earth flat, though?
I want an answer to this question. Wait a second.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll just tell you if you're going to Google it. 3%.
Yeah, I'm Googling it.
How much do you think a rocket
3%.
going 50 miles into the air sees?
Yeah, not much, but you can see a curve. It's not flat.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. And you shouldn't because you don't see enough of the Earth's surface to see a curve.
Be less than that.
Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah, but I saw the curve in the picture.
If you can only see 3% of the Earth at the highest point that people typically exist at.
No, wait. Time out. Just wait. 3% of the idea that the Earth is a globe. When it concerns the Earth that we live on right now, we don't know the extent of the realm. So giving a percentage, hold on a second, wait a minute, just give me a second. Giving the exact numeric value to the extent of the realm that in which we exist right now would not be able to be given. The idea, if the Earth was a globe at the specific size that they say it is, would be ascribed a numeric value. That's the difference, guys. Don't get those wires crossed. Okay, he's not telling you if you go up and you should see this. If the Earth was a globe, as a globe, with the geometry of it being what it is, then that's how much you would see. The numeric value would be what he just said. Exactly that. Not right now, though.
Well, my point was no amateur rocket goes even close to high enough. The Earth is supposed to have, your globe has a diameter of 8,000 miles. You think going 50 miles away from the surface would allow you to see curvature? Think about it for a second.
Well, the mainstream claims that you can see curvature at what 35,000 feet.
35.
Well, that's. I mean, that's this year. It's changed since I've been in this topic. It's changed 5 times.
There's
what
many
Google
different-
just shows you is what the most common Google click-through fucking link is.
It's weird because you see things like ships disappearing from the bottom up, and you see the effects of curvature, not actual curvature itself. And then you get things like at 35,000 feet. Well, I mean, I don't know what Google's up to these days, but I mean, if it's changed the algorithm where it's not saying that anymore, saying that if it's not putting information out there that says that, then I mean, nobody really knows the altitude. I mean, you guys sure don't. If we ask you at what altitude do you start to notice the curvature actually visually, what altitude would that be? What are you guys going to be able to tell us? Honestly,
17
you
feet.
wouldn't know. What'd you say?
It's like tens of feet.
Tens of feet? What?
Yeah. On like a flat plane, if you go up 10 feet, shine a beam out, about like several miles out, you'll see like, changes in elevation in an area that's supposed to be flat.
Dude,
What?
What? Put the bong down, bro.
Woof, man, dude, we're talking about altitudes at which exceeding that like by incredible amounts, dude. Like, what are you, 10 feet? Does any Glober here actually agree with this gentleman? I'd like to see how many would get on this crazy bandwagon, by the way. Raise your hands, guys, if you agree with this dude right here.
Just to tell you, man.
No takers. No takers.
There's at least 20 people right now with their hands raised.
Yeah, no takers. Nobody's actually advocating for what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Yeah, the
I want to
weird
bring
thing is-
something up to Mansky
Go ahead,
AV
India.
just real quick about what he said about the 35,000 feet. If you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, right? You scaled the Earth down to a ball 6 feet in diameter, right? 6 feet tall. An airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay? You wouldn't see curve from an airplane. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
I don't care
I
what
wouldn't
Google
say
says.
that
The
you can see
geometry
from
don't check out because that's the beauty of mathematics and geometry. You don't have to believe anything says. You can just test it. You can just check it yourself.
When I use geometry, you reject it though.
What geometry
Dude.
did I reject?
Cry.
What geometry did I reject?
In the he was talking
Deliberate
about in the
geometry.
realm of verifying, not you, King. In the realm of verifying that the Earth is what they're saying it is, when you go outside into the field and test a small sample set, then yeah, because you're not testing it, you just said, I'll repeat the calculation again. That's not verifying in the field. Your calculation is what you think it is.
Not what I was saying.
That's why we reject it, because it's not, you keep going back.
You're
It's like-
wrong once again.
You
it's
tried
like
to test.
circular.
You tried to, Blair. You tried to test your
Wrong.
Eratosthenes by
You did.
doing another Eratosthenes, but it has the
Yeah.
same. The second one has the same problem as the first one. Parallel rays of the sun.
You're just in an endless circle jerk, dude. You can't get out of it because you're never verifying those numeric values outside in the field. Within a small sample set, of course, because you can't, see the entire Earth or whatever. So take a small sample set, a good size amount, right? Nothing you can do will be able to do that because you haven't seen anything in academia for sure. Obviously, Eratosthenes is just like, as you put it, a calculation. I mean, we cut right down through it, ladies and gentlemen. We're showing you nothing that you can do can present the Earth as what you believe it to be. You're thinking in your mind, well, at the end of the day, when I go to bed at night and I close my eyes, the Earth's still going to be a globe. Never was, never will. You're just imagining in your imagination, the Earth is a globe. But when it comes right down to it, you know what I'm saying is true. Nobody can ever test it. You haven't seen any test that verifies that curvature measurement, nor can you do one. There's nothing you can do about that, except for keep telling me how it's calculated in a mathematical construct. That's it. Well, it's an oblate spheroid with a radius, diameter, circumference. Like, we all know that. So now what? You want us
Wait,
to
so
sit
you
here and
know
believe
it's
it,
an
you guys?
oblate steroid?
That's what it's claimed to be, Blair.
Well, you just said you know it, so I'm going to clip that. I'm going to play that back to you.
Go ahead. Play it back.
Please give
It's
us a
all
few more
imaginary.
seconds of it so we got some context.
Yeah, it's all imaginary.
If the Earth is flat, what's under it?
Dude, honestly,
What makes you
I don't
think
know.
the world is flat?
if I had a nickel for every time, it's seen that. Okay, when you go to the beach, how do you observe the horizon? Isn't it horizontal and flat?
It curves.
Okay. If you say it curves, then you could see that the Earth is an actual sphere from a beach. Is that true? That's not
Well, we're
true, is it?
talking about the horizon line, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
You see
it does
the Earth
curve
looking like a
because.
curve? Really?
What do you mean by looking like a curve, like a globe?
Well, I mean, lady, if the Earth is a sphere, the surface would curve. Yes, like a ball. Like a
Yeah,
sphere.
because it does curve. That's why the horizon line curves.
You've seen that?
You've never been to a beach and seen a horizon line?
Yeah, it's a common experience that we all experience the Earth as a horizontal plane.
I think that's
Let me tell you
that's your
something real
proof.
quick.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. People everywhere, even people that believe the Earth is a globe, they say we can say with all assurance that the Earth looks locally flat. They all say that. It's the common experience.
But that's from our perspective.
However, they will differ from us in saying that it's not actually flat. It just seems that way in our local experience. But as you get up higher or look down from a more altitude, you'll start to see it that it's an actual globe. So you're actually denying the first part, which is what the common experience is, that everyone sees the Earth as a horizontal plane locally. You're denying that part, which I think that's where you're wrong.
I
That's not the
suppose I
common
did
experience.
deny that. You're right, I did.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
but the outside of that, the people who believe the Earth is a globe will say that it's actually not measured that way, or it's if you think about it, it's outside of our senses because we can't see it because we're so small, like an amoeba on a basketball or something. So they're saying that. Meanwhile, you're denying the first part, which I think is disingenuous.
Well, I apologize for. You're right. I did deny that on accident. I did not hear your question correctly.
That's fine. A lot of the cognitive dissonance kicks in when we're talking about this. It triggers people because they don't want to say that the Earth is flat in any way. Not even in observation when we see it locally that way.
So you think the Earth is 2D
the reason
or
I use
3D?
locally. Say again.
You think the Earth is 2D or 3D?
Dude, like honestly, your
You gotta
questions,
wade
I don't
through
mind.
them, AV. You gotta wade through them.
I don't mind answering your questions. Like it's just, listen, when we talk about the Earth, we observe it the way you do. If I stand next to you, I see everything you see. Okay, everything you see, I see. So I don't see something that's silly as a 2D Earth. Okay, I don't see that. Everything you see, I see.
But I think
So
that
I'm not going to deny observations. Neither should you. Yes.
But aren't like all first person observations technically 2D? Like we know that things are
Technically
3D because we understand that depth exists, but at the end of the day, most 3D objects project a 2D image onto a surface, onto like the lens of your eye. So you look at something, you
Okay.
see a 2D image, but you understand the third dimension to be there because you've experienced it.
Okay. So
we're
what is your
talking
point?
we're talking about the horizon being flat because you can see it being
Yeah.
flat. Well, yeah,
Yes.
because you're projecting a 2D image onto your eyes, but that is a 3D.
What?
That's like a 3D experience. You're just ignoring the depth that's there.
Yeah. So what's the depth have to do with it? Where does the depth come involved?
This is like a 2D projection of a 3D object. So a sphere is in 3D.
What's the object? What's the object?
Well, I'm giving you an example. So
Oh, I'm asking what the object is right here. What are we? What are we looking
okay,
at?
hold on. I'm getting there. So a sphere is known to be 3D, but it projects a 2D image onto a surface below it, right? Kind of like a shadow. A shadow is that
Okay.
2D projection.
Okay.
But we know when you look at a ball, even though it looks like a circle when you're looking at it, you understand it to be a sphere because you understand that that circle has depth.
Okay. So that's a lovely point. Well, what's
So when you
next?
look at the horizon, yes, it looks like a 2D projection, but that is a 3D like object or point in space. The
It's a
reason you
3D
don't
object?
see
Wait a minute. Is a horizon a 3D object?
Yeah, because there's things beyond the horizon as well, right?
Okay.
So you look at it, you see a line, but
So,
there are things that are past that line that you can't see.
Is the Earth a 3D object embedded in the space?
When you look at the Earth, you see a 3D object.
Can you answer my question?
It is a 3D object, but the
Is it
object
embedded in
that is
the space?
projected onto your lens is 2D.
Is it embedded in a space?
I don't think that you can technically embed something into space in that way. No,
Well, if it's inside the vacuum of space, it would be embedded in the vacuum of space.
Well, that presupposes that it's not
Within.
moving, right? Because embedded would imply that it's like static.
No, doesn't imply that, because there
Yes, it
could be
does.
motion relative
Or maybe
to,
like a soft, airy sheet. You know,
there could be relative
bed.
to your perspective. You could say that, like,
I think you're right. It is
rela-
embed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Any sleepers in chat?
Can I say something as a blower?
Wait. We're getting a whole bunch of people coming in here and interrupting. What did you say, ma'am?
Oh no, I was just listening. Let King and you go.
Well, did you say something relevant to what we're talking about, or no?
Yeah, no, because you said it embedded, and then
Yeah.
King got confused because embedded
Oh.
sounds like, embedded nail and wood, and I'm
I get what you're saying.
in bed like a sheet because it is surrounded and completed, and it's an also
Okay.
turn of phrase because it's in bed like you would find sheets in a bed.
Yeah, that's a little bit of semantics, so you can understand. Did that expound a little bit more? What, because that did kind of cover what I was saying.
Yeah.
To King.
Yeah, so when you look at it, you only see the 2D projection under your eye, but there's depth there too. But
Okay,
then you can't see the depth because it goes under
So do
the
we
horizon,
see?
right?
Okay. Do we see a plane?
No, technically not. No.
We don't. We do not see a plane when we look upon the waters of the earth at a beach. We do not see a plane. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that because it's a 3D object, it's being projected as 2D when you look at
What
it.
is it? Well, okay,
but
what
that
object?
just ignores
okay,
that.
specifically, what object are you speaking of? Which object?
The horizon.
Is the
Well,
horizon
horizon's
an
not
object?
an object.
I know.
It is an object in the sense that it is a thing that it exists that we were talking about.
Yeah,
if you
but
want to
it's
say
not
it's
an
like a
object. It's not defined
okay.
as an object.
Of the phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want to consider the phenomenon
you
of
have
horizon?
to. Okay, so in this realm that we're talking right here in this room, every term that you use has a token meaning. So when you say something, it either means the thing you're saying or it doesn't. So
Okay, sure, yeah. So we clarify, we're talking about the horizon, which is a phenomenon, which I mistakenly referred to as an object, correct?
Okay. That's good. What is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that horizon, does it have any curvature that you can see from your perspective as a human standing on the earth? Can you see anything that details that would insinuate that there is a curvature?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't perceive past a horizon because you can't see it. It's like you look at a ball.
That's not. I'm not talking.
It looks
about,
like a circle.
Sir. I'm not asking you to perceive beyond something else.
Well,
I'm
you
asking.
can't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, sir, just answer the question. What do you see when you look at the horizon? Do you detail any curvature when you look at the horizon? Yes or no?
No,
the 2D projection.
I want him to actually.
But it's like it's ignoring the
just be
nuance of what I'm
honest, bro.
actually saying.
No, just be honest. Like the lady could actually answer honestly, because listen, if you believe the earth is a globe and you have a hard stance on it, you could defend the position outside of what I'm saying. But
So,
if you're too insecure to agree with something that could be observed naturally, that shows that you're super insecure to affirm that our observations are the same. Why do you deny observations, sir? I don't
Let's
get
take
it.
the conversation away from the earth and just talk about the geometry of it.
No,
right?
we're not, because it's relative to the conversation. It's like the elephant in the room. If you take that away, then it's going to negate the whole conversation. We're speaking of the earth, and the reason.
The entire position you're taking is literally just ignoring geometry. It's ignoring
No,
what
I'm
you
not.
can't see.
I'm
it's
not
ignoring the
negating-
idea of a 2D
I'm not,
projection
we
of a
haven't
3D
even
object.
got there, King. We haven't even got there. We're just only describing what we see. Okay. When it concerns anything to do with geometry, we could discuss that in a different manner. At the moment right now, I just want to talk about things we agree on. You and I. We're outside and we see the earth around us. What do we see? Now, if you're reluctant to say what it is, it's coming from a place that you feel very insecure to at least affirm what we all see together. It would be, okay, it would be disingenuous of me to say I see something that you see that we like. I'd say I see it differently than you. Like, I don't know. You say, I see the curve of the Earth or whatever, and I see a flat horizon. Well, one of us is telling the truth, isn't it? One of us isn't. Because it's not the common experience. And all of us that are in this room right now will be able to know if you're saying something that's a common experience or it's not.
I think a crux of the argument is just observation. How do you observe it? How are you getting that information? How are you proving it? And how are you singling out your observations from other mitigating factors?
That's perceptive. But I want him to actually realize if we can agree on just simple observations, and then you can take it to another step if you want to layer it with your understanding of you believe it's a globe. So far, you're trying to argue the fact, and I don't know for what reason, that us looking over a horizon of the Earth on a beach seems to be like we're at a disagreement with even just the observation. Which I don't know why.
I'm saying that you can't make that observation and say this is flat with the information that you have.
Yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. And an observation where you're saying, hey, this is what the Earth looks like to me right now. I'm looking at it. This is what it looks like. Yes, you can. You can say that. Why not?
But without actual proof, then your opinion isn't exactly correct.
No. What we're only saying, though, is just as an observation. Testing is something different. I can tell you what something looks like, but if you say, well, it's actually not what you're saying it is, it's something else, that can be done in a testing phase. We can do something to verify it's not exactly what we're seeing. You get what I mean? I'll give you an example. There's something called an inferior mirage or shimmering on like on a hot day with the road, and it looks like there's like a puddle of water off in the distance, which is not actually the case, as you all well know. You get up closer, and that shimmering effect disappears. That's with as you close in on that distance. So you can say it looked like water, but actually when it got closer, it wasn't really. It was a mirage. Same goes for what we see off in the distance, right? Because if you're saying it's something that it's a optical phenomena or it's actually what you're seeing it as, then you can test for that in a sort of measurement, some type of measurement, I'd say. If it can be done, let's see, a measurement can be done, then you could tell me from an academic standpoint something you've been educated on of how this has been proven. So all we're doing in this chat right now is identifying as many people that can come in here and claim that the Earth is a globe. I want you to actually search the archives, talk to your chat GPTs and whatever AI program you got, phone a friend, I don't care, call your professor and see what you guys can come up with collectively and present forward and say, this is the answer. This is how you measure the curve. This is how we understand. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Yeah, because so many people, sorry.
Go ahead, Bug.
No, it's just like so many people come in here and they want to say so definitively that the Earth is a globe. And like that claim takes a lot to get there. What I'm interested in is knowing how deep the Earth goes. If it's a disk, is it cylindrical? How deep is it? Does it get, tapered off on the sides? If I dig too far deep, does the ether come back in? Like, these are real hardline questions. Is ether flammable? Can we use it as a new alternative fuel? Maybe they don't want us in our Antarctica because it's thin enough our footsteps will break us off the edge. Who knows? Okay, but we're never going to know until we're there.
Anyway.
Yeah, stop trolling, bro. Like, seriously. Cut it out.
The only reason I let it go is because Bug said something that was kind of in line with everything I was saying. So, but, easy come, easy go. All right, so anybody in here able to...
Wait, no, so back to the original point, right?
What?
No, I want to address what Bug said for a second. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disk or a cylinder or is floating around in space. We don't think there is an outer space vacuum. We don't think the Earth is a fucking object within it. Okay? So the flat Earth you just made up in your head, we don't believe in either.
But isn't that what AV was saying? Was that Earth is like an object embedded in space?
When?
Like less than 5 minutes ago.
And how did he? Where'd you get the? Can you quote what he said?
Earth is an object embedded in space, and then Bug was like, "Yeah, so embedded like between two sheets."
I've been listening to ADB talk for 8 years, and I've never heard him say anything even remotely resembling that.
It just happened. What are you talking about?
Just go on mute, dude.
Guys are hitting that pipe tonight.
But
man.
you want? I know, dude. He's freaking wolf.
Hey, weren't you asking the guy if he thought it was?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I was
very different, right?
Okay, so who is going to have a coherent fucking thought? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a tiger. Catch a tiger by its tail. How about Bug? We'll try Bug again.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Bug. Just to clear. Whatever you've seen on the internet of what flat earthers think, just assume it's fucking wrong. Okay.
No,
we'll tell
I'm
you what we think. You just ask us. Okay. We don't think the Earth is a space disc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, and I'm gonna preface this. I'm coming in genuinely, and I'm not trolling. One of the things that, like, and I'm gonna take it from this perspective.
We're not speculators here, is what I'm trying to tell you. You're like speculating about does the ether this that. We don't speculate. We don't
No.
only completely what's empirical, can be tested, demonstrated, and known, not believed.
Right. And that's the thing. That's where I got dunked on, because I came in and I was like, oh, well, I know what a star is, and then talked about pulsars, because there is those consistent radio signals that come from out above near the constellations and stars and things like that. And for me to go, oh, well, obviously it's a pulsar. You know, I think the problem is that when I had made that argument,
Doug, you're land-based it with
that's just a name, right?
Lore.
Saying, hey, we stuck our radio telescope, we picked up a bunch of radio waves coming from that dot in the sky, and we named it pulsar. That's just a name.
No. But that's what I'm saying is the reason why I got dunked on was because I walked in and I said, I know what stars are. I know what pulsars are. Here's what they are. There's a blinking dot in the sky in radar. But what I didn't do is the understanding and root cause of what that actually might be, what the observations are, what we can actually detect. So, like, I'm learning how
but
to...
I mean, we're not... What's moving the needle here in this conversation that we have here is not more space lore. We're looking for people that can advocate for positions that say that the Earth is a globe with measurements done. You can talk about all kinds of space fantasy ideas. That's not going to help this conversation. Like, everybody here, the people that are listening, they want to know how you guys who believe the Earth is a globe can actually lay down a foundation for it being the thing they think it is. It doesn't help to talk about things that are not the Earth.
Am I putting the chicken before the egg?
No, you're not even talking about a chicken. You're talking about a rooster or like a snake or something.
Okay. Yeah, space lore.
Bug, the reason... Just listen for a second. The reason... We don't concern ourselves with that because no matter what theory, you know, people have been making up stories about the stars for fucking since man first gazed at them, right? None of them, including the stories we tell each other now, can ever be actually verified. No one's going to a fucking quasar to check it out.
Jesus.
Do we actually believe space isn't real?
Oh, no, dude. Like, I mean... They're giving us a story about the cosmological paradigm, Dot. What in,
the question is, are we being
what in
sold?
all of that, Bug, hold on a second. What in all of that can you know that they're saying about the space idea? Anything. You tell me one thing that you can say.
I was late to the conversation. I was just told on what was being talked about.
No, I meant, like, if they're Bug or whoever else talks about space, doesn't matter who it is, how can you test and verify what she's saying is true? How can anybody? Like, nobody can check any of this stuff out, man. So why are we talking about things that we cannot verify? That's what I mean, don't understand.
Right. You as a person cannot verify because you don't have the materials. What do you mean?
Nobody can. Because nobody can go to a star and verify. Bro, can NASA go to a star? Doc, can NASA go to a star?
Well, technically, no.
Okay, so they can never verify it.
What are we talking about?
Right, they're looking at light, saying it has this composition, this age, it's going this fast, it's this far away. They can never actually verify any of that. All that's theory-laden mumbo-jumbo.
Yep. And you guys are just finding a fancier way to kind of talk about that in this chat room where it doesn't belong. We're not going to sit here and believe with you guys. It's just not going to do it.
What are y'all's opinions on like satellites and rovers going to Mars? I mean, what are your opinions on what those were?
Fake.
Fuck, dude, you guys are space cadets, man.
Listen, I mean, yeah, I know. I do want to answer because it sounds like you're coming from a genuine place. It doesn't sound like you're trolling when you said that. So, most of that.
I am curious.
Yeah, most of that stuff is given to you as a topical knowledge that you have. And if some people are in, satellite and rocket enthusiasts, and you know a little bit of that sci-fi lore that comes with it, but there's nothing there's nothing in what you know about that you can tell me that it is for sure what you think it is. Like put it to the test, right? Satellites. You believe that they're being launched on vehicles that are taking them up to low Earth orbit and releasing them. The payloads, being released in the lower thermosphere, in a decaying orbit around the Earth, being a globe and orbiting the Earth at 45 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever the case, right? You got Starlink and whatever else you got going on. All this stuff you think is happening. If you were to tell me in detail how it works, that's great. How do you know that those things are up in the place they say that they are? Logistically, how would you be able to verify that?
Again, that's where I got spanked for the pulsar.
Let me tell the guy real quick, because he's the one asking the question. So, bread and circuses. How would you be able to tell me any of that story is true about satellites? Things that you think is probably the case, right?
I probably wouldn't be able to, but if I'm not able to explain it, does that mean that it's not occurring?
No. I'm not saying just because you can't explain it. There's something you're being told about them, right? And you have a conscious decision to make whether you're going to accept what they're saying or reject it. You have a choice. You can say, no, I don't buy it. Or, yeah, whatever. I got better things to do. I got to go to work tomorrow, so I don't really care. Yeah, whatever.
You can say, I don't know.
You can accept it. Oh, yeah. You can, yes. But the point is, though, like, at the end of the day, it's never going to be like, oh, I know for sure. No one can say that. So how they work or whatever operation they're doing is maybe happening on some level, but you can't verify what it is. Even if it's in a decaying orbit that's circling the Earth as a globe every 90 minutes or something like they say the ISS is, at 17,500 miles per hour. Like, dude, is there any way that you can verify that? No. So you're accepting that as something to be true based on other knowledge that you've laid a foundation for, the Earth being a globe. You've been told ever since you were very young. So have I, so has everybody else in here. It's just you grew up with this knowledge, believing it. What else can I tell you, man? Like, all of us grew up that way. But they didn't give us a method in which we could verify any of this information. So we're just going along with it just because how are we going to challenge it? And then there's the
because it makes sense.
Dot, listen to me.
Well,
of course it makes sense. You don't know anything else.
It sounds like AV is talking about we need to have to develop a healthier skepticism of things that we are just told occur.
That's it. Like, I just want to leave it there. Listen, I don't even care if you walk away from here and you're like, oh, dude, I'm a flat earther now. I don't care about that. I don't. So if you're not questioning things, at least being curious about it and finding like, hey, well, how do we know stuff is happening? That's it. Like, dude, honestly, if you walk away from here like that, that's it.
And I also feel that that's a good position to have, but I don't think that's the majority opinion everybody in here has. I'm thinking everybody here is a flat earther.
Have they earned the right to be auto-believed on all their claims? Have they earned that right?
I don't think they should be auto-believed, but I think there's a lot of good merit. Like, the whole concept of black body radiation.
Well, you already admitted that you're just in love with that shit, so you're biased.
No, there are people
no. But like, they're on. Like, even if I'm not going as far, there's a lot of ways I can walk up to even 100th of the information. Like, if you have an anvil and a hammer and a nail, you can make a nail glow red hot just by hitting it and causing the friction and the energy in the system. That's what you get called black body radiation. Black body radiation is something they talk about, and really, maybe the skepticism is going to be able to like really protect a lot of what might be out there. But it's not that they're coming out of it with nothing. They're not. There's no. Like, they're not coming from an angle of spirituality or something like that. They're coming with a pure metaphysical physics aspect to it, where the sun is made out of a material that you could find similar to a candle. It's made out of the same kind of stuff you would find in the air at Earth, just in different concentrations and volumes, and that the reason why it's congregated seems to be that their explanation is mass, which does have a lot of weight in a lot of different things. And
but
the big aspect of gravity is something that you're going to contest.
Any of the words that you use to describe the very thing that you're speaking of is also not anything that you could probably parse out in your own mind and find out what the meaning of the words are. So I mean, like certain specific words that actually detail what the thing that you just spoke of, like the term
I could
mass.
teach a class on it, man. I taught it in college.
No kidding. Are you a professor?
What did you teach?
No. I mean, I was a TA, right? Don't give me too much credit, but there's a lot we can really do to discover.
Okay,
like
so
even not to combat it, but even to like think about what they're saying and even do smaller experiments at a small scale to understand it. God forbid, we're almost doing fusion.
Okay, so like if you're going to teach your students about mass, being something, like what is mass? How do we understand what it is?
Well, they found the Higgs boson, but that came from a big magnet ring in the ground that claims they found the big Higgs boson, right?
But did you answer my question? What is mass?
No. Mass is... let me actually get the definition.
Go ahead.
I want to play by the rules. What is mass?
The rules?
Mass is described as the measure of the amount of matter in an object and is also the measure of its resistance to acceleration, known as inertia.
Oh. Which is it? Which is it?
Who gave you the amount of matter in an object?
Yeah, has that ever happened?
Well, you can find it in, like, what we do is in a lot of objects.
I'm just asking what your
source is. You can find things like molarity density.
The source of that definition, that's what I'm asking you. That definition was shot down forever
Was that
ago.
Merriam-Webster? What is the...
Off Wikipedia, it says it's an intrinsic, which is already going to be a problem in this conversation.
Freaking
property.
Wikipedia, dude. Like, okay.
Is that your alma mater?
What? By the way, what is the definition?
No, every definition.
We can get into bosons.
Mass is not the quantity of matter. It's never hasn't been for fucking 100+ years.
Bosons are awesome. Like,
oh yeah.
What are those just made up though?
Bosons,
dude, like
the word.
Oh my god.
Boson is just a category.
Like subatomic particles.
Yeah, boson's a category of subatomic particles. So what?
And when combined, they exhibit things like matter.
Okay, that's a cool story. Okay.
Yeah, but like we can do it though. If you have enough laser, you can literally produce more of these by trying to rip apart the gluons.
You think it's really that simple?
I mean, we have neutrino detectors, and when we get
Jesus
extra
Christ,
of them,
you really want to go there, bro?
Like, I mean, there's really a lot.
Look, okay, you don't know anything you're talking about. I can already tell. Okay, so
I wouldn't say that
because you're oversimplifying everything. It's way more complex than the way you're making it out. Okay, neutrino detection is an inference based upon fucking two other interactions. Okay. The Higgs boson is a statistical fucking anomaly. Okay, they get a lot of data, right, from smashing the protons together. And then when they get some reading, they go, "Hey, is this random chance or is this a Higgs boson?" And they apply a bunch of statistical analysis and go, "Oh, we detected a Higgs boson because the probability of it not being a Higgs boson is this." Okay, they're not doing these direct detections that you think about. They just detected a Higgs boson. They just detect a fucking neutrino. Where does a neutrino even come from? Where's it come from?
Oh, I can explain that. Let me go pull it up.
No, where does it come from? The particle itself, is it inside the nucleus? You're never going to find the answer because this was a problem when, neutrinos were started as a joke. Did you know that? In a letter by Wolfgang Pauli,
even if they're a theoretical particle, we're trying to explain how the world works, and we're getting closer day by day.
No,
oh my God,
standard model is not a description. There's not an explanation. It's a description. Okay, it's just a fucking model. Okay, that's all models are. They describe things. The neutrino, there was extra energy. Where did it come from? Well, Wolfgang Pauli joked, we'll just make up something called a neutrino. Oh, and lo and behold, they just happened to find it. But no one could say where it comes from. Where was it? Was it in the nucleus? Was it inside of a quark? Where was it before?
Or was it an emission?
It's an emission. Well, it's a particle.
Yeah.
It has a non-zero mass.
Yeah. And it does not move faster than light.
Yeah, fantastic. Where did it come from? It's not electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't have charge.
Well, it's because it's neutral.
Yeah. Where does it come from?
It's an emission. It comes.
It's made. An emission of what?
Let me see. There's a couple. Let me see.
Yeah, let me see, dude. Fucking go Google later, dude.
No, like I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to pull it out of my ass or from my.
You
like,
are. You just.
knowledge.
Well, you actually.
No. See, this is the thing. Like we often encounter a lot of these concepts, these physics concepts, are actually controversial, right? But they're not controversial in the newspaper. They're not controversial in the textbook. But fundamentally, their foundation is controversial. QED, quantum electrodynamics, that's super controversial. It was fucking came about by fraud. In fact, Freeman Dyson, who's a well-known physicist, went to astronomy because of the fuckery that they were doing. He quit. He quit physics because of the fuckery they were doing in QED.
That's crazy. Let's see.
Yeah, because it's do you know what the G variable is?
Gravity.
The G factor, the Gamow precession of the electron.
Let's see.
Ugh, no, forget it, dude. If you don't already know what it is like I'm not getting into it. So this G, all of QED is built on this G number, and if that number's wrong, it's all wrong. Okay, they keep fudging this number over and over again. They have to calculate. They calculate it, and then they do an experiment. Oh my God, it matches the calculation, and then they freaking someone else calculates another polynomial, right? The fourth polynomial. Oh shit!
Yeah, because we got 3 neutrinos.
Oh my God, we discovered that. Well, that's the new measurement.
Just make a new flavor.
You understand that? Like they keep like it's a 20 order fucking polynomial, but they've only calculated like out to 6. But at the time they calculated to 4, and the experiments matched the 4. And then someone else did a new calculation out to 5, and it didn't match that. So lo and behold, someone did an experiment, and boom, it matched that one. But then it found out the person that did the calculation was collaborating with the person that did the experiment behind everyone's back, and had to fucking admit it. So there's just been fuckery the entire time.
Yeah, but we got pretty close. We're figuring a lot out.
Oh my God, dude.
Let me see.
Are you like an apologist for scientific fraud?
Well, Buck has
no, believe me, I'm not.
Up.
I'm not.
Isn't it true that you're just looking everything up as the moment?
Well, I've been listening. Hold on. I haven't been fighting the argument. I'm actually just listening.
No, I'm not saying you're fighting it. I'm just saying you're looking it up the moment you start.
These are historical facts.
Well, I'm listening. I'm literally ingesting, and I'm not speaking from what I think I know, but I'm listening and self-educating.
Yeah, but you do sound very confident. Like when he's talking to you, you sound very confident. You know that it's the case. And you say, "Yeah, of course, this has already been done. We're doing this," and you get into. You're like, "Oh, let me check it out." Like the moment that you finish saying that.
Actually, a written paper about the QED fraud. I think it's by Shama.
Wouldn't you want everyone to be open to learning?
Yeah,
I don't
like I'm telling you what I'm told,
aren't you intellectually
and then I'm
honest
learning
to say,
about it.
Yeah, Bug, aren't you intellectually honest to say that you don't know if what you're saying is true or not? Like you're just automatically affirming that it's true. We've discovered that. We've already covered that. And it's like it sounds to me like that's coming from a place that you don't know, and it's okay to say you don't know. Like I don't know what's wrong with that.
To be clear, I haven't made claims. I've explained. I went out of my way to say I'm gonna go Google that to see what they say. I am listening attentively and searching up what you are responding with, and I'm taking that information and I'm learning from it. I'm not telling you a pulsar is a pulsar. I'm not telling you a radon is a radon or whatever. Okay. I'm just listening.
Okay. So our position is, does the evidence match the claim? Are there alternative interpretations to whatever data they collected to say the pulsar is doing this or doing that? Because lately I've been hearing about new radio fucking pulsar does something totally unexpected. You know, I've been hearing that for like 2 decades. This frickin' pulsar frickin' disappeared. This pulsar did this. Stars disappear. Stars reappear. Like, did you know there's a paper that came out just like a couple days ago that said they went over photographic plates from the Palomar telescope from 1942 to 1957 before any satellites were ever launched, and they found satellites, artificial satellites in their telescope plates, in their photographs of the stars before there was man-made satellites. So what we concern ourselves with is what is the empirical evidence. We don't give a shit about the story. The story, like anybody can make up any story to any fucking goddamn data set. We only care about what the data says. And we also differentiate between what is directly measured and what is indirectly measured. Meaning, what are you inferring it or are you deducing it? That's a very important distinction. Because people also say scientific proof and all shit like that. Well, science only proves things if the test is deductively structured. If it's inductively structured, it doesn't prove anything. And, you know, sometimes they'll use abductive logic where it's like the best explanation based upon the available evidence, whatever that means. That's totally subjective bullshit. So we're trying to figure out what we can actually know for certain versus what we can believe. And a lot of people think they know for certain that the earth is a ball. And we're here, and we do this all day, every day, to demonstrate that, no, you actually don't know that. Your brother don't know that. Your teacher don't know that. The guy down the street don't know that. The random dude working at NASA don't know that. Okay? We have a satellite engineer, a satellite dude that works for the Amazon Space Services. He don't even know that. He goes into work. He does his fucking job. He sells freaking Amazon satellite services. But does he have any freaking primary knowledge that there's a satellite in space? Nope. He thinks there is. He has no reason to doubt it, but he doesn't know. So, AB, you want to take over?
Now, what is it?
Maybe you
can't look at.
Yeah.
You can't take any.
Huh? What? I heard you, AB. What's that?
Do you think an entire generation was sold a lie of a sci-fi story about space and everything just to, like, confirm a pile of lies or something? Like, I think that's crazy. Like, I'm feeling it. I'm getting it.
Well, at least, you know, and most of these things, because you came in here, I remember that when you first started being in this room, you're full of a lot of beliefs, and your position was pretty staunch. So, well, I don't know where you're at now, but
because here's the thing: what happened? I was sold possibly a pile of lies, because there's two interpretations. You know, if you come in with childlike innocence, oh, the sun's going to explode in 5 billion years, and you have your depressive episode like every child does, or, you know, space is infinite, and you could go out there and you could go find all these asteroids and rocks and planets and whatever. You know, maybe they're selling a bunk story, but also
they could also just believe it, Bug. They could also just believe it like you, though, and they're not lying to you. It's just like a collective delusion.
Yeah, but like the thing is that
where everybody believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
I think it's not that hard. If we just...
What do you mean?
Like, if we got out there, we'd know.
Okay, so if we could do something that, in your mind, is like leaving the system or going somewhere to see the beyond, then we'd know the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, so that right there is the flaw in your logic.
Okay.
Because you don't realize that you can know right now where you're at. That's your problem. You've lost like the.
I don't know where I'm at.
You've lost it. Well, that's the thing. You lost the curiosity to realize that the power is actually within your grasp to find things out. So you're not curious enough to say, I could probably figure it out if I had the means to here on Earth. If somebody told me, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just gene edit humans, so like my plate's kind of full.
Well, I mean, you're in here now, so you're obviously curious because you're having the conversation. So I don't know how full that plate can be if you really want to know more.
Well, like, y'all know Astro Sentinel. Is he on here often?
Nah, that name sounded kind of familiar. I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, he's a flat earther, and he talks a lot about propulsion systems. And he and I got into a very big argument. And bear with me. Like, the thing that pissed me off was a fundamental misunderstanding of physics. If we were in, let's say, an Olympic-sized swimming pool of a falling object to mitigate the force of gravity, and it is a vacuum in that object, just for the sake of the argument, right? His point was that you could not propel an object by ejecting matter. You have to do it by providing a pressure differential to push the object forward. The other argument was to eject mass or matter or something out the other end. Yeah, exactly. Like India, like, oh no, that's a king. And the other idea, the NASA model, is to eject matter to propel it forward for the equal and opposite response. And I got really skeptical of your argument because I had met an individual who could not argue all sorts of... Well, no, not even Yoder, because it doesn't matter about the expansion. Like, if I throw the softball, does that propel me? If I hurl matter...
I get that. Yeah, but I get that.
Where do we even begin to like decompile what they'd say?
But the presupposition of the vacuum of space would have to be in some way proposed to be an environment that you could actually travel to and test and verify, or at least some way find out that it's the case.
Yeah,
like, you can't have a position that you're saying that up there is like a certain environment.
No. But how do we get
everything,
there? Like,
everything that you're saying that works within that environment, like what you're talking about right now, would work in a specific way that you're describing it works, right? Okay,
but
so how
would we get up to space? What's limiting us?
Well, that's one thing, right? How do you get up there? But then there's a whole other argument of how things work up there in that place where they are, right? So you're trying to work within like it's already a derivative argument. You're saying, okay, so let's just say space is what they're saying it is. It's a vacuum of space with whatever pressure value they say to be up there. Based on that, this is how this would work with physics, right? And so you're arguing with him about that point, with that derivative topic. What I'm saying is, you don't even know that if you reverse back a little bit, how do you know that environment is that? Whatever it's claimed to be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Like, you guys were
then how do we get up there? How do we test it? How do we go observe
wouldn't you think that would be the issue?
If I were you, I would say, I want to go figure it out for real. How do we do that?
No. We're not. It's not about figuring it out. The point is, people are arguing about it right now in this call. There's going to be arguments about it. You've had an argument with that other guy about it, the guy you were telling us about. So how do you know that argument can be had if you don't even know if the premise of the argument can be verified to be true?
Oh, we could verify it by going there. So what's holding us back?
That's a great story. But can you do something to test and verify the claim to say,
if we get there, how do we get there? What's stopping us from getting there to test it?
What I'm saying is how can you make a statement that this is how this would work in this environment if you can't even figure out if that environment even exists you think it does?
One, the entire, like, again, I'm going to go back to the thing I said. Was I sold a big sci-fi story about this vacuum in space and stars, and then they explained it all and made it all work out in some way that what we're observing fits that bill, right?
Really? Does it?
My question is, how do we go out there and figure it out? If I launch a rocket, like a model rocket, up there, however far it is, endlessly even, what do I need to do that? What do I need to throw a human up there or a camera? Or is it impossible? Do I hit a barrier?
Sign up real quick, AB, that this Bug might not realize. it's not just you that stole this story. The space story was started in 300 BC before there was any evidence for it. So Democritus and Epicurus started this idea way back when there was no evidence for it. Science fiction started in 100 AD with the story written by I think it's Taciturnus. It's called A True Story, where the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Okay?
Yeah.
So this idea is more than just now.
Yeah,
not
but
just you.
had that
The information. Yeah, the information was invented, is what he's saying. It wasn't discovered.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it wasn't a discovery,
in minds of men.
Bug. It wasn't a discovery, it was an invention. People made it up and then played it out. Not only that, but the atom and other things that Democritus came up with, and they had their school of people that they followed them. But then it went forward into people that were considered to be great thinkers. But it wasn't something they discovered, though. Here's that's the big part of this whole thing that you guys are just glossing over that. What is the historical context of how we know this stuff was even? Where did we derive it from? Where did it come from?
Geocentric models, or even the Norse structure.
Can I ask
all of this stuff was just.
Maybe can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you understand? Do you know what a hypothesis is?
What is?
Do you know that? A hypothesis?
Yeah, hypothesis. Yeah, what?
Or a theory.
It's not a theory.
Yeah, I'm asking.
It's predicting the results of an experiment. That's what a hypothesis is. Your predicted results of an experiment.
There's no. Something that is being predicted by an experiment.
Yeah, the predicted results of the experiment is your hypothesis. If I do X, then Y happens. That's a hypothesis.
You're predicting something, and then if you do the experiment, then it might happen. It doesn't happen. Whatever it is. I'm just asking AV or actually any of you, if something has been predicted 2,000 years ago, it's a hypothesis.
It wasn't really a prediction. They didn't have ideas about hypothesis back then. It was a metaphysical statement. They were doing metaphysics, not physics.
Well, even something
but it doesn't really matter because
it was imagination. Is an imagination? If I imagine a reality, is that a hypothesis?
Yeah, if you imagine anything, it can be a hypothesis.
I imagine a cogent argument. That's my hypothesis, and I'm predicting it'll never fucking happen.
Wait. How do you guys explain meteorites? I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, they're just a phenomenon in the sky that happens, man.
Yeah, but where did it come from?
How the fuck?
Did anybody answer that question? These questions of phenomena that occur that it seems to be there really isn't a way that you can define an explanation for them. How can you state?
No. Hold on. The meteorite literally just blew a hole through everything I was working up to. I was literally the gears were clicking over, and then I went, where the fuck do meteorites come from? Because they have no interaction or even comets are cold until they get near the sun. Meteorites don't burn until they hit the atmosphere, which shows the gradient differential. Some flat earthers believe it's a dome. Not saying you do, but that just blows a hole through a lot of the argument.
Look, that's that's a nice story. How do you know any of that is true? Any of it?
What?
Yeah,
he's saying something. What is the evidence for what you're saying, dude? Or whatever.
We have so many cameras that record that shit.
Okay,
they wiped out the dinosaurs.
You added a whole bunch of other stuff than seeing a meteor. Okay, you added. Hey, it's burning up because of the temperature gradient, and the comet has a tail because it's getting closer to the sun. They aren't observing it getting closer to the sun.
But
from Earth, you can't tell the relative, like where everything is relative to where the sun is. We can only tell where it is relative to we are to a degree.
That's crazy. Hold on. I'm cured again. That's awesome.
What the fuck?
Like it's just.
We're looking from our perspective. You got to remember, we're on Earth.
Yeah,
but we gotta go somewhere.
Completely different.
Like we can categorize what they're made out of because they're a physical object that reaches Earth's surface, and we can backdate where it came from, how it happened, all that kind of stuff. That's incredible. That just blew a whole thing through it. Like even further.
How do we date them? Using what? You still haven't said how you know
carbon
anything
dating?
You're saying.
Anything like that?
Carbon dating?
Let me take a look.
Oh God, dude.
Let me put.
Craters don't come from rocks from space.
Yeah, let me post something. Hey, hold on, guys. Like Bug. Did you know that there was many different ways that the mainstream is classifying these things and like phenomena in the sky? I'm gonna post something to you. Can you just look at what I just posted real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the acting of the Earth. I'm with you. I'm with you that it could be an alternate explanation.
No, I'm showing like the different names of the things that you're describing, what you said, the phenomena in the sky, what you're looking at, what it is. Do you see the different names that are attached to like what it looks like to be like rocks in outer space, like next to that globe? You see the names beside those? Comet, asteroid, meteor, meteoroid, meteor, fireball, meteorite. Hello?
Hey man, how is that? What does that mean to the flat Earth mind?
Bug balls it after the meteor. That's
look,
too. Yeah, why did you say your phone uses satellites?
Again, what?
Why did you say phones use satellites?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, didn't you just say your phone? Said we have satellites. That's how our phones work.
Satellite phones use satellite. GPS uses satellite.
Phone, probably, but I didn't say phone.
How do you know any of that?
How do I know any of that?
Yeah.
There is such a thing called a satellite phone.
Yeah. And what's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone? Actually,
what's the difference between a satellite phone and a telephone?
Hold on. In the actual device, what's the difference?
That one is able to contact a satellite, and the other one, well, I guess they can both contact a satellite, right? Because it uses GPS.
They use GPS to call. They call GPS satellites. Is that what you're saying?
What does GPS stand for?
GPS. What does GPS stand for?
Yes.
Well, it's either global positioning system or ground positioning system.
Right.
Yeah,
so
but no one's making phone calls on them.
No, nobody's making, but there are satellite phones that actually communicate directly with Starlink. In the modern sense, communicate with Starlink, or they're used.
Why do they need to do that?
Because a lot of places don't have stars. Because there's no cell towers. Why don't they have?
Because there's no cell towers.
Yeah, because there's no cell towers. So they have to.
Why can't they talk to a cell tower?
Because they're too far away. So they have to use.
Because there's a ball in the way?
No.
There's not a curve of the Earth is in the way. That's not in the way?
No, it's probably just like too far out.
Power, right. It might be the power. Do you want the power output? That's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone. Satellite phones have giant fucking batteries and huge power output. Cell phones are in the milliwatts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're transmitting watts versus milliwatts, you can transmit a lot farther.
Okay.
There's other factors other than there's a ball in the way. We got to talk to a satellite because we've known since the 1918 at least that radio signals will go 10,000 miles.
They
Did you know
bounce
that,
off
Alish?
the ionosphere. Yeah, they bounce off the ionosphere for that.
They didn't know about the ionosphere at that time.
Oh wow!
The ionosphere is an ad hoc, after the fact invention.
No, so they don't have to know about something to know it works. Just like they didn't have to know about bacteria.
Yeah, it was invented after.
What do you mean it was invented? What do you mean it was invented?
as
there.
a concept. Pardon me?
Everything is invented as a concept, right? So bacteria was invented as a concept before they knew what hand washing was, right? But they knew, but certain cultures, like in East Asia, they've found that prevention of disease was caused by hand washing. So they did it. They didn't know why, but they knew if they washed their hands, they wouldn't get sick. They were very clean. They didn't get sick very often.
Okay, so nothing to do with this, but we're talking about the ionosphere. They needed a reason that radio waves could travel that far, and they invented the ionosphere. And specifically, Heaviside and who was the other fucking guy? It's not Helmholtz. Heaviside and I forgot what his name is. It's called the Heaviside layer. That was the name of it. They invented it ex post facto because they needed a reason. Well, Heaviside didn't have anything to send up into this ionosphere. There was no rockets. There was no balloons that went that high. They were like, how would they know about it?
Because of radio, or because of energy, right? Because of it protects us from UV rays, right?
No, that would be the what is it? Is that the ionosphere? Ozone. That's the ozone layer.
Yeah, you're right. But the ionosphere is what protects us from sun flare, like the radio waves from sun flares, right? So
that's
like when sun flares,
magnetosphere.
Magneto?
The magnetosphere, yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of spheres: exosphere, troposphere, ionosphere, stratosphere, magnetosphere,
thermosphere.
Thermosphere, yeah, I almost forgot that one.
How you know that, though?
Atmosphere.
I don't know any of that crap. That's just a story they tell. So the thing about the ionosphere is, even we get long distance radio wave propagations on wavelengths that they say don't have an ionosphere. And the ionosphere has some pretty unique properties that's never really been observed in nature that they have to say exist to even remotely make it work, such as negative indexes of refraction.
It has been observed in nature.
Negative indexes of refraction.
So I'm telling you that the ionosphere
that means
has
power amplification, right?
No, I did not know that. But I'm telling you that it has been observed in nature because that's literally what ball lightning is. That's plasma. Ball lightning is... Yeah, ball lightning is...
just like freaking potpourri me, dude. Like, yes, plasma exists. Whether plasma has a negative index of refraction, that's another story.
No. So I'm not saying that because I don't know that to be true. But ball lightning is...
Yeah, I know what it is. I read about it.
Right. No. I know you know what it is. I'm saying that it is plasma contained by negatively charged air, essentially.
Okay.
Because it is gas contained within plasma contained within a independent sphere that of charged gas. That's what it is.
Okay. Nobody really knows what ball lightning is. It's speculative on what it is. It's only been observed two or three times, and it's only been documented to be observed 2 times that I know of. And the whole time I was growing up, they said it was a fucking a rumor that didn't really exist.
Right. Well, it's not only just ball lightning. It's St. Elmo's fire. It's other like phenomena that have to do with that. That they did think it was fake, but it has been proven to be true. And the existence of it is based on plasma that is encased in ionized air, sort of like the thermosphere. So it's like, the ionosphere. So it's like a local representation or demonstration of how gas can be contained within using only negatively charged air, essentially, ionized air.
Okay. From what I know, the cause of ball lightning is still speculative.
Well, the cause of it, yeah, but like that's the mechanism behind it.
Well, all they have so far is videos of a freaking bright blue fucking ball. That's all they have. How would they know what it's composed of? How would they know that, Hours? They've never replicated it in a lab.
I would have to look that up. I'm not going to say for sure if they have or haven't.
I know they've been trying for fucking 5 decades. I mean, ball lightning's a bad example. But the ionosphere is supposed to be a freaking layer of highly energized particles that get trapped in the Earth's magnetic field when they're ejected from the sun, right? So it's a bunch of freaking ionized particles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And the reason why we have
story. That's the story, and it also moves around, right? So, did you know that on the day side versus the night side, it has different altitudes?
Different altitude? No, I don't know about this.
Yeah, so there's a different layers. There's like A, B, or no, there's D, E, and F or something. So on the daytime side, you're only supposed to be able to get to the lower layer. So propagation distances like skywave propagation or tropospheric scattering only go like 800 miles. According to the theory, right, of the ionosphere, and that the long distance shortwave propagation happens, it's thousands of miles, but it only happens at night. I used shortwave radio when I was a kid. My father had one. We used to listen to shit in Russian, shit in Spanish, shit in Japanese. So you could pick up all sorts of radio signals, but they only last for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes before they static out. That being what it may, the propagation I'm talking about, the Marconi propagation in 1918, happened during the day. It didn't happen at night. So it doesn't match the ionospheric theory in the first place.
When you send radio waves, so when you send radio waves, what direction do you usually point the transmitter?
Well, they were using what's called back then. They didn't make like dipole antennas. They basically had like a wire grid, and it was an omnidirectional antenna.
Yeah, it's exactly an omnidirectional antenna, which is pointing in.
But it was
if you
like
look at Marconi's
field or something in size, so it was just like steel wires that crisscrossed.
If you look at Marconi's example, he says specifically that it pointed up at like a 45-degree angle or something like that.
Well, it depends on which Marconi example you're talking about. There was a couple of them. So there was the one across the Atlantic. I'm talking about the one to Australia.
Yeah. So
a lot of people don't know about. Platter just posted in the chat. There's a plaque to the guy. Now that guy, just to let you know, this guy was an amateur radio operator that turned on his radio and heard people talking in German, and was like, "What the fuck?" Okay, this is when radio was brand new. It's 1918. So he goes to the government and says, "Hey, I can hear people talking in German." Back then, Australia was a British colony. So they contacted their superiors and Britain, and they decided, hey, it's World War I. Maybe we should make a communication method so we can talk to each other in case we need to send us more troops to be killed on the freaking trenches of Germany or Belgium or wherever the fuck they were. So, and that's what they did. But they made these radio transmissions. You know that this is almost an antipode distance, right? It's like 10,000 miles. Half the globe is like 12,000, right? So this is like an antipode. This is like a North Pole to South Pole transmission.
Mm-hmm. You don't even believe in North Pole or South Pole.
You're right. It's called an internal critique, dude.
Dude, you're not a flat earther.
Stop being a child.
Oh,
it's called an internal critique.
Right, yeah, and I understand that, but wait, what is the actual distance then? If it's
the globe distance from Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia is roughly 10,000, like 196 or something.
What's the real distance then?
That is the real distance.
I know. How would you know that?
Dude,
no, I'm asking you.
Come on, stop it.
Yeah, how would you know that's the real distance?
You know, people have been on airplanes before and they traveled.
Yeah, that's right. And they're flying in a fluid. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you know that's the real distance?
Again, I just said, do you know people have been on airplanes?
Yeah, before? I know. And I just said, hey, dude, They're flying in a fluid. That makes distance measurement fucking impossible.
What?
Okay.
They're flying in an airplane.
Why?
Because they're flying in a fluid. What don't you get, dude?
So is it the flying
fluid's in
or is it
motion?
the fluid itself?
The fluid's in motion.
Right, but if I'm moving in the wind, does that mean I can't measure how long I walked? Is that your argument?
No.
Okay, then what is?
Are you confused?
Yes,
We're
very much
asking you
so.
to clarify. Yes.
Yeah, they're not measuring a distance. Okay, they might be able to infer a distance from time over speed, but that has its problems because speed is measured with a p-top tube, which is a measure of actual air pressure. Okay, then you have other issues. Nobody's flying from Cornwall, UK to fucking Sydney, Australia in the first place. Right, and then there's other factors. Then there's other factors besides just going to straight velocity. Planes don't actually fly in great circle routes. They fly in international traffic flight corridors, okay, which aren't great circle routes. And
so
you can't get the times vary because for another reason, because of the orientation of the runway and whatever your landing pattern has to be. You could be in the air for fucking 45 minutes, fucking circling a runway. So, no. There is no measured distance. They calculate the distance based upon the Haversine formula. It's calculated, not measured.
You have no way of explaining.
Address something I said. Anything. Don't talk about what I do.
Well, you just said address what you said. I'm trying to address what you said.
Yeah, you talked about me. I'm not the topic.
Well, you brought up the topic. I'm trying to address what you...
I'm not the subject matter, though.
Okay, relax. Like... The fact is, NASA's very clear on this.
The fact is, NASA's very clear on this. Okay, sure. Let's hear this. Start shoveling your shit, dude. This should be funny.
They have multiple pictures to prove. Yes.
Do they?
I do have multiple.
And how do you know that?
Because they took it. What do you mean?
You took the picture?
They took it.
How do you know that? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like in that picture?
Well, because I looked at the picture.
Yeah, and compare it to what?
To Earth.
So you've seen the Earth from that vantage point to compare it to that picture.
From the picture.
You're comparing the picture to the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, just go on fucking mute. Just mute yourself, dude.
What picture are you talking about specifically?
No.
The blue marble.
Just go
I do
on
know.
mute, dude. Just go on fucking mute, dude.
No, the blue marble is a
compared the
Photoshop
picture to the picture. Come on.
That radio signal
intellect-
that went 10,000 miles, supposedly, it would have needed to bounce from air to sky 5 separate times. They say it would need to bounce every 2,000 miles.
Yeah, that's fine. But
which is ridiculous.
I want to be intellectually honest.
It would also, hold on. It would also, there's one more thing. It would also flatten because the inner radius and the outer radius are not equal, and then the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So each reflecting angle from the ionosphere versus the surface of the ball would be different angles, and the whole thing would flatten out. And then you'd end up being horizontal and just bounce right back to the fucking ground.
Okay, but I want to be intellectually honest and say that the blue marble is a Photoshop realized image of, because so here's the thing, the blue marble either has to be an image that was stitched together, or it has to be an image that was modified in some way by NASA, because you can't even get that shot from the moon, right? If you look at photos taken from the moon, it is not the blue marble realized, right? It's
Look, you guys are whistling past the graveyard. The graveyard is, why the fuck should I believe anything that they say? Especially a fantastic claim. Hey, I went a fucking 100,000 miles from the Earth, took out my Hasselblad 70mm camera, and took a picture of the fucking Earth inside of a goddamn tin can that had fucking aluminum less than 3 millimeters thick. Okay, why the fuck should I believe any of that shit? There's no way to evaluate the image. I have no reference to compare it to. Can't go, hey, yeah, that looks like the Earth I saw. I have no reference. All I can do is compare one fake image to some other fake image. Like that dude said, what'd you compare the image to? Compare the image to the image. And that's all you can ever do. At least he's fucking honest, even though he was trolling. How can we evaluate these images? Can we apply any scientific method analysis to any of these images? People want to talk about science all the time. Okay, what's the scientific method image analysis of these images? There is none. The only thing you can do is, hey, what's depicted in the image, does that exist in reality? Let's go check reality. Let's go check. Shows curving oceans? Let's go check to see if there's curving oceans. Shows the fucking continent that looks like that? Let's go check to see if it looks like that. Let's go see if that's how it actually is. That's all you can do. You either believe it or don't believe it. And the reason this space shit gets brought up 24/7 is because it's unfalsifiable bullshit. And you guys know it. I hate to tell you. They can't be proven real. They can't be proven not real. They're just trusted or not trusted. It's completely a trust proposition. But that's why you guys want to talk about it. Because the reason you guys think the Earth is a ball isn't because of any experiment you've done, isn't because of any test you've done. It's all for fucking sociological reasons. And psychological infirmities, to be honest about it. I mean, we just need, like, what really needs to happen, everybody just needs to start being really fucking honest about the situation. Y'all believe a bunch of shit that you got told by the television, and you believe a bunch of pictures that you can't verify, and we don't. Yeah, Himawari takes pictures of the Earth and it don't even have a camera. How does it do that, rolling my boulder? Rolling my boulder. Go on Himawari's website and look up what their imaging device is. Tell me how they're taking a picture of the Earth without a fucking camera on their satellite.
It's also not live. It's like 3 seconds delayed, I believe.
Regardless of whether it's live or not, there's no camera on it.
There's no camera on it? I gotta test this. Rolling my shoulder.
It has like a fucking spectrograph that has no lens. It uses like a fucking mirror or something.
Okay.
So they construct the image. Now, one of the things about the Himawari on top of that is they won't release the raw data to anybody. In fact, they won't even release the first iteration of the process data, even to scientists. You're going to get secondhand processed, second two-order post-processed data if you're a researcher, and then if you're just a normal dreg, you ain't going to get shit. Never mind all the pre-render shit that was on the FTP. I still got links to it.
Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
Who said Google Earth?
disproving the shape of the
Jench is invoking Google
We have
Earth.
the Google
And
Earth,
You know,
and we're saying
Ken,
there's something missing here, like
Ken should,
a house or an
bro,
island. I'm talking
bro.
about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We
Literally.
heard you the 7th time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Shut up.
Earth is a cylinder,
Shut up, dude. Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't.
No,
you work
because
3D.
The
You know I'm wrong. You want to bet like 1,000
you ask me,
Bitcoin.
let me answer.
Now, so I'll bet you 1,000 Bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily. But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
But you could do it, right?
Unfortunately,
What do you mean looks
Yeah.
right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do you mean by looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
I think the word you're looking for is
Fix it to,
continuous.
what is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
this,
just
when you
wrap. Do you want me to
know
do? Do you want me to stream it in live
Okay,
in front of you
yeah,
right
check
now?
it out. So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me
of
to stream it? I can
Archimedes?
prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point.
Yeah.
And by the way,
KGB,
you
that's
guys are
not how
muting me
Google
earlier.
Earth
That's
works,
clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
live. I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting objectively CGI images of the
Jesus
globe.
fucking-
Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provided. Do you
Taken
have
from
it?
where? Taken from where?
Okay, here's my position. All right, with respect to you
Taken.
guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay.
in order to
Where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want, just provide a photo
Okay,
for
I
flat
took it
Earth,
at the
bro.
beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from from really high up in the air so I can see the
How high?
entire flat Earth?
Well, no,
As
you
high
couldn't
as
capture.
possible.
You couldn't capture the
As high
entire
possible.
flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets
do
don't
not push
thrust
off of
in
vacuums.
vacuum.
You require air.
Did you
in
do
order
it?
for
Did you
rocket
build
to
a
work.
rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you
What
have?
does
Do you
that
have a
mean?
source for that?
You're deflecting, dude.
Yeah.
No. This
Do you
is a
know how
legit
thermodynamics
question.
works,
Did you
KGB?
do this yourself
Triangle,
to come to
dude.
that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum.
Which people?
Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
What does this have to do with the
Where
request?
did you get your information
I
from?
posted it for you.
you can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth?
Because you can't
the highest possible
because
point?
there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah, yeah. He just showed it.
Can you please show me a video of it so I can see it myself?
It's in the side chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you decide to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Gench29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
We're not. This isn't a debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a debate in 5 years.
Kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this hasn't been a debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag, so I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay. Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay.
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, "Hey, boy, big boy, you want a good time?" They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay. So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically. Programmatically inside how it's not a ball. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do, right? Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole, use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I don't care how you feel. It always goes to matter what you
I would love to talk with
Why don't you actually address what I said of substance?
I would love to talk with Sny.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Jench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine, right?
What do you have to say about...
You just need to answer genuinely.
What do you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sny, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe Indio asked you a question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you a question.
He muted me. He's getting banned, so...
No,
you mute me, bro?
Muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. Okay. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile, actually.
I don't care how you feel.
That's true, just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. You need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long-ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying, and they don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have r, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And they're right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah, that's
so
right.
They're right,
They're
like
right
in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go. Okay. So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, because the car drove on the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see. Explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jench, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had, like, paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, "Hey, because there's landmarks," or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been. I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, flat earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curve and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I got you
or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of
fails.
Drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve right for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software, evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something
talking
to do with the physicality?
Which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Using reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, so I just
but the
posted
software
it in the
isn't
chat.
real, so
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true, You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah. So this looks like I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, "Oh shit, there is a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality."
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established.
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay.
Jench,
yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done? So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth. But those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? But that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations, and you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done, okay? How you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off, because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go.
You're in what's called a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory. You're in a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just? I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography.
Bro,
this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You don't
angry?
even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas. I respect that you
I don't
have
need a
your
compliment. It
beliefs
isn't my
and
idea
have
here.
done. Okay, dude, I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't. How do you
so
manage
emotional. You
to
gotta
find
be
people to
European.
talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise your voice to them,
really not
they
trying to be
feel if you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's
look,
really
bro,
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not.
It is crazy.
Just you're interrupting me. That's
because look. Listen, if you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we let you talk
in
for
that
30
case,
seconds so I
you
can
wouldn't
go
be
back.
able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said. Why waste time? Why just you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? I mean, in this sort of link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that, okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
Okay, and this is the problem of reification, because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually. Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Have I? Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah. So we do actually have.
There's nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is, you have data points.
It absolutely
right?
does. It absolutely does.
I'm not talking
you had
about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths. They are like super tiny, but we have them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinate and control points. And all that means is that when I look at the look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So We have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Greggium for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show it.
It's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you, like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Gent, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Jench.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all that.
You're the one that's fucking him. Like, how are you going to call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking him?
But
anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct, but eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables, correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
just nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I think most of us use Google Earth, and it has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere there has to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive.
Ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles, it makes a moon shape because it's actually a cylinder and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station. Here's the Museum of Science. Here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what is inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing.
This would be a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
You think that somehow this is going to be dispositive about how we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Dude,
I'll do it.
Are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth. Say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually
I don't
be
want to say
specific.
globe.
Now actually be specific. Instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific, okay.
Yeah,
so
a
you had
specific
this 2D
example.
map that someone sent earlier in the chat. I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No. Shut the fuck up. Don't. You're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
yes,
oh my god, you could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that
because you're talking about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. You need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false? Right?
Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you
look at it. That's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go.
What would that look like?
What would that?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try to wrap
No. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
would that be a discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say, I cannot find that problem.
The argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the
I can't find it, therefore it don't exist.
I'm saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles. And
no. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why did they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path, and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica. Hold on, don't let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out
the tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool and you say the tool is broken.
How does the tool? Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand that?
The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for the discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines. Where you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but this is my evidence is that
your evidence is a claim. Your evidence is your claim.
My evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance tool.
You don't. Do you understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Habersign formula. Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The Great Circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, Great Circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, I don't. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit.
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw, a discontinuity. I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming at you, it's because you won't acknowledge the fact that what you asked for, I provided. What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny it all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube, Twitter, can fucking do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
do it yourself. You can do it right there. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, etc., etc. But now you know you are all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that.
Man,
I'm sorry, dude. You filled in the blanks.
Send me something. Send me something that, just something.
Do it yourself. I want you to do it yourself, dude. So you can't say I doctored it or I did something special. Go do it yourself.
You refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to the
First of all, that's an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white as a theory. You don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory. Yes. And the reason you haven't found any flaws because you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally type in Google and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. And I'm gonna get thousands of hits, thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows it's not.
Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his pea brain. So there we go. That took all of 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
You know, yeah. Okay, I'm trying to
just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't it be because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I already answered this.
Full of shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B, so you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be. Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of graduum says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto Albright ellipsoid. Then that referent Albright ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered through the Albright. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect sphere.
You didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's the same. It's not the same.
Isomorphism, you can represent that as one isomorphism.
Oh my God, dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the Albright ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere. which is, I don't even know what you call it, oblated spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because the geoid is an hold on, dude. Let me finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
is an undulating surface a continuous curve?
Mechanics.
It is an undulating surface a continuous curve. That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then it's converging and then diverging normals
in two different
two adjacent segments, and then it's still continuous.
Actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken quantum
so now you're talking about me instead of actually refuting what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if you're taking classes now, Indio. Now we're down to who's taking what kind of classes. Dude, you really want to get into classes? Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics. I think he don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying
and the other one is.
He was like that chick one day at band camp. After fucking every goddamn line. So I'm going to unmute Kasari here. Yeah, because he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between an undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is what I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear, KGB. He's being a douche.
Oh, and where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they
are
were supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I know.
That's the only reason I even came in here.
I'm
that's
so
false
sorry,
advertising, man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on. Who was it? That's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking Europeans, man, they fucking drive me crazy.
Okay.
Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said, you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and, I gave him, the answer, and he just kept saying, you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
Funny.
Yeah,
well, he was like,
felt bad.
He was doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, what
Great questions, John D. Didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Was it? No, it wasn't that long. Was
it's 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the.
What do you want to talk to KG?
Screenshot.
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what he's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB. You claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him seeing something have to do with not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What should we base them on then? What should we? Hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
so sociology
revolves. I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
hey, what's everybody saying?
Maybe if you let me finish what I was going to say.
Well, because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure out.
I was talking about sociology, but actually,
it is sociology.
500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid, actually.
Okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You're right.
I said, what should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here, I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
you can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people that all the time.
You can see bacteria under a microscope. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was there.
What do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So
those pictures from space, those pictures you think are from space, what are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to see, to prove that the bacteria viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the problem with all these people using telescopes to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon is a sphere, why isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have pareidolia?
Is it not a sphere, yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon.
That's an inference, though. That's not seeing it as a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
There's some things that are not obvious. Here's the things that are not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. Does not have a specular reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse, yes.
A solar eclipse. I said an eclipse. Did you see the moon during a solar eclipse? So,
yes, a solar eclipse.
I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy. Yes, you can. You can see
no human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Failed, what caused the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during the solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon? The lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere, and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing you're completely denying that the moon is a sphere, so therefore I have to provide.
We're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise, that the moon is a sphere.
Proves
because the shadow.
Then how do you explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Okay, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Yeah, absolutely.
That fucking exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so very aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. You know why? Because there's no parallax. And without parallax, that's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell.
Yeah, but we're not doing 3D now, and the term parallax does not.
Well, a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was nonsense?
A 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other side.
How do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No,
it's not.
How do you know it's a shadow?
You're claiming it's a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow?
What do you mean, how do I know it's a shadow? What does that mean? How do I know it's a shadow?
Yeah, how do you know?
There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker because there's a shadow.
Brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're going to go back to the moon.
No, this is irrelevant, dude. This is relevant. It shows in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No, it doesn't. That's not the other choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay, well I know that's a shadow because there's not enough light there. Yes, I do.
You know, but I asked you how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying now that you know it's just shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right
That's
side.
Wrong too. That's wrong too.
And on the left side of the moon,
that is incorrect.
Shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
well known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post some? You want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you take this ball in your hand, you put it next to a light bulb, okay?
That wouldn't work either, dude. Yeah. The only way to simulate moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're talking about.
One side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the other side.
Yeah, but it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people. And they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only do it with an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all, so please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that?
Because there's no similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How? Why?
It says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Tell us all how you like freezer on there.
Hold up. Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation of Earth?
You can't get far enough away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
Cage B, just listen for 5 seconds. You
can't.
Telescope.
Thank you. You don't have to go, you don't have to talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, because I asked you.
It's flying.
Here,
so you think that I can go to a magic place? That's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth. Even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Yeah, notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do right now is observe the Earth and look at the moon and go, nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You confidently...
I'm not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is, assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this...
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's not bounded, dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just...
What's the universe inside of?
It's in a matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
No, you tell me. You're the professor.
You tell me because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You asked me where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars, dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float above?
Same question over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No, he didn't.
Across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moved. It's me and my going
by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is.
I told you.
No, he's not being honest. He's doing a storm.
That the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Let's move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So then, therefore, how does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
same way?
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute. Okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking... I looked through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this laughing shit before. Remember when I called you on it? You tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is
this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is a sphere, and the other guy tells me that the sun is.
What do you see the sun doing?
This is just narrative painting bullshit, bro. This is like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. And you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very
None of
much,
these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float.
Yes,
float. What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman
define
over
float.
Implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF showed.
We can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah. It's floating, like suspended in air.
So what is
that's not what float
do during the day. What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations.
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would
example,
you describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations. As in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to. How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the floor.
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe it?
Walk outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and it moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to some degree,
spherical
and
motion.
then and then it sets down to the east.
Wow. Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and you move your arm across. And you
want to cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering your question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to draw it.
From the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way
imagine the horizon
to the other side, which is the
he
west.
thinks making an arc is a sphere.
That's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making an arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure. But I have a different question. Wait, I have a different
changing everything.
So this is the problem. You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but right?
No, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
if the moon describe what you see, dude, and you're defensive.
Hold up. If the moon is a circle,
he said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Oh shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't know that.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to see
this
the
a
other
flat
side
Earth
of the moon?
server?
Oh my god!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or.
Oh, it's so far away.
Dude,
is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon just magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see the sides of the
face
sphere? Why
is this 24/7
you problem? You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see this? If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No, if the moon is a sphere, why don't we see it?
Yeah, right. So if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, and it's a disc, so therefore we should be able to see the other side.
No one said it's a disc.
Who said
no one said it's a disc?
Well, it's a circle, right? So it's a 2D plane, so therefore it should be a disc.
Like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a circle. So really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they look like shut up. But they look like they converge.
So you have to burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that. If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay. So things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas. And that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what is it?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though?
How would I tell by looking at it? Flat Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
so what's the moon then?
You should know how the moon
works. What does the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
Well, because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
Well, I already told you. It looks like a fucking circle.
So it looks like a circle.
Repeat,
but what
dude.
shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a circle, right? So it's a circle. So it's a disc.
Let's get this out now.
No. Not
logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Chandeliers.
Well, I mean, explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why
would our
chandelier
Earth
not
be
look like my
flat?
floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in
explanation?
the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
Military
himself for
grid
being
maps
a
are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait, I really hope. Do you work with rockets and missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
require flat
rockets
Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this, assumption.
You're gonna tell me to press Titan because he thinks the field goal is far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
Well, that's not what the physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not what the physicists say, brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude, and we all see it.
Wearing the face mask, so of course they were probably there.
So Radwin, excuse me, Professor Triangle makes a point in the side chat that I agree with, and I've sort of been exploiting with the Globers at this point. If they appeal to NASA, they are a spy agency, and so they wouldn't have any grounds to make a claim about anything at this point, since they're only dealing in espionage. So have they been removed from any kind of a position of authority when it comes to cosmology or whatever? What say you? Speculate, it's Sunday.
So the deal is, institutions never correct themselves. They just hope that it'll go down the memory hole. So they'll never stop back and say, oh no, we're just kidding.
Right.
After all, the same type of people told us that tobacco was healthy for us and cigarettes were healthy for us, and they told us that for generations.
Right, so on my profile picture, I've got a doctor there, or a depiction of a doctor, and they decided to take the tobacco company, Lucky Strike. They said 9 out of 10 doctors say that Lucky Strike has whatever percentage less tar, right, than the other brand. So it's a weird little marketing technique. And for those of us who aren't paying attention, or at least those of us who are paying attention, we can see exactly what's going on. The doctor is not saying anything about whether or not the cigarette is healthy. They're just saying that it has less tar. Does that have anything to do with what's going to affect the individual at the end of the day? No. So it's so subtle, the way that they will use an authority or a perceived authority like a doctor, and they will say, oh, we surveyed some doctors and this is what they say. It has less tar, or it has this amount of taste. And people are like, oh, well, the doctor says. So, I mean, if they're smoking and they say it has less tar, then certainly that must be good for me. So I'm going to smoke Lucky Strikes now. Meanwhile, smoking tobacco with all the additives, ultimately not very good for the individual, but tobacco is an interesting thing. it's been around, since the beginning of time. People have smoked it, chewed it, whatever with it, because it's just a plant. Right now, I've heard of people that to kind of keep themselves occupied or working hard throughout the day would chew tobacco leaf, but that's just natural tobacco leaf. I've also heard the same thing about coca leaves, where there's just a small amount, but it's the same as like caffeine or nicotine, where it just kind of gives you a little boost. They would chew coca leaves. So every culture has some kind of plant or herb that may be a bit of an upper, but not to the degree, and certainly not to the destructive level that it would be if you were soaking it in all kinds of chemical compounds, drying it out, putting it in this little cartridge, paper cartridge, where there's gunpowder, literally gunpowder interlaced into the paper to keep it burning. And that is also dangerous. So the formaldehyde, the yada, 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 all that stuff in the cigarette, yeah, that's not going to be good for you. But tobacco, I think, as a plant, and the way it would be used ordinarily is probably totally harmless. That's my thinking. That's my speculation.
Yeah, natural raw tobacco is significantly not dangerous. The reason why cigarette tobacco is so terrible, they cure the tobacco leaves in sugar. So basically, you're smoking sugar.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. Well, that's an interesting piece of information.
That's what they don't want you to know.
Right. Well, I'm going to look into that. So it's half processed sugar. It's
exactly. They cure the tobacco leaves in sugar so that it has a nice sweet taste.
Wow.
And here's the other kicker to tobacco.
And it becomes addictive as well.
The other kicker to tobacco is that there is a known correlation that tobacco users almost never develop Parkinson's disease. That's been a long-term longitudinal studies have been done on that. And
I've heard that.
Yeah, so the question is, what else could it be done if they weren't doing all this processing to it? What else? What else may or may not it do?
Right. So, full disclaimer for the live stream: I have not researched this. This is just a rumor. This is not medical advice, but I have heard that they will study the effects of nicotine on people that have autism, and if they give them one of those patches, so they'll put the patches on them, right? Nicotine patches. It will actually lessen. This is rumor, of course, and I have no statistics to back this up, but it will lessen the severity of the autistic symptoms, and they are a bit more functional. Nicotine, I find out, in our nervous system, it's already a compound or something that sort of exists within the human body, and so using the plant or a source outside the body to increase that is the thing that sort of makes it addictive. So you ramp up the availability of nicotine for the nervous system, and then your body stops producing the nicotine. So then when you quit, your body gets really upset, right? So that's usually the withdrawals, and the fact that people can't stop smoking or chewing or whatever is because now you've sort of changed what we would call the normal level of nicotine in the body, but not medical advice. So did I drop out, or is JE dropped out?
Nope, I dropped out. Sorry, I'm using push to talk, and my finger slipped off of it. I was jabbering away, so thanks for telling me I dropped out. But here's the other piece of non-medical advice that I have is to ask, what is nicotinic acid, and what does it come from, and what is it used for? I'll let you do your own research.
Mm.
And what is the drug wipeout syndrome? And what does that have to do with nicotinic acid? And why is the flush from nicotinic acid alleged to do a lot of things for you?
Yeah, I
never heard of that.
Yeah, I remember a coworker who did that. He took a supplement that had the vitamin B3, the nicotinic acid in it, and the guy turned beet red. And he was like worried, and I said, "Let me see that." And I read the label on it, and I said, "Oh yeah, don't worry, it's just the vitamin B3, niacin."
Nice.
I'm never good at following through daily medicine regimens, but I have several bottles of nicotinic.
Stop dropping out, Barrington.
Yeah, you better hold your finger down real tight.
No, I said there's a reason that I have several bottles of 500 milligrams of nicotinic acid upstairs.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't niacin essentially iron? Or am I wrong?
No.
Yeah, no. Niacin is
vitamin B3,
which is nicotinic acid.
Okay.
They give it multiple names, like aspirin is actually acetacetic acid. Almost nobody calls it ASA. They mostly call it aspirin.
Oh. You guys are a wealth of information.
That's because the chips in our brains feed us all the information.
I don't know about you all, but I'm actually just a chat GPT bot.
I knew it.
I've just been programmed by a crazy man to come in and take over.
Yeah, I like using Grok when I have to expose the stupidity of some of the people on X. I'm like, hey, I didn't say it. Grok said it. Grok said you were stupid.
Boy, they hate that.
Because that event that happened in 2001, and the guy says, well, if you ever took any blacksmithing courses, you would know that you don't have to melt metal to make it soft. And I had to respond. I'm like, well, what are the temperatures of a blacksmith forge versus a campfire?
Right. And that's the thing. Like,
yeah,
you're 100% correct.
To heat metal properly, you need to expose it to high heat for a specific amount of time using forging or blast furnaces style heat, not a campfire. Yep. Can't do it with a campfire.
Yep. Oddly enough, common sense has escaped most people's lives, not even their minds, but their lives in general, right?
Oh, yeah.
So every scenario, okay, let's pretend that hypothetically, since we're not talking about any specific event, let's say a plane crashes, okay? And let's pretend that it's holding this large amount of fuel. And that all of that fuel ignites since all the tanks have been ruptured essentially simultaneously. The fuel will burn off and self-consume within a few minutes all that fuel will be burnt up. Whatever's left that may have been started on fire from the initial fire or the jet fuel fire or whatever will be nothing more than plastic and wood burning. So it's not a blast furnace. It's not a forge. I saw a YouTube video of a guy that was talking about all the conspiracy theorists surrounding that maybe one particular event that may have or may not have happened in 2001. And so he's got this piece of rebar, and he's got it in a forge, and it's been there for quite a while, Yeah. And so he pulls it out, and then he puts it in a vise or just maybe you've even seen the video I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Where he puts it, he wiggles it back and forth, and it's like, yeah, dude, that's not apples to apples, right? And by the way, did that piece of metal that you're bending back and forth, did it snap off? No.
No.
It's just bent.
It became plastic.
Right. So maybe what would be plausible, even though we're not dealing with a blast furnace or a forge, is that the upper part of said, hypothetical building may have sagged a little bit, not pancaked 100 frickin' stores from top to bottom. It's absolutely absurd, and it's like, did somebody hire this guy, or are people just this dumb? Where they say, let me give you a false equivalence, and this is my demonstration. It's like, well, you didn't answer any questions, bro. You just kind of made fun of people and bent a piece of metal around that was stuck in this forge for who knows how long. Give me a break.
Yeah, now do that with a piece of rail, a piece of 150-pound rail.
Oh man!
And see if
those
it becomes
beams.
That plastic.
Yeah, those beams are so big. I was watching a documentary the other day of the building of the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
And the size and the girth and just the material that they used was amazing. And how they put it all together was fascinating. It ain't going to be melted by no doggone campfire.
Yeah, especially with they're cut. So the 9/11 ones are cut sideways at an angle at the very bottom of the building. You're like, oh. Mm.
Yeah.
And most people also forget that that day in September is the only day in known history where liquids didn't flow downhill.
Right.
And I'm so enamored by all the truth that we are told about September 11th, because everything the official narrative is absolutely true, and we're not allowed to question it under any circumstance. And I just love the indestructible passports. I just love that entire building is gone, but yet the passports, I just love that our government loves us that much that it can make us indestructible passports.
Yeah, they love us.
But if you get a couple drops of water on your passport, it's no good anymore.
Little drip.
We've got some newcomers to the chat.
Welcome, each and one. Come join us.
Pull a couple winners here. Step right up.
What's up, Claw? What brings you here? Have you been here before?
Oh, no, I've been here for years, yeah. I'm on and off, though.
On politics or bouncing in and out of this particular channel?
24/7 one, but I can't get into there anymore, but that's whatever.
The main server?
Yeah, I can't do it. It's a conundrum because I had that the Discord phone number glitch where you'd register your number and everything, but it wouldn't register, so I had to keep making accounts and it got really jumbled. So yeah, I'm it just won't. Even if it's it's just somehow I can't access it. I don't know why.
So you've created so many sock accounts that you can't get into 24/7. That is a shame.
Yeah, I know. I had to basically fucking because every week it would like Discord would fucking cancel the account and they would get like banned because they think it's spam. But it's like, and my phone number is not registering, so it's this big catch-22 thing that happened for like over a year. It really pissed me off.
Well, welcome. It's Speculation Sunday, unofficially, but Sundays we talk about stuff that maybe we wouldn't ordinarily talk about. Keeps the conversation flowing. We also have Lightbeard Monster.
Ooh.
Welcome. Lightbeard, you been here before? I see you're not muted. Hello, Oleski. Welcome to the channel. This your first time here, Oleski? I'll take that as a yes.
Well, I'm of the opinion, and if they believe in the moon landings, then they believe in flat Earth.
Ooh, I like that. Expand upon that.
Because one of the things they'll say is proof of the moon landings is they put retroreflectors on the moon.
Okay.
So that means they're using lasers to measure the distance to the moon. And we use lasers to measure the flatness of the Earth. So if A is true, so must be B.
So distance between points must be linear.
Yep. Because I'm curious. I'm curious how do you shoot a laser at the moon? Then when the moon is moving, the Earth is spinning and moving at the same time, and get a return signal.
That's an excellent point.
Because by the time you shoot that laser and it takes whatever seconds to get there, the Earth has moved out of position. So has the moon. The moon's also moved out of position. So the accuracy, because they say, like, especially the radar detecting off the sun, that one's great. Yeah, the sun in the sky, that's where it was supposed to be 8 minutes ago. And then by the time the signal returns to you, it's now been 16 minutes. That means the Earth has turned quite a few degrees out of the way.
100%, man. Excellent point.
Yes, see, that's the catch-22, because if they deny our laser tests are inaccurate, then so must be the laser lunar laser ranging tests. They must also be inaccurate, and then therefore they didn't actually land on the moon.
Yep. That's the fun part about this, right? So every time that you start to think about an alleged proofsy, there's some kind of loophole's not the right word, but there's some kind of contingency that they didn't think about.
Yeah, and most of them have absolutely no clue that the Soviet Union put 2 retroreflectors up on the moon as well. They didn't get that in their history lesson.
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't get that one either.
Exactly.
When was that supposed to have been done?
Early 70s. I think it was 71 and 74 or 75. They put up the Lunar Hood rovers up on the moon there, and they both had French-made retroreflectors on them.
Huh. Made by the French? Shit.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yeah. The Soviet Union, who put the first man in space and rovers on the moon, didn't know how to build a retroreflector.
Wow.
It's science.
Yeah, it's science.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with even Yuri Gagarin. They say, "Oh, he's the first man in space." No, he wasn't. How do we know? Because the Soviet Union gave us a press conference before he was put into space. One of the most dangerous events that could possibly happen, and they put it in the news first before it actually happened. And then if you listen to the recordings made by these Italian brothers, they said that they were capturing radio communications to Soviet capsules in space multiple times before Yuri Gagarin.
Didn't they also have the claim of the guy that was yelling because he was unable to get back or something, supposedly?
I think there was one person they set up and capsule developed a leak or something. They were running out of oxygen or something, or burning up. Their reentry was poor and they burned up on reentry. And even the Laika, the dog, the first dog in space, they say, "Oh, the oxygen ran out, blah, 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 and the dog died." No, that's not what happened. They removed the heat and radiation shield from her capsule to see how long she would survive exposed to the radiation in space.
What do you speculate they were actually doing?
Well, like I said, they were running a whole bunch of tests with live subjects, and I think only one sort of survived with a crash, because I think it was supposed to be Ilyushin was supposed to be the guy who was supposed to be the first man in space, but his landing didn't go quite so well, and he crashed in China, and he had to stay in a Chinese hospital for multiple months to recover. And that's why the Chinese never congratulated the Soviet Union on putting Gagarin in space, because they knew that they had to recover this other guy who crashed.
So where did they go then, you think?
Well, I don't know what happened to the other ones. I can only speculate about.
I mean, do you think they went way up high, or like, you think that's how they figured out You couldn't go? Do you think maybe they went to like the Van Allen belt somewhere or something and got stuck? Or what? Since Speculation Sunday, I have to ask.
No idea how technically sophisticated they were, whether the capsules actually survived the launches, or what happened there. The Soviet Union's not forthcoming on providing that information even to this day. So,
yeah, I'm not sure you can do a FOIA request in Russia. So,
yeah, well,
whatever the official story is.
It was very common for them to airbrush out astronauts that died out of the official photographs. So, I'm pretty sure all the records of the previous stuff was all burned.
So the Van Allen radiation belts are an interesting thing. Those are just predicated on the solar system heliocentric non-model that they've constructed, right? So if you're going to say that the Earth is this thing and has this kind of gravitational magnetic field, and the sun is this thing, and it emits all this stuff, then it would be necessary to have some kind of very dangerous region with all this radiation that would, prevent a passage through it without deadly consequences. I'm not sure anybody's ever detected any kind of belt or radiation or whatever, especially at the distance that they're claiming. And of course, once again, the Earth would have to be a ball. So what they did is they gave themselves some kind of plausible deniability as to why we no longer go beyond this region. But they're hoping somehow, I think, that people will forget that apparently many people have gone beyond this region. So which one is it?
Well, it does give them good plausible deniability, because now they can say that they had tubes back then and analog electronics, and now with the silicon IC chips, that they would fry. So they now have plausible deniability to say, yes, we lost the technology, even though we know that was the sodium vapor process, that's the technology they lost. But they can claim that that's why we don't get to go back.
I guess I was under the impression that region of radiation was so intense and so dangerous that essentially it would fry or destroy, not necessarily even the machinery, but the people within the machinery. It is so dangerous, and so the levels of radiation are so high that it's like traveling through a microwave. So if there's no ill effects of this particular claimed radiation belt, and no one's dead or dying or suffering from kind of radiation poisoning, then maybe the speculation of the Van Allen radiation belts is false, or nobody ever went through them. So
they claim that above the North Pole and below the South Pole is more or less a out that you can go through the that you can cut through there with a minimal effects to a human. And I think it was Buzz Aldrin who tried to come up with that, to say that, well, that's how we got through it, when in reality we know that there's no way they got to there, and God only knows what's there. So we can say with confidence that that's a theoretical object that may or may not exist.
Right.
Yeah, one of the astronauts says, I don't think we spent that much time in them. And I don't remember if we went through them.
Well, in their scenario, it would have been hours, right?
Even a whole day, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because unless they sent up like 100 satellites to measure the exact size of the radiation belts, how are they going to know their exact extent? Especially after they launched multiple nuclear weapons into the in up there, which just made the radiation belts worse.
They're showing you fakery, and you're gobbling it up as real technological innovation.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this. Okay, I got you. Hold on once. So how does the exploration of outer space have any political or psychological significance?
You claim to have technology that doesn't really exist to explore an environment that also does not really exist, that nobody else can access, then you are claiming to have world domination, aren't you? And guess what? Your foreign military sales of military hardware just saw a huge revenue increase.
Okay.
And remember the era we're talking about here. This is the 50s. This wasn't when you could make the claim that, oh, every country has a space agency and it's doing their own shit. This is when America was the only, America and the Soviet Union were the only ones with such capabilities.
At the time, that was the goal, but right now it has evolved, and unfortunately, fortunately, it's changed, and I believe
So this policy document was rescinded?
I would say yeah, because this was at a time when the Soviet Union existed. So this was after the Second World War. So I think this is definitely.
And they were doing They were.
I would argue this is still in force. NASA still exists as a consequence of this document.
Consequence?
Yeah, NASA was founded after this document.
What is?
And it's not the only one. There are others that describe similar concepts that I just told you.
Huh.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the first people that sat on the board to develop NASA were members of NSA and CIA created from the 1947 National Security Act. And they sat on a board called the President's Psychological Coordinating Board. President's Psychological Coordinating Board was founded with Eisenhower.
Okay.
Truman.
But I get it, but like, okay, you don't forget NASA. What about Russia? What about China? I don't understand what you're talking about here.
Irrelevant at this point.
How's it irrelevant?
Because we're talking about the foundation of the space program.
Well, America did not. They're not. What do you mean? Like, look, I think you're being too. Like, this is the conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy theory.
No, you're your conspiracy theorist, dude. You are.
How am I conspiracy theorist? It's simple.
Would you like to see more documents? These are all public.
I know they're public, and I know what you're saying is 100% true. But
what are we arguing against here, Shindina? Like your ignorant perception of how the world works.
You're just saying that NASA is some evil corporate.
And what are you saying? And what are you saying that NASA is this benevolent fucking entity out to serve humanity?
No, they do lie. Okay, I get it, but
they do lie. They do lie, but they only lie a little bit.
You have Starlink. It's not just NASA. Okay, why do flat earthers always attack NASA?
Oh my god.
It's
we don't attack NASA. You guys bring up NASA as proof.
Okay, but that's because it's the best source of proof. Okay,
it's not. We tell you why.
And then so we have to attack NASA. And then you guys shut up about it after you realize, yeah, I guess they are full of shit.
Okay. Okay. You know what? NASA has a lot of resources that you don't. A flat Earther doesn't have. For example, your map does not work as well as, for example, their map.
I would like to talk to you about maps.
That's a statement made by someone that knows exactly zero math about what we're talking about.
Yeah, my map works just fine, dude. I don't get lost ever. Unless
they're not. Let me ask you a fundamental question to test your understanding of maps. Okay. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
A coordinate reference.
Well, that's the end of That's the end of that understanding of maps.
Yeah. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Okay. Do you generally know the answer to that?
I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to in here.
It's amazing your inability to say I do not know, Shadina.
No,
you don't know. You don't know how to select coordinates.
This is a big question because what do you mean, map? Do you what?
No, don't go to another question. Just say you don't know, and please, can you explain it to me? You ever tried them words? Or are you too afraid to be educated about anything from how? Okay, well, there you go. Yoda, if you would like to.
Yeah. Well, one of the first things you must consider is the practicality of using a point of origin from which you can have measured distances correspond to relative distances to that point of origin. So, for example, if I use my house as a point of origin, okay, and then if I look at my house from way on top, I set that as 0, 0, x, y. It's a point of origin for a map. The next question is what about the graticule? Am I going to use an orthogonal x and y relationship, or am I going to use polar coordinates?
Okay.
All right. So it depends what I need to do. If I need to maintain a particular heading, if my goal is to reach from my point of origin to something far away and maintain one heading, it would be much easier for me to use a polar coordinate reference system.
Okay.
Do you understand where this is going?
Okay.
Continue. Coordinate systems are chosen suited to purpose.
Okay.
It just so happens the globe is a coordinate reference system itself, and it's not the only one you can use.
It's not the only one?
Correct. The globe, as we know it, was based off of latitude and longitude, which comes from sky coordinates. And the point of origin, there are two of them. One is near the North Pole, and the other is near the southern apparent pole point of rotation, called the South Pole. These are points in the sky.
Okay. So, all right. So you're telling me, based on all what you're saying, how does all of this, how would NASA make a map, what are you saying here?
So the history goes that the ancients conceived of a celestial sphere, going back to some of the Greeks. And this is based off of watching the motions of the heavens. And this concept allowed people over time to start to map the angular relationships of stars and the planets and sun and moon over time, embedded within that spherical assumption.
Okay.
All right. So then they figured if we can view these angular relationships in the sky, we can potentially correspond these angular relationships to the ground. And they started running into problems because they didn't necessarily believe Earth was a globe. So what they did is they resolved this by saying, well, maybe if we make Earth a globe too, then we can have a one-to-one correspondence between the topology of a sphere in space and the topology of the Earth below.
Okay. So,
so the globe was created out of how people perceive and choose to use the stars. I'm here to tell you that there are other ways to perceive the stars besides a celestial sphere. In fact, modern technology today, even in drones and in some airplanes and satellites, they don't use a celestial sphere model. in many cases. They use something called a Gaia star tracker, which is Cartesian. It's like a box.
Okay,
and it works independent of whether Earth is flat or not.
Okay, so but look, flat Earth, like there's an inconsistency in scale. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Your maps don't make.
Well, I wonder how much he heard.
Yeah. So
no, I generally heard. Okay, I get it, but
listen, what you
but
think of as a flat Earth map is a globe.
Southern hemisphere. Explain the southern hemisphere.
Okay, the southern hemisphere was created out of the sky, out of the celestial sphere. How people perceived angular relationships to stars in the south on a flat Earth.
Flat Earth? But that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the southern hemisphere is the southern part of the sky ball. The imaginary sky ball, the celestial sphere I told you about.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Okay, do you know what cartography is?
I sure do. I'm describing the foundations of it to you.
Exactly, that's what it is. But all of it relies on the Earth being a globe, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I'm wrong.
No, by convention, most of the world has chosen for the last several thousand years to use a spherical coordinate system that they created out of the sky.
Okay.
Just a convention. Latitude and longitude, for example. Okay. Listen, longitude and latitude are in the sky.
Okay, that might
They're not on the ground.
Okay, so?
Right, so the equator is in the sky. You only know you're at the equator when it's nighttime and you look up and you see certain stars that are modeled as being on that celestial equator, being directly overhead. If you don't have that, you don't know you're at the equator.
Okay, so you know what? How about you show me a map then? Okay,
what you want a flat map? I can show you. I should show you an example. The British National Survey Grid.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can Google it. It's a square map. It's like 2,500 by 2,500 miles or something.
Okay, let me get it.
It does not use latitude and longitude. It's a flat swath that they use for surveying property. This is the standard for the realm.
Survey. Okay, I see it. Looks a bit
Yeah, you got the squares A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, 5 by 5.
Okay, that's So what is this exactly? The British Geological Survey. What is this exactly?
That's It's a flat Earth coordinate system for surveying the Earth flat.
And you say this is official. This is used by.
Yeah, it's part of the UK Ordnance Survey.
That's interesting.
Not the only one. There are many others by many other governments around the world.
Okay, but it's to a smaller place. We're talking about a whole planet here.
Well, it doesn't comport to latitude and longitude, so.
Okay, that's fair enough. I get it.
Right, that's the point. Now, if you want the entire world surveyed, or you understand how difficult that would be in like the middle of the Pacific Ocean without any landmarks or references that are fixed?
Correct. That would be possible.
So by convention, people use the stars, and by convention, the celestial sphere model.
Okay.
But coordinate systems are arbitrary, just like in your GPS. Your GPS calculates your coordinates based off of a chosen mathematical reference. Yeah, you can use your GPS receiver can also use flat coordinates as well as spherical ones with latitude and longitude. And latitude and longitude isn't like standardized. There are multiple latitudes and longitudes that don't all agree with each other. Some put like the longitude running through this city, and others say no, it actually runs through that city, 50 miles west. So part of what goes into choosing a coordinate reference system is comporting to which standard is best suited for your practical purpose. Well, one of the standards that kind of emerged in the modern world is WGS84. WGS84 is a reference ellipsoid that latitude and longitude is conventionally built off of. And that's, again, by convention. They could have easily chosen the NAD27 latitude and longitude.
Wait, what is an ellipsoid?
Ellipsoid is think of it as the wireframe mesh that represents what the globe is, which was created out of the sky.
Okay, but so it's a sphere then.
Yeah, roughly flattened a little bit.
So what that corroborates with the globe theory then? I don't understand this.
Well, I mean, it's a coordinate reference system. You can use, so WGS84 is one example, like I was saying, but there are others that have been used. NAD27, WGS83, GRS80. These are all like spheroids, ellipsoids, really. They have latitude and longitude embedded within them, but the latitude and longitude coordinate of one doesn't match the other. So part of going into picking a coordinate reference system, like I asked you in the beginning, is also choosing a convention. It's going to be suited to purpose. So if you're going to integrate your survey with a much larger grid by convention, you may want to choose the convention that you're trying to link your survey into.
Absolutely. Okay.
Right, so you may need to chain it. So this means you do your survey, and the requirement is this survey must comport to the GRS80 standard of latitude and longitude. You're going to have to take your survey where you survey the Earth flat, and you're going to have to bend it in such a way and also apply coordinates in such a way that match what the GRS80 reference ellipsoid would be. It's all mathematical. There's nothing real being done here to measure the Earth. At this point, it's taking your measurements, physical real world measurements, and warping them to match a ball that only exists in the math.
I get what you're saying, but pretty much all these like GRS80, what is it? All these, including ellipsoid. Okay, so I don't know what.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get its convention, but I don't.
That's all it is.
I don't see how that helps your argument.
Well, what it does is it creates internal consistency. If everybody uses the same convention, even if in reality the Earth is flat and the distances and orientation of things don't really match, then who cares? You can still use it to get from point A to B. Your Garmin GPS device in your car will get you from point A to B.
There's no consistency on your flat map. There's no consistency.
What flat map? There's total consistency with the UK Ordnance Survey.
Okay, but GPS wouldn't work if it was flat. You know what I'm saying here?
Well, here's another. Can somebody get the squelcher, please? GPS systems are also coordinate system dependent. You get to choose which coordinate reference system that the pseudo-ranging beacons are applied to. So there are surveyors out there. They have devices called total stations. These things are expensive workstations. They have a telescope on them with a measuring device that allows them to measure with precision angles horizontally and vertically. Okay. And they also have a computer and a motor system that allows the device to be leveled to extreme accuracy. And they include a GPS, and they include actually something called differential GPS, which provides like centimeter level, if not greater precision. And I'm here to tell you that you can choose in your total station if you're going to be using for your GPS. If you're going to be using WGS84, which is a very common worldwide standard right now, or something like GRS80, made in 1980, or NAD27, made in 1927, or a flat plane.
Don't total stations also require curvature to work?
No, because you can go into your total station computer and select the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System. Huh. And now everything you're doing is conforming to the flat plane of a British National Grid System, including your GPS.
Bro, look, all I know, like your measurements should not add up. Like they should be off, like even by a little bit. I don't know.
So, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. They don't match between coordinate reference systems because they are arbitrary choices. This is why we say the maps don't prove reality. All maps are wrong.
I get it. Okay, there's truth to that, but it doesn't mean your map is also wrong. I would have to say.
I don't have a map. I'm not even claiming one at this point.
But don't all flat earthers claim the same map?
No, I'm here to tell you that the map that you've seen flat earthers claim, you're not talking to just random TikTok flat earthers. We're basically like the Pentagon of flat earth here. Those flat earthers are wrong to call that a flat earth map. That flat earth map you see with Antarctica that's been blown out into a ring around the outer perimeter, that map is a globe.
Okay.
It's using spherical coordinates.
Well, I get it, but I get it. Okay, it's in there. Okay,
Yeah.
you made your point. I see what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's literally if the Earth was actually flat, it's literally impossible to map it. Okay, so I don't know what you're trying to say. It's literally.
Well, yeah, it's really tough, right? I mean, you're going to like if you're at sea, you either need to like maybe use the stars or set up anchored buoys or something with lasers.
Okay. But
yeah, billions of dollars.
So look.
Yeah, it's quick and easy. Just use the globe. It's cheaper.
Even the British Ordnance Survey, which we were talking about, also uses curvature. So I don't know.
No, they have a way to mathematically bend it so that they can do a coordinate conversion to latitude and longitude, but it is inherently not curving.
So how do you know that it's not inherently not curving? I don't know what.
It's how they describe it.
Angles. Like I don't know.
Yeah, like each corner is 90 degrees to each other.
Look, I would really have to read a book to believe all what you're saying here. I don't know if,
I'd love for you to do that. I mean, like I told you, 5 years ago, I started this journey and I've been obsessed with it and I've read a lot. I've read more about this than anything else in my entire life. It has taken me on a journey into cartography, into geometry, into physics.
I know that this whole thing can be a little, let's just say, it can open a lot of paths to different. I get it, but look, my thing is, I have to read like a book from like someone with real research. I don't know. I'm not discrediting your research, but 5 years, like some people do 50, not 5. I know what you're saying here, but I'm not saying anything though.
You're not going to go take a university course called like All the Problems with the Globe.
No, I'm not talking about education. I'm just talking about like actual effort. So, I mean,
oh fucking hell, man! He just
you just have to critically examine what you're reading.
And when he comes back in 5 years and you've done 10 years, he'll say, "Well, fuck, people have done 15, and 20, and 25, and then 30." Nothing will ever be good enough for you, Shadina. It's not an issue of evidence.
Okay.
It's an issue of willingness to accept the evidence.
Willingness.
But again, I told you earlier, nobody puts it on their agenda for the day. I'm going to pop into Flat Earth Channel and have my whole cosmological model shattered.
Yep. When we do a long distance measurement, we falsify the spherical coordinate reference system of latitude and longitude.
Okay, you know what? Here's a good one. This one is not from my own due diligence. I found this on a book, but basically, how do you explain the shadow of the planet of the Earth? Let's not call it a planet during a lunar eclipse. I don't know.
This is one of my favorite debunks of the globe.
I don't know. It's not for me though. It's from a book. I don't know. It's not for me, so I don't know.
Yeah, somebody in your DMs trying to feed questions. I mean, this is an easy one, but I saw Professor Triangle unmute for a second. Do you want to take this? I know you love the Selenelian eclipse. If not obvious at B, I got to step back for a minute. I'll be back in like 10, but I'll be listening.
I don't think.
Short answer: Selenelian lunar eclipses debunk globe geometry.
How does it debunk globe geometry? That is not. That's not much.
Okay. So you have the sun directly above the horizon and the moon directly above the horizon, but the moon is eclipsed.
Wait. Hold on. Let your friend explain it. Obviously B. Since you're both so knowledgeable, can you explain obviously B?
What, the Selenelian eclipse?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how you do it.
Yeah, you just have a blatant issue in geometry and line of sight, essentially. You have what you would claim is a shadow on the moon coming in from the top down, whereas you have the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time, and the Earth is below you, essentially. So how are you projecting the shadow coming top down onto the moon with that geometry?
Do you have I think it's very simple.
You can just Google Selenelian eclipse, Selenelian lunar eclipse.
NASA has a problem with it. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse. It happens every 28 days.
No, it does not. I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, look, somewhere on Earth it does.
No. Look, I don't care what NASA calls it. Okay, I don't even think it calls it that. But whatever.
Look, man, you think we haven't heard 10,000 Globers come to us with explain eclipses? It's like how about you?
It's a simple question. It's a common question.
How about you explain them?
I would have to say that
but with actually, function in reality, like not bedtime stories.
Hopefully, I have no. I can't bring you real.
You don't have a sphere, right? You don't have space.
Right, the laser measurement debunks that.
So,
Okay, but so what you're saying is, how can you explain the shadow?
Well, first we measure the Earth flat. Okay, so that's a problem off the bat.
But if it's flat, there's no shadow, right?
Well, there is. That's the fun part. Yeah, whatever it is, call it a shadow. Who knows what it is?
If you wanted to go there yet, Yoda, my bad.
No, it's all right. I should step back. I have to take care of things.
Oh, you can finish explaining it before you go. Whatever you're about to say. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the issue is you're jumping the gun. All right. So we measure Earth flat. All your questions about how things work that come after that are kind of distracting topics. They don't address the core claim on the table.
What's the core claim on the table?
Well, that we measured Earth flat. So you can't have eclipses how you think of them.
What? But we do, unfortunately. So I don't know what you're saying here.
Well, Earth would have to be measured as a curve, as a globe, for that to be true. But we falsified it. So.
Okay, so explain it then. How does it work?
Fancy shit's happening in the sky. Enjoy the view.
I'm not convinced.
It's not a shadow, that's for sure.
Not everything requires
an explanation. What is it, Triangle? What is it, Mr. Triangle? What is it then?
I don't know. It's not a shadow, though. I debunked that. I debunked outer space. I debunked globes in space already. So it's not globes in space. So that's what we know. We can cross that off the list. I don't care after that. I just want to make sure that I keep you globers down to earth.
Nice pun, but look,
you don't have a sense that you have in the first place. How does an eclipse work? Lunar eclipse.
I think it's like it's got to do with the sun and the moon comes between. I don't know exactly. I confuse between eclipse and.
So you don't know, but you want me to explain it to you.
We took it.
And how would you know if I was right or wrong?
Okay, because I can just when you say shit. Okay, I can easily decipher that it's completely false. I mean, we took this in 6th grade. Okay, it's simple. It's not about okay, but okay. Tell me, if it's not a shadow, what is it then? A simple question.
I don't know.
You're not making a claim. Did you hear eclipses come out of our mouth? We never.
I didn't make up anything about eclipses.
I didn't make up. No, I'm not making it up. Okay, and the question is not from me, so that's why I might be like.
Who's it from?
No one. It's not from me. I can't give no names here, fortunately.
All right, fine.
He doesn't know who it's from.
You know, after everything we've spoken about, at least you've hung around to talk this long, and I commend you for doing so. Most would just spiral and exit the chat a lot sooner.
A fighting chance here, but unfortunately, I would have to say that Professor Triangle here is not even interested in answering the question. So if it's
I did answer the question.
If it's not a shadow, then what is it?
Yeah,
you can't even prove it's a shadow yet. You can't even prove it's a shadow for me to debunk. I can tell you it's not globes in space because I debunked space. Remember?
We did not debunk space, unfortunately.
Oh, let me do it real quick.
Failed.
No, oh no, I didn't fail. Yeah, you said gases are not pulled down by gravity, right?
Absolutely. No, they are, but they're not like the way you.
They are, but they're not. So you lost this one.
They do. I didn't lose that. They are.
They do, but they don't. They do, but they don't.
They're mass. They're mass.
They're mass and not mass.
I don't know what their specific mass is.
They're mass and not mass at the same time.
You just proved Einstein and Isaac Newton. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Einstein was a window licker. Ever see him sticking his tongue out?
A lot, but yeah, that's irrelevant. Okay, so.
Well, there was something mentally wrong with him. He wasn't a genius. He's somebody they were picking on, taking his picture.
He
no, he wasn't. No.
Einstein, like he's.
You don't know anything about Einstein.
I don't. You don't. Have you met Einstein? I don't know what you're saying here. If you've met him, then go ahead.
He's a character in a book.
He's not. He's what? No, he's a real human being. Unfortunately for you. And
where does he live?
I would say. I don't know if he was German or I don't know.
Where does he live?
What is he? He's dead.
Oh, okay. So no, I haven't met him.
Okay. So please proceed. How am I wrong?
Oh, you haven't proven that there's a shadow happening up there in the sky.
It's a shadow. We know what a shadow is.
You haven't proved that yet.
How have I not? It's a shadow.
You haven't proved it's a shadow. Just saying it over and over doesn't make it a shadow.
A shadow is any dark area that we see because of a body in front of another body. Okay, that's like the most simplistic, simpleton definition. That's exactly what's going on.
I never asked you what a shadow is. Yes,
that's exactly what it is.
That is a shadow. Oh, is it? Is it?
It is. So it is. It literally everything fits the definition of a shadow. So I don't know what you're saying. But the Earth, it whatever it is, it becomes in between the moon and the sun. Okay.
So if I turn on my TV and put some program on it that causes like a black, box to start creeping down or up or across the screen, that's now automatically a shadow.
It is. I'm just saying here. Like
what?
So
what? Because that fits the description of what a shadow is. That is a shadow, and that's what's happening.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
It literally is. It literally is.
Literally is. Yeah.
Yes.
How?
The shadow is.
Because it's dark.
Wait, what was your example again? What did you say exactly, word for word?
Okay, so you turn on any screen.
Okay.
And, you get some animation to play or something.
Okay.
Where, the screen is light at first, and then the animation plays and, a black box or whatever starts moving across, and then, slowly, the whole screen comes black. Was that because someone was behind me, like projecting a shadow on to cause that screen to?
I would have to say that this is a terrible demonstration of what a shadow is. This is not what a shadow is.
That's not supposed to. See, again, you've got comprehension problems. It's not a demonstration of a shadow. It's a demonstration of a similar phenomenon that I wouldn't then go and claim as a shadow. So you've looked at something that could be a shadow, How did you verify it's a shadow?
Why are we using some different forms of media? We're talking about the real.
I'm trying to bring light to your inability to parse what you're actually experiencing properly.
So you're
seeing a phenomenon. You're seeing a phenomenon, and then you're making a claim to that phenomenon, but you haven't verified anything about the phenomenon. You haven't tested anything about the phenomenon.
Okay. So
yeah, okay. It could be a shadow. How did you verify it's a shadow? That's all I'm asking.
The Earth literally blocks the moon. Okay.
We know the story. You don't need to keep repeating it 10 times. We all know the globe Earth story. Right, we get it. The point is to move the conversation along, right? You've made the claim it's a shadow, right? How did you verify it's a shadow?
I can. If
you didn't. This is the part where you just say you didn't. You didn't. You were told it's a shadow. You believe it's a shadow. You never verified it's a shadow.
Okay.
Right?
What is it?
That's the honest answer here. But you don't want to give it for some reason.
What is it?
I'm not making claim to what it is.
So,
but I'm not I'm not just blindly accepting your claim either.
I'm telling you what it is. You're not telling me what it is. I have my own theory. You don't have.
You're telling me what it is without any verification. You're telling me what it is without any verification.
That's right. That's the point. Now, the consequences of what we're telling you are extremely deep, because if these are not shadows, then the question is, what are they then? Nobody truly knows. And this is the problem. This is why this topic is so scary for people. Right? We want to know, because we've been told our entire lives that they have it all figured out. We've been told that everybody knows what space is. Everybody knows what the globe is. Everybody knows what the sun and moon are, and the planets and stars and all of that.
Right.
This is a whole different cosmology built on empirical truth. And all of that stuff has no basis in reality. These are just stories that you believe, that that's a shadow up there, and Mars has land on it.
Just, you don't believe in shadows? Is that what you're saying? I don't get what you're
saying. Oh my God. How are you hearing that?
Listen, you know what happens during a lunar eclipse? The moon turns red after it's fully eclipsed. Have you ever seen a red shadow before? Isn't it weird that they would call that a shadow?
Because it's a blood moon, it would reflect a red shadow. I don't know what you're saying here.
A red shadow? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Right? Your own common sense agrees with us.
He thinks the moon just turns red, and then that's just normal shit.
It's not, though, is it? Right? I mean, this is what's so scary about this topic.
Okay, so look, the color of the moon is not relevant here. I don't know what you're trying to say here.
It can't be a red shadow. There's no such thing as a colored shadow. Shadow is the absence of light, absence of color.
Exactly. So
it's contradictory to heliocentrism. You realize that?
That's just your perception. It's not a red
shadow. That's my point. It doesn't seem like anything is you're taking anything in here. It's like you don't really know what are the implications of what you believe, so therefore you don't know what contradicts it.
I would have to say that what I believe is what 99.9% people believe. So I don't know what's
shocker
about here. So
consensus.
I know, like you know that. I know, and you obviously know. You obviously know that fact. But look, at the end of the day, the shadow is not red. That's just perception, and I don't know what you mean, but it's not a red shadow. Is it red?
How do they predict a blood red moon then? If it's just perception, do they look into the future and say, on this day we're going to perceive red? Is that they just predict it?
Oh, can you predict it? They can.
I don't want to go off.
Yes, flat Earth can predict eclipses. Yes, flat Earth predicts eclipses.
It does not.
Shadina, I don't want to gloss past this point. You said like, oh, shadow can't be read. That's just perception. So you see what came out of your own mouth, right? Shadow can't be read. It's red.
Can't be.
So it's not a shadow.
It's not red.
You understand that?
It's not red. It's not red. So that's what your main point is. If it's the fact that it's a different color.
No. The main point was we're not making a claim to it. It's a phenomenon.
So
don't know.
Why would shadows have light?
Don't know what's causing it.
Okay, shadows don't have light. Okay, but
right, red is light.
Okay, perhaps. Okay,
it's a contradiction, like you pointed out.
Okay, so it's just a red light. Okay, what am I?
Yeah, what causes a red light?
It's not a shadow, dude. You're just saying it right now. It's not a shadow.
Okay, so whatever. So it's not a shadow. So like, what does that prove then?
It proves that you said it was a shadow, and it's not a shadow. That's what it proves. That you were getting it wrong.
To prove that planets don't exist.
No, we're trying to prove. Everybody here was trying to show you how you were wrong in the way that you thought of a shadow, what it is. You said it's a shadow when an eclipse happens, and you're being proven wrong right now. You've admitted that now that you know that light or the red light.
I'm not admitting that, bro. It's a shadow.
Really?
But I'm just like.
It's still a shadow. You just doubled down, bro. You just doubled down on the thing you've already were clear about, that it's not a shadow. Now you doubled down and said it is a shadow again. So we're proving you wrong again. We'll do it again if you need to.
Okay, don't make a claim. What is your closest theory of
No, you're not going to get it. Bro, here's the thing. Here's the thing. These are red herrings that you're going to start to put out so anybody can bite on it. But you didn't realize that you're going back to thinking it's a shadow. You need to get back out of that mindset that it's not a shadow. You have to say that. You have to verbally say that to know that it's getting across to you. It's not a shadow.
Oh, okay. But
can you say it or not?
I cannot because
there you go. You know what that is? You know what that's called? Pride. What you got right now going on. Yes, it is. Then admit it's not a shadow. Admit it's not a shadow. Admit it.
It's not pride. It's literally just aligning views with the rest of the world. That's it. Like,
all right. So no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you would be able to detect whether or not that is a shadow based on its characteristics. What a shadow is, you'd be able to say, yes, that's definitely a shadow. But you can't say that in this case.
Okay, so, but logically speaking, the Earth was.
Yes, logically. No, we're not talking about red herrings.
No logic.
Listen, red herrings are not going to help you. You need to stick to the plan of how you're making it sound like that's a shadow up there. And if you can show us that it's a shadow, we'll agree with you. But because everybody here showing you eclipses where it shows like red light is shown within this idea of a shadow, it can't be a shadow. It's not that.
What? Okay, well, listen. I'm pretty sure the whole red shadow thing can easily be explained with atmosphere.
Well, then go ahead and do it.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me when they predict that the atmosphere is going to turn things red. Tell me how they predict that.
I unfortunately do not have the resources of knowing what. I'm telling you.
So then you don't know is the answer, right? You don't know would be the answer.
I'm only going to say that I'm only going to tell you what I believe, and it's a shadow. It's a shadow.
Yeah. So like, listen, say that you don't know that it's a shadow. That's as simple as that.
It is 100% a shadow. I'm sorry. Like
no, then you're gonna have to show how there's. You see how you're doing right now. You don't want to let it go. Why?
Yeah, how could it be a red light and a shadow at the same time? It's a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. Paradox.
How is it a contradiction? How is it a contradiction?
Because you can't.
He needs space to be real. Listen, we took it away from him before, and he started stuttering. He didn't even have any words to say when I took away space. Because of gravity not holding, because gas is going all directions, and he said, but they go in all directions and they pull down. He said he started losing his mind, so he's trying to use the moon to save him.
Well, it's not doing that either. So it's not. He's got to admit to the people here that he knows what a shadow is, and on top of that, he's got to show how the eclipse is a shadow. It is a shadow. So if you're not doing that, if you're not demonstrating what your knowledge is on a shadow is, and saying that the eclipse is also a shadow, then you're not doing justice for your claim that you think it's a shadow. You need to provide evidence that it's an actual shadow when we see red light when it's fully eclipsed.
Okay, so can you please explain to me on flat Earth?
No, dude, it's your job. It is your job to do the explaining. If you say 100%, Well, the 100% should come through with what your knowledge is on a shadow. If you're saying it's a shadow, why do we see red light?
Okay, so listen. How about I read?
Why do we see red light, sir? Why do we see red light?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Can I please read the definition of a lunar eclipse? Okay, then you can tell me what it is in your flat Earth.
And then somebody post the Stellanilian eclipse after he reads the definition, so we can compare his definition to a lunar eclipse.
The definition fails because you have no space, you have no planets. It makes no sense. Okay, you make no sense. I'm sorry.
How does it not make sense? Earth measures flat.
Because you say space does not exist. There's no gravity. That all of
you know what's really what really sucks for you, unfortunately, is we've not even gotten into the meat and potatoes and presented you all the laser transit tests that have been done, all the actual measurements of the surface.
All your cute little squeaker laser tests. Those do not prove much in the.
Yeah, see, I told you he's just willing to throw everything in the garbage. Yeah, he's
mad at us. Yes, you are, dude. You got freaked out when I told you space is fake. It happens. Listen, it's my hobby to do that to people, so I love it. I think it's the greatest thing in the world when I ruin space for you guys.
Jeez, dude.
You didn't ruin it for anyone.
Dude, you can't even tell us that eclipse is a shadow. You can't even prove that eclipse is a shadow. You can't do that.
It's a religious belief for you. We understand that. We understand you're going to continue your religious belief of things. Well, because we've been speaking for 2 hours now, and you have no verification of your claims.
Yeah, you know what? You know how it's religious? You know how it's religious? No, it's religious because you're appealing to somebody that has information that you don't have right now. You're saying, I know it's a shadow, yet I don't know how it's a shadow. That's what you're saying, dude. It's religious. You think that there's an answer out there and you can't give it to us. Why?
It's almost worse than that, dude. You were saying that shadow is light and not a light at the same time.
That's not what I said. That is not all what I said.
The shadow is not a light.
It's correct. It is not a light, but there's definitely an explanation, a scientific explanation to
what is it?
Red. Okay, so
just say you don't know, and we can.
There we go. So there's that religion again. Wait. Definitely a scientific explanation, but I don't know it.
Logic falls. Forget all. Okay, let me just tell you something. Forget all you know about.
You're not on logic, and you haven't been on logic this entire conversation.
Because if the Earth blocks the sun, so that could change things. Okay, I don't know. You follow me?
The same answer you gave is the one we get from everybody. Somebody else has the answer. Somebody else must know. We go talk to the civil engineering department of a university and ask them how they got the measurement of Earth's radius. They don't know. Somebody else did it. Ask the geology department. So we go to the geology department. Hey, geologists, how did you get Earth's radius? Because the civil engineer said they got it from you. They say, oh, no, we didn't get it ourselves. So ask the astronomy department. And so we go to the astronomy department. We say, hey, how'd you get Earth's radius? They say, we don't really know. Go ask the classics department because it probably came from the Greeks. And we go to the classics department. Hey, guys, how'd you measure the radius? Well, we didn't actually measure it. We think that the civil engineering department got it. So then we go back to the civil engineering department where we started.
That's actually a literal progression. That's crazy, dude. You put it like that. That's a literal progression of a circle jerk, a giant circle jerk that we get. Every time we get to whom you think has the answer, the mystical, magical person you're appealing to right now, they do the same thing. But in their academic fields, they just pawn it off to somebody else.
Listen, so...
Yeah, we have a term for this. It's like... It's belief in magical science, man. There's a magical science man out there somewhere that has all the answers, that explains everything and makes it all make sense. He can make the surface measuring flat and there being no curvature. Okay. He can make that make sense with us living on a globe.
That's what you're doing now when you said, I don't know how that's a shadow. It just is 100%. That's what you're doing. It's a religious belief, dude.
The atmosphere can easily bend the color up. There's a glow. Look.
Dude, stop it.
You literally... Okay, forget the stupid... You know, man, I don't... You still have not explained to me how.
Well, you're the one who brought up eclipses again. We.
I know, but
want to talk about the ground, man.
Because
the ground.
Yep.
The only thing in your existence you have direct access to, and the only thing that's relevant in the claim that Earth is a sphere or not, right? We want to talk about that.
Look,
we want to measure that. We want to test that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about eclipses. He doesn't want to talk about eclipses because he said he doesn't know anything about them. We can move on.
Well, we know what he knows.
What do you know about
eclipses? We know the story he knows. So,
look, all I'm saying is what I've noticed is you people. First of all, you say I'm wrong. Okay, you prove me wrong. I don't know if not necessarily prove, but you say I'm wrong.
People.
Then you explain your logic, but you never really come to a conclusion. You never really bring me an answer.
We never brought.
You don't let us.
We never brought up eclipses.
Plus, you don't let us get to the conclusion.
Who's the one feeding you these questions? Because they're making you look like a fool right now.
I am not. Wallahi, I'm not being fed. I swear to God, I'm not being fed right now. I swear to God.
You said that the eclipse question came in your DMs from someone.
The eclipse. Yeah, that one was fed. The rest, I don't know. Just.
All right, who fed
it? Leading you down. Who was that? Was that Phil?
Phil Bellum, probably.
Who? No.
Dr. Phil.
No, I don't know.
We were right.
It's Dr.
Phil. So okay. So what question?
Setting you up.
Hi, Phil. Why don't you come on in here, Dr. Phil?
Dude,
he always does this, dude, all the time.
If you guys come on this show, you will be stalked by this guy.
Oh Christ! Look.
Okay, I might take you up, Dr. Phil, on that offer to go to Melbourne or wherever it was, hang out with you.
Set his heart right.
Why don't you come in the chat?
Questions.
He uses these guys like puppets, dude. The ones who hardly know anything. He just vicarious because he's too afraid to come in here. So he thinks he's going to give them enough knowledge to correct what we're saying, but he's just making them look more. He's giving them the front face, so they look like the fool, and he doesn't.
Do you think that he opens up with, "Hey, I work on satellites," and ask him about eclipses? I got your back, and then this guy asks, and then he fails, and then we just get better. We get more and more views when you people do this.
Well,
look. Well, hold on. It's all a matter of perception, okay? If you show this to flat earthers, they think I'm a fool, but if I uploaded this to whatever media, they call you all fools. Okay, it's not.
This is already
I'm not
streamed.
saying anyone. I'm not.
It's already streamed.
Okay.
The whole
whatever
thing is recorded and on YouTube.
The whole thing is a matter of perception. The whole thing is a matter of personal opinion. So I do not really know what you're.
No, it's not.
Look, man, it doesn't matter. We just want your measurements of the surface demonstrating its curving. Okay. That's all you need to bring.
There's no correct opinion. There's no. Okay.
No. Listen, brother.
You've never given me any answers.
It's not. Listen. It's not just somebody's subjective interpretation. It's the common human experience. Everybody interprets the Earth as a flat and horizontal plane. So you saying that it's not that or it can't be that is going against the common human experience, dude. We all notice this when we go everywhere on the Earth. We travel the Earth knowing this. Everybody that sees the Earth is always going to say the same thing. We do not observe a globe, dude.
Exactly what a caveman. That is caveman levels of thinking.
No, don't circle back to that fucking trash argument, Shindina. As we already told you.
Oh, it's perception. Your eyes literally perceive it as flat. It's not.
Yeah, hey, shit in a bucket. Shit in a bucket. Shit in a bucket.
It's just how it is.
Shit in a bucket. You can't just make up stuff like that.
That is your direct experience of the Earth, whether you want to sit here and deny it all day, right? You experience the Earth as a flat, motionless topographical plane.
Exactly. That's how we experience it, but it's not how it is.
Yeah, so you experience that. So what?
You can't.
What are you denying here?
Based on
the only difference, right, is after you experience that, you go. But we actually see the sun move through the sky, not because it's moving through the sky, but because I'm falling over backwards away from it 1,000 miles per hour. Because I'm on a rotating sphere, right?
So whatever you see is the correct. Why is it that you believe that
No,
whatever you see?
no, it doesn't end the immediate experience. We go off our initial experience, what our senses tell us, and then by them assumptions, we go and verify, right? Well, the Earth sure does seem like a motionless topographical plane by my immediate senses, my immediate experience of it. Let's go and verify if that's true.
But you have to confirm.
Let's go measure the surface and see if it is actually flat. I mean, it would be fucking retarded to just take your immediate experience and stop there.
Explain how for thousands of years.
What don't you understand about that?
Can I please ask?
It's not been perceived as a globe for thousands of years. There was probably a few eccentric people throughout history that proposed the idea of a globe, right? And they were a tiny little minority with their little philosophical ideas and interpretations of things. The majority
for the
of
celestial
people,
sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, remember that conversation? That's how.
Strong word.
he doesn't remember that, does he, Fab?
Is that?
That's gone.
What? Right. You cut off. Ongari cut off. I don't know. What conversation? Okay.
All right. Well, anyway. Hey, listen. Anyway. Hey, listen. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
May I ask, did you change your name from shit in a bucket?
Yeah, you can. What?
Now that you're in here with the burden of proof, right? You have a positive claim the Earth is a rotating sphere. You need to bring empirical demonstration of that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, since AV invited you to Flat Earth. Okay.
Do you understand that?
I'm not here.
Right.
Look, I know.
You need to verify your claims to us.
I don't really have to link or send anything. You can literally open You can open 6th grade, 5th grade books, and you will see exactly what.
No, you can't. Post a book. I've asked for these books before. Nobody's been able to find a title for me.
Yeah. Okay. Watch like any documentary on space.
Things in books and things on screens don't prove anything in reality.
Okay, so what, your laser tests, your measurements, these are tests, so...
Yeah, you can measure with lasers. Shocker.
What if your laser test is somehow incorrect?
Well, we invite criticism.
It's not incorrect. Don't worry about it, because everybody can repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
The criticism should come. Yeah, hold on, sir. Hold on. You can't criticize anything until you actually review it. You got to review it first. When you're talking right now, like you're trying to review something that you haven't even seen, so you have to go look at it first and then come back and critique it in any way you like. But we invite people to critique it, but you got to look at it first. You can't be making judgments right now if you haven't seen it. So go look at it first and then come back with your critique.
So you're saying that if I look at it in real life, I might change my view. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
stop. Listen. Yeah, just stop being.
Tell you, don't believe us. Go out and do your own test.
You won't have a choice, but to accept it. Otherwise, you'll go into a mental hospital.
So what about the people that see it and easily debunk it?
Nope, you're wrong.
Nope, nobody has debunked it.
Like,
dude, stop worrying about other people. So hold on. Stop worrying about other people, dude. Stop worrying about other people and just go do it. You're so concerned about what everybody thinks. Just go and look at it for yourself. What about this person? What about that person? Who cares? Go do it yourself.
Okay. What? Okay, that's a fair argument. I would have to say that is a very fair argument, but unfortunately, I do not live in a place where I can do that by myself. So I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know. Can I do it in my house? I don't know what. No, I don't know. Look, it's been a very good conversation, but I would have to say that
you don't even know how you would attempt to falsify the globe.
Okay, look. So far, what I've noticed is none of you have answers. Okay, that's the biggest issue. Man. None of you have answers. Like
I answered every question you asked.
Gravity. Okay, you know what?
Listen, for explanations, science, we can give you explanations. Listen, we can give you explanations, but our explanations without evidence are just as bad as yours without evidence. So what we're giving you is honesty about what we can say for sure and what we can't, which you can't say the same for the globe.
So listen.
Yeah, I mean, you want an explanation for like the eclipse phenomenon? We'll just say it's like a big group of fairies, drag a massive black tarp over the moon, and that explains it. There you go. That's as scientifically valid as your explanation.
I was trying to valid. That is literally not scientifically valid at all.
Yeah, well, when we measure the Earth flat, we know your explanation is wrong, which actually puts magical fairies at a higher probability.
I've got some new stuff to talk about. If you guys are interested.
Oh, you got our sweet.
Well, I came in here the other day, and we were conversating on the laser test, and I was disputing that. Why I thought that was kind of, could be argued that it was incorrect. But I have two things. I have a question for you guys about a claim that I saw online. And then the second thing is I have devised possibly a test myself. So anyway, the first thing is have you guys seen the YouTube video about the sailboats racing around Antarctica?
Bro, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that. There's probably 10,000 videos about that.
Right. So, I mean, it's new information to me, but I didn't even know they had a race that started in France and then they sailed around Antarctica and then back to France. So, from what I've learned from it is that, you have people that were on these sailboats claiming specific places, a specific amount of time in between the places, and then a specific amount of overall time that it took to do the race. So, I mean, it's from my point of view, it looks pretty clear that the flat Earth map that is provided by most flat earthers is.
Hold on a second. Well,
I want to see this map too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a map that we claim or that we have agreed to?
Not necessarily that you agree to, but I don't know what else someone who would claim a flat Earth could possibly want to argue if they don't have a map, right? If they don't have an
so
idea.
this is your subjective position where you're going to assume that if the Earth is flat, this is the map that we would have to use?
No.
Okay, so what are we talking about a map for?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. The whole race thing, we don't have to bring that up. I was just interested to know about what y'all's thoughts are on it. That's the main reason.
I have no problem with the race, but what thoughts about what race and what's the context?
Well, the context is that the timings that they talk about between different points in the race or the whole race in general is extremely plausible on a global map. And there's
Dude, a global map, where does that global map come from?
Let's just say Google Earth for an example. Sure.
Well, Google Earth is a flat map. Did you think because they showed you a giant globe in CGI when you enter or open the app of Google Earth that somehow is the actual map that they're using? No, it's a rendering. And that rendering is not of a global map.
Right. Well, it is in the sense that if you go off one side, you end up on the other side.
Holy cow. So if they give you a projection or a reification of a globe, and then they show you graphical waypoints of where these boats are going, and it goes around a CGI globe, that all of a sudden the CGI globe is reality, you think that's how it works?
No, not at all. I'm just saying it stands in testament to people who have sailed those same directions.
Did they sail around a globe?
No, I'm not saying sail around the globe. I'm saying sail from point A to point B, whether it be from France to Africa or Australia to Antarctica, wherever they're sailing to. No matter if they have maps or not, the sailing time is still consistent to what it would be if you did use the map.
Sorry, are you comparing a globe projection with maybe an azimuthal equidistant projection? Did you realize that the azimuthal equidistant projection is a projection of a globe? So it would be exactly the same, since they're the same map, except the scaling is different?
No, sir, I don't know what the azimuth, whatever you said, is. So,
well, what map is the flat Earth map that you're trying to compare it to?
No, I'm saying there is no flat Earth map that would compare at all that we have available in any sense on anywhere on Earth.
You're saying the times are correct. You're saying the times are correct. Do you have the distances and the times that it would take on a sailboat in the ocean?
No, I have the times and distances it took these people claiming to have sailed around Antarctica on a race.
Are the distances in miles?
Miles and kilometers, either one.
Okay, so those are both straight, flat distances. So you're going to show us a flat distance traveled?
Well, no, you get the distances from the amount of time it takes and the speed they're going. Right.
Okay, so flat and straight then. So this is all straight and flat then.
No. What I'm saying is
it's curved. If these distances are curved, I would need to see the curve that they are navigating over.
Okay. What I'm saying is they're not measuring distance like with a ruler. They're measuring it with their speed and time.
Yeah, I know. And that's not a great way to do it. You want to know why? Because speed and time are not going to give you distance. Especially over water or air, for that matter.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so
arguably on water, like you are right, it is not precise as it is on land. I mean, I will give you that. And that's why, like, for example, in this race, you've got over 50, 60 boats, all doing their own measurements.
Is the speed like kilometers or miles per hour?
Either one you want.
Okay, so did you know that miles and kilometers are both straight, essentially flat?
Not necessarily. They don't have to be.
Oh, really?
I mean, you mean to tell me you can't measure a zigzag? Like if you were to bike down multiple roads that turn multiple times?
That zigzag, are those straight?
Or go up like a mountain?
Up, like straight?
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at, because you're not measuring, like, if it doesn't matter if you're on a boat, on a bicycle, you're not measuring like in lengths. You're measuring in time and speed.
Yeah, speed is time over distance, right?
Right, but you can also calculate
what's the distance
with time to get distance.
What's the distance then? The actual distance traveled.
Calculate the distance with time.
Oh my gosh. You have to know. You can't get your speed without knowing the distance.
Right. So on a boat, there's ways of doing that.
Okay, how would you do it?
Through knots.
Are these guys hanging knots off are they tying off knots into the ropes? You know where knots come from. because they would tie knots and put it in the ropes, and they'd hang it off the side of the boat. Is that what they're doing?
No, that's how modern processes of instruments copy the measurements of what knots used to be and how they used to measure.
What instruments?
Quickie way.
What instruments?
That.
What instruments?
Instruments on boats. Like we have instruments that are on the bottom of boats that measure how much water they pass.
Instruments. Are those little paddles? Because I have a boat, and my speedometer essentially counts how many rotations, right, that little wheel does as I'm passing over water. The problem is that there are ocean currents, right, and that little wheel that spins, it's fairly arbitrary. It's sort of assuming that the water is stationary.
Well,
and you and I both know that's not the case.
Right, and they're not using that. So let's just get off that topic, right? They're
so
using
what
GPS.
Are we using then? Oh, now they're using GPS. Okay, GPS.
In the race.
Okay, in the race they're using GPS. What's GPS?
Well, I don't want to use the GPS as an argument right here. I want to say that, like I said back, many other vessels that did not have GPSs have used this before and get the same.
What are they using?
GPS knots.
What are they using? Knots. Okay, so they're hanging ropes off the side of the boat, right?
Right.
Okay. So you know that these guys in this sailboat race are apparently hanging really long ropes off the side of their boat, miles or kilometers, and hundreds of those. No, they're not doing that. So what are they using again?
Using GPS in the race.
Oh, GPS. Okay, so what's GPS?
No, what I'm saying is the same places that they have traveled have already been well documented by hundreds or thousands of vessels that have used knots.
Terrific. Terrific. So you have distances now. Are these distances over a curve?
Well, a curve is no different than a straight line.
Really? Can you draw me a curve and a straight line and tell me that they're the same?
Yes.
Okay, great. Draw me a curve and then draw me a line, and then you can go ahead and violate the law of identity by saying curve and straight is the exact same thing.
It is. I mean, you could take a string, measure it, bend the string, and it's still the same length.
Oh, so you have to bend the straight thing, and all of a sudden it's not straight. Okay, what curve are they navigating over? Can you show it to me?
I'm not saying it is a curve. I'm saying no matter if it's a straight line or a curve, you're still going to get the same measurement.
Really? So if they're both the same, then how are we going to determine which one is correct?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, now it doesn't matter. So why are you going to this diatribe about sailors in Antarctica and distances and strings and times if it does not matter?
It matters in the sense that if you have a straight line between point A and point B, and you want to argue whether that's a curve or not, versus the distance someone is actually measuring. You see what I'm saying?
Are you arguing that it's a curve, and who has measured it?
Like I said, you could measure it right now. If we put it on a sailboat, we can measure it with string.
We can't measure with string on a boat, bro. How much rope is on these sailboats? It's a race. These are small craft. I'm pretty sure they don't have a lot of room for rope.
I'm not talking about. We're off of the race now because we changed topics.
Oh, so we're not on the race. So now we're talking about strings and curvature. What curvature?
It doesn't matter if it's curvature or not. You're still going to get a measurement.
Okay, what's the measurement? Is it string?
Yes.
Okay, what string? What boat?
There's thousands of boats that we can look at that have measured distances. Thousands.
Okay, show me.
Europe to the United States.
Show me one. I love these grandiose claims. Thousands. Really, show me one. Then silence.
No, dude, I don't have that in my pocket here. This is not the conversation I wanted to talk about. Remember,
you wanted to compare maps earlier, and you were hoping that the distances discrepancies, although you didn't know one map and the other map are the same map, they're just different projections, and you're hoping that the straight line is actually curved, and you don't understand that distances are straight lines. They're not using a doggone fabric tape measure. You're lost in the sauce.
Measure a circle?
Of course you can measure a circle.
And then you can measure a curve.
Okay, what curve are we measuring?
It doesn't matter if it's a curve or a string. You can
It doesn't matter.
You're not looking to see if it's a curve or a straight line.
Actually, we are looking to see if the curve, that's the thing that we're looking for, is the measured curve, not distance, not time, curve.
No, because I'm trying to compare two maps.
Oh, we're back to maps. You said the maps didn't matter. Now you're back to the maps. What two maps are you comparing again? Are any of them maps that we've claimed?
Any flat map.
There's a lot of flat maps. Which one do you want to use?
Any of them.
Pick one.
Whichever one you want to pick. It's fine with me.
This is not an example. I'm hoping that you will pick one so we know where to start.
Any of them.
Pick one. This is your example. I want you to have the advantage. Pick a map that you like the best. Which flat map? Do you want the Mercator projection? Maybe you like the azimuthal equidistant projection. Which one do you like?
Well, first of all, I did not want to bring this up into argument. The only reason I brought up the boat race was just to get y'all's opinion on it. There was something else.
I've been asking you. Asked us about my opinion. I kind of need more information to give you an opinion about a boat race. People raced boats across the sea level. The sea level is freaking flat.
Yeah, but again, if they're measuring a distance,
are they measuring
flat or curve?
What are they measuring it? GPS or strings, knots, ropes hanging off the boat? What are they using?
Again, it doesn't matter if it's curved.
Now it doesn't matter. See, you're in a circular loop. I ask you specific questions about the claims that you're making. I get, it doesn't matter, I'm not using maps. And then you go back to how they measure and then what maps we're comparing. Dude.
1952, the SS United States, you've got 1938, RMS Queen Mary held records of speeds around 30.9 knots westbound from England to New York City.
That sounds like a great time. Seems like they probably set a record. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, you said there was no boats that have ever done it.
I didn't say that there was no boats. I asked you which boat. What did they measure? Speed, time? Which one did they measure?
Distance and time, yeah, to get speed.
Okay, great. So can you verify the distance that they traveled?
Well, they claim that they went a certain amount of knots on average.
You know what's weird is I asked you to verify the distance that they traveled, and you tell me that they claimed something, and you can't verify that. So you can't verify the distance that they traveled, but you can give me what they claimed. Can they verify the distance that they've traveled?
We don't need to verify. We need to look at multiple sources.
Yeah, multiple sources. Okay, how did they get their distance, and how did they verify it?
Right, so they use knots. Okay.
They used knots. So they hung knots off the side of the boat.
Yes.
Okay, great. Show me that.
You want to show how they do it?
No, I want you to prove to me that they were hanging ropes off the side of the boat between one point and another to get their actual speed.
Brother, if that's what you're looking for, then just go do it yourself. I mean,
no, this is your claim. I'm asking you for the information that you're providing. I want to see the really long rope. How far did they go?
No. Time out. If you're going to get into an argument about whether or not someone actually did what they did, then this is
not an argument. This is not an argument. I'm asking you to prove the claims that you're making, and you don't want to do it. You want to talk about maps, but distances, but not distances. GPS, but not GPS. You're kind of all over the place, bro.
No. First of all, if you want me to claim that what someone is claiming from 1938 that they actually did it, that I have video footage of, that's not possible.
I didn't ask for video footage either. I don't know putting words in my mouth at this point. I didn't ask for video.
What proof do you want that they did it?
I want you to show me the length of rope that they hung off the side of the boat from point A to point B so that the knots are correct and the distance is correct. It's very simple.
Well, again, I wasn't born in 1938, and I don't have the exact ropes to use. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to take everything that you're telling me at face value.
No, I want you to take multiple accounts, thousands of accounts at face value.
We did. The Earth is flat. We did. 1,000 people said the Earth is flat, so now it's flat.
Yeah. I guess we can appeal to consensus like you do. We can just say a lot of people say that the Earth is flat, and so apparently that's what makes it correct.
You're going to find more people say the Earth is flat than they say it's a globe, dude.
This is the reason that I wanted to talk today. Let's get off of that topic. The second topic that I wanted to bring up. Let's move on to that, please. Anyway, so I think I've devised a test in which we can actually test whether or not the Earth is flat or round. Okay?
Yeah, go do that. That would be great. And video for us too. Make sure you use like 2 cameras. That's the best way. So you get a camera of you doing it with your camera. Then you got 2 points of view. Yeah, that'd be great. Post it in here when you're done.
I think drop over distance would be the easiest, right? To just go ahead and see if the Earth is dropping over a distance.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
No, that's got nothing to do with it.
Well, isn't that what curvature is?
Well, I'm not trying to find curvature.
Oh, then never mind.
Isn't that the thing that you were talking about? We're trying to figure out if the Earth is flat or curved. So a curved Earth would have curvature, but you're not trying to find the curvature, right?
No.
No.
This test is testing something completely different.
So it's not curvature then. What are you testing for?
Yeah, what are we checking?
Magnetic poles is what we're testing.
Magnetic poles?
You can't do that. The magnetic mapping, we had it in here before. I doubt it's still in here, but
it's not like that.
The lines go all over the place, dude. Yeah.
I'll repost it.
They go all over the place. How you going to call that? How you going to follow that?
Well, that's not what it's about.
Here's a Mercator projection giving you the magnitude or the magnetic lines on a Mercator projection. So there you go. Already figured it out.
Okay. So what map of flat Earth would you like me to as your source for?
There is no map of flat Earth. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, all maps are flat, really.
That's true, but I'm not sure we have an accurate depiction of what the Earth actually looks like in map form.
Well, we know we don't have one of a globe because we don't have a globe to make a map of.
That's a good point.
So, the flat Earth map that's so commonly presented.
Which one is that?
I'll have to find the name of it. Let me get it for you.
I'll tell you what it is. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection. It's of a globe. It's a non-uniform scaling. That globe is actually not even a map.
Right.
It's a projection. It's not a
projection. It's a projection of a globe that was never measured to be a globe. So they took a flat, turned it into a globe, then they flattened it out.
Right. And
so if that projection, that azimuthal equidistant projection is no good, then that means that what you're telling us is that the globe projection is no good. That polar coordinate system, the one that you see on your teacher's desk, that's called a polar coordinate system. And that is no good, apparently, if the flat Earth map, the AE projection is no good.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But from a relevance of a flat Earth, we have a north and south. On a flat Earth, would the south be pointing to away from the north at all times? Is that reasonable to say?
According to all the maps and the compasses, yeah.
And so would the north be the center of our earthly universe? Is that?
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't know about that. Got you.
Mm-mm.
Got you. And if I were to travel around the world, would I be going in a circle, like turning, or would I be going in a straight line?
Well, you kind of answered your own question. If you say around, round is, curved, circular.
Yeah, and then so like
you realize circles exist on flat surfaces, right? They're a 2D shape.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I showed him how you can go roundy round.
Yeah. So round is circle. Circles are 2D. It's flat.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring this up is because the equator on a globe is a straight line. Like if you were to walk around a globe, I'm not saying the Earth. I'm just saying a globe, right? If you were to walk around the equator, you would be walking in a straight line.
No, it's a circle.
Yes, but you're walking straight.
No, it's a circle. No, you are turning. It's a circle around north.
You're walking on the outside edge of the circle.
Yeah, I know.
So that's turning left or right.
You're not turning left or right. You're walking straight.
So it's not a straight line. It's still curved.
Right. But as you orient yourself around that circle, you're not deviating from a straight direction.
There it is. And so
who did this?
Hold on, T-Dub. He's orienting himself on a projection. So now he is standing sideways, hanging half off a ball. And he's walking straight in a circle around north on a projection of a ball. So I'm sorry, friend, your imagination help you here. You're going to have to prove that you're hanging off the side of a ball in the first instance.
No, I'm saying that if I would be walking in a straight line. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not
on a ball. You'd be walking in a curved line.
It's still a curve.
I'm saying I'm not turning my direction. I'm always continuing.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. In the y-axis, you are changing orientation.
Yeah, y is changing.
The x-axis, the x.
Yeah, x. Yeah, x.
Or x.
So let's see. Yeah. So y, just y, x and y, x. Left, right, Y, forward, back. So forward, back, yep, you're changing your direction. So not a straight line.
Okay, so then in the z-axis, then I'm not changing direction. There's 3 axes in the globe.
Yeah, so as long as you're changing one of them, that's it. You're not walking in a straight line.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that there is an axis where it is not moving direction.
One of them, yeah, but the other one is.
Right.
Yeah, so it's still a circle.
So on a globe,
this is so hypothetical though. It's like if the Earth was a ball, and if it had an equator, and if I walked along that equator, if
you take a basketball,
it is a ball.
If you take a basketball and put a ring around it, and then you were to have a ball rolling around that ring, and you were to look at it, right, where you only saw one line, right, around the ball, that ball would never deviate from that axis.
You see what? That doesn't make any sense.
A ring around the ball and it was rolling around inside the ring.
Right.
Yeah, you would have two arcs touching each other at one point at all times.
Ring a globey.
Exactly. So if you put a ring around a basketball.
And we don't have that.
Yes, we can.
Is that ring a circle? A ring is basically a circle.
Yes.
Okay.
So right.
So not straight then.
No, not. There's no straights on a globe.
It's straight on one axis. It's not on 2 axes.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
No.
There's no way you're not going to turn a circle into a straight thing. Sorry, dude.
Hey, quick question: is when in history has it ever been alleged by those who believe that they circumnavigate on a ball that they went directly one direction or the other, east, west, north, or south, and never deviated from that?
No, what I'm saying is, if you were to have a ring around a basketball, that ring is never going to deviate from one axis.
Yeah, it'll always be curving. Right, it's a big circle. Like you said, ring.
2 axes.
Right, so it's still a circle? Yeah, 2D. Yeah, 2D. Yeah, circle. Good job.
No, that's 3D. It's 3D, not 2D.
Sorry, circles are 2D. You said ring.
A globe. We're putting.
Oh yeah, globe is globe is 3D, but the course that you're actually going on, that ring, that's 2D.
Right. Yeah, you can only make a point. You can only touch at one point, and that would create a ring.
That's because one axis is constant. That's the difference between a circle and a globe.
Oh my gosh. So are we on a globe or are we on a ring? Which one?
A globe.
Okay, can you show me the Earth curve measurements so we can verify?
I don't. Listen. We're getting off the wrong topic.
Yeah, we're getting off on the wrong topic. Let's stay on the hypotheticals where we're going to argue about whether it's a ring or a globe. Now, why don't you show me the measurements of the Earth curve?
This wasn't going to be the experiment putting hula hoops around basketballs, was it?
No.
No.
Oh, good.
We should probably not play the hypothetical game and just see if the Earth is curving at any point. Do you have any measurements of Earth curve?
No, what I'm saying is a circle is literally a globe without an axis.
Yeah. Don't worry, buddy. I don't really actually want to argue with you about circles. I just want you to show me the Earth curve measurements, and then we can stop talking about the hypotheticals.
This is not hypothetical.
Oh, so the Earth is a globe. Great. Show me the Earth curve measurements.
A circle is a globe without an axis.
We're not arguing about circles. You said this is not hypothetical. Apparently, in reality, we are on a curved surface. I need the measurements.
Okay, so the test that I would want you or want me or anyone to do, right, would be to imagine Earth is a basketball.
I'm not going to imagine anything. I want the Earth curve measurements. The weird thing is whenever we ask for this, you guys never answer. You avoid it. You dodge it. You say we want to imagine. How come we have to imagine the Earth is curved when you could just go ahead and show me the measurements of the curve itself?
Okay, so again, the test is...
Bro, stop it. You are not going to get away from this point. I will hammer you with Earth curve until you either quit or I have to mute you. So, do you have measurements of Earth curve instead of going ahead and doing things backwards and hypotheticals? I don't give a shit. I want the Earth curve measurements. Your hypotheticals and your navigation and your GPS and your maps, it's all failing. I want Earth curve measurements.
This has got nothing to do with it.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Earth then. We're just going to live in an imaginary land. Is that right?
No, we are talking about the Earth.
No. Okay, so is the Earth curving?
It's 8 inches per mile.
No, that's not it. That would be an actual ramp or a slope or a straight edge, like the hypotenuse of a triangle. You're looking for 8 inches per mile squared. That would be a curve.
Mm.
Is there any measurements of the Earth curving?
I'm sure there is,
Great, show them to me. You're sure of it. That means you are assured. You know it for a fact. Get them for me.
That's not what I'm here to prove.
I posted a live video of a satellite going around the Earth.
What are you here to prove then?
So what axis is that satellite not traveling on?
What are you here to prove?
Anyway, so...
Anyways, just ignore the question. What are you here to prove? You're not here to prove what? You are here to prove something. What is it?
Right. So you see that thing that Professor Triangle posted?
No, I don't see it. What are you here to prove?
It is like 2 or 3 things up.
I don't give a shit. What are you here to prove?
You see that compass that the man's holding?
Bro, what are you here to prove?
I'm trying to show you.
Okay, so you want to talk about compasses going around the North Pole again, magnetic north.
Right, but do you see how he is allowing the compass to rotate as the north and south rotate?
That's how you navigate.
Right, on a flat Earth that would be the case.
No, on a globe, to go west, you would be turning, just like that compass turns. You should know that. That's a flattened globe.
Not on the equator.
Yeah, it's a circle. Remember?
Dude.
On the equator, the center of the.
Okay, so whoever did it. Who did it?
Dude, he is almost on the equator. In fact, he is on the equator almost, isn't he? Yeah, on one part he's on the equator. Look, he goes around following east or west. You're turning the compass.
You're not listening at all. You're just talking over
No,
me.
I'm not listening because I'm telling you, look at it again. He's moving around on the equator.
Right, he's rotating the outside of the compass.
Just like if it was in your boat.
No.
Allow me to ask you guys something. I'm drunk as a fucking skunk. Should I take a screwdriver, undo all...
In the real world, if you were to walk along the equator for, let's just say, a mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, the center, the actual north-south pointy thing would be rotating, but the plastic part that you hold in your hand would not rotate with it.
Sorry, friend. The equator's in the sky. Did you know that?
Okay. Again, if you were to walk around what they...
Yeah, bro. I'm sick of you ignoring me. Equator is in the sky.
Sure. That's fine.
Okay, great. So how are we going to walk along something that's in the sky, please?
You have no proof of that. Where's your proof of this?
How does this make the Earth a ball?
Yeah.
The proof is that you use stars to create the equator.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If in Earth today, if you were to walk along the equator,
you can't. The equator's in the sky.
What?
That's absurd.
Yeah, this is the other thing that you guys don't actually realize is that the equator is part of the celestial sphere. It's actually not on the ground, but because you guys are so indoctrinated and retarded.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both.
You use the lack of Polaris for that.
It's both on the ground and in the sky.
Okay, show it to me on the ground, please.
It's not a physical line.
It's not a physical line. So what is the equator then?
Oh, it's a ground position of something straight above it, isn't it?
It's halfway between north and south.
It's a plane.
Let me guess. Is it imaginary?
If you were to take a ruler and stretch
is it imaginary? Is it an imaginary line? I want an answer to my question.
Not imaginary in the sense.
Is it an imaginary line?
It's not imaginary in the sense that you could go there, but it's not drawn in the dirt.
So it's not. It would never be defined as an imaginary line ever anywhere by academia ever anywhere.
Is, if you were to go
really,
to what they call the equator,
you gonna stand by that, bro?
It depends what they mean by imaginary. Really, I'm willing to believe.
It depends what they mean by imaginary. Not real.
Oh wow!
Only existing in the imagination.
Well, so if they mean it's imaginary in the sense that it's not marked anywhere on the Earth, then yeah, it's imaginary.
So not actual. So only conceptual. So imaginary. Yeah.
I mean, it's as real as if I pick 2 points in my room and I say there's a straight line that connects them. Is that line imaginary?
Exactly. It's imaginary. It's conceptual. Thank you. Good job.
Okay, sure.
I mean, yeah,
we know that it's imaginary. He admitted to that. Anyway,
they said yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no.
Because it's a distance. It's a measurement. That's what the equator is.
Now it's a measurement. Oh, what is it a measurement of?
Yeah, what's it a measurement of, dude?
Distance between poles.
Oh.
No.
And
what do you mean?
Yeah,
how do you know?
No.
How do you know when you? How do you know when you're at the equator?
How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you find the pole?
That's the claim, though.
How do you find the pole? How do you find? Oh, you don't know how to find the pole? Okay.
Or the equator. How do you know when you're at the equator?
Use a map.
No, you've got no map.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
how do you know? How do you know you're at the equator? You don't have GPS. You don't have a phone. You don't have a map. You don't have anything. How do you know when you're at the equator?
If you don't have any of those things, how the fuck would you know you were anywhere?
Wow, that's easy.
Oh, so you don't understand
without
how
any of those things.
He doesn't. He doesn't get it. He did not listen.
All you need is one night of clear sky.
Oh, so you can use the stars.
Why?
He's getting it.
Okay, so I mean, I imagine that if you're on the equator, there's a certain constellation that's above head at midnight or something like that. And you can
nope, that's not what it is, bro. You're so lost in the sauce, it's pathetic.
It doesn't matter how you find the equator. The point is, if
now it doesn't matter.
It never did.
That doesn't matter. How would you find the equator then? If it doesn't matter, why would you need to?
Actually, it does matter how you find the equator.
Okay. Anyway, so the point is,
I suppose what you can do
is how are you going to prove? How are you going to prove that the equator is a great circle of a sphere?
If you were to walk along the equator, what they call the equator,
if
who cares if it's a real thing or not?
Okay, so how's this proving that the Earth's a sphere? Don't say if. Don't say if. Say because someone did.
Okay, because when you walk along,
who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Who did it?
I'll do it tomorrow.
Go do it and come back. Let us know how it went.
Document it for us, would you?
Right. I'm saying when you walk along the equator, for however many miles you want to walk, the center of your compass will turn, but you or the outside of your compass will not. And if you look at this guy, Professor Triangle posted in a circular map.
You don't want to follow a certain direction. You're either following directions or you're going to look at your compass spin, one or the other.
No, I'm saying you walk straight along the equator.
We can't do that.
So you're going east or west? Which way are you going?
Yeah. Either way, the compass will spin and you will not.
Okay, just show us. Let's just show us.
Well, hang on a sec, because now he's using a compass. He's using a compass, and the equator isn't determined by magnetic.
Mr. Australian, this one's for you anyway.
All right.
So he's going to walk directly on the equator. Which way is it going to spin? Is it going to follow the South Pole or is it going to follow the North Pole?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. I'm asking you that.
Oh, it's going to follow both.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, but bro, you've got to understand that your compass reading isn't going to align with the celestial equator. There's geographic north and there's magnetic north, and you're going to be using magnetic north with your compass. That's not going to align with the equator, bro. You're going to go off course. You're going to go. No, they're not. They're going to go off course.
That's what I'm saying. If you were to walk in a straight line along the equator, the compass will change.
How do you know you're going to be walking in a straight line? How do you know you'll be walking in a straight line?
Brother, because you don't turn. You go straight.
How do you know over several miles? How do you account for the error margin that you could have accidentally made? A tiny little error. Tiny little error at the start can lead to a significant error at the end.
Sure, with the laser.
You're going to use a laser. You're going to follow the path of a laser across the equator.
For however many miles
But you're dreaming. Nobody has ever done any of this shit you're talking about.
That's why I said this is a new test. What I started the conversation off with. If you were to follow the equator in a straight line, let's use it. I'm need help here. How can we do this? I'm willing to put in the.
You have the test. Go ahead. You're the ones who came up with it. You said you have the test. No. You want to go do it.
I need validity from people who are flat earthers to help me devise this to where
a flat earther. You are a flat earther.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if I want to change people's minds, I can't do it in my way.
You need to do your own mind first.
That's stupid. That's why no one can. That's why no one can win you over in an argument, because they're doing it in their way and not your way.
Arguments are not about winning people over. It's about presenting evidence for your claims.
Right.
So how would you find the equator while you're on the Earth? Just tell me how you would find the equator while you're on.
Okay, so this guy right here named T-Dub, he said it's impossible to walk in a straight line. And I just proved him otherwise.
No, you didn't prove anything. You made a claim. We have yet to have the proof.
No. You guys made a claim that a laser is shooting across 21 miles in a straight line.
Yeah, we demonstrated it.
Definitely.
Okay, and he said that's not possible.
No, it is possible. Not on a ball, though.
You just said it wasn't.
It's not possible.
I never said that, bro.
You said it was not possible.
I never said it was impossible.
In a straight line.
Yeah, on a ball, it's not possible, dude.
Yes, you did, because I said I was going to do it.
Dude, on a ball, it's not possible.
Please don't take people's words out of context. It's not going to earn you anything here. So, the laser, not going to work on a ball, right? Now we've clarified that. Continue.
Okay, so my plan is to walk in a straight line for as many miles it takes to make the compass change, right? And then TW said that's impossible. I couldn't walk in a straight line that far. So,
oh my gosh,
I'm going to use a laser. So we'll use a laser.
Turns out on a globe, you will never be walking in a straight line.
How many people are you taking, and how many days are you going to do this over?
That's what I need your guys' help with.
I don't want to do that. I got to work, dude. I have things to do.
No. I don't.
Yes.
No, you're taking stuff.
Yes, I do. Have things to do, actually.
Brother, this is your apparently hypothetical thought experiment.
I got 140 robots going in. I have plenty to do.
Yeah, get to cracking. This is your experiment, non-experiment, whatever. I would suggest you go ahead and start walking in that straight line. Just make sure that you measure along all, making sure that you're going in a straight path.
Listen, I would appreciate it if you guys would quit talking over me. I never asked you to come help me. I asked you to help me devise a plan, like, for example, bring more people. Okay, I'm not asking you to actually do that.
Sorry.
All right, hold on. I want to help him real quick. All right, here's the plan. Get more people.
Yeah, gather as many as you can.
He needs to talk with percentage.
Yeah.
Why percentage wants to go do stuff?
Yeah, this is very similar to what percentage has proposed, yeah.
Oh, force the line?
No, doing a straight line path from the equator.
You still need how many people? 6? At minimum? And 2 to 3 lasers? And theodolites?
Yeah, that would be the thing, because you would need to prove that the only part of the axis that is curving would be the vertical axis, right? So yeah, sure, straight line, quote unquote, you're going in one direction, but your vertical axis would have to be constantly changing. If you can prove that by whatever means, I think you should do this, and you can get as many people as you. So go for it. I mean, I don't know why you're here. You should do this. This would be great for you, and get that Nobel Prize.
Well, you get a lot of YouTube views.
So the vertical axis is going to be the thing that you're measuring, you're changing over that axis. But you're going to have a hard time finding the vertical axis on a sphere, because there is no vertical axis on a sphere.
Y'all can read the chat, because this guy's professor's talking over me. So.
America totally did it. Little simps.
From what I saw of India's moon landing, you look at 80s Atari game, though. Kind of sad.
Yeah, they weren't very inspiring.
Tiny budget.
What year was it that those boys decided to dig a hole at the beach, and then the news crew came by and was like, this was a comet or a meteor or an asteroid?
I posted that in the mods channel not that long ago again. That was that in Ireland? I think that was maybe in Ireland.
It was UK, I know that, because...
Might have been last year. I think it might have been last year.
No.
But that was a good one.
Yeah. I would make that my more than
getting so excited. It was like this local globehead that was on the news, who was supposedly some kind of meteorite expert, and he was like, I just was walking down the beach and I saw this big hole and I thought, that's not a normal hole, and look, I found this little rock inside, and you can actually see the scorch marks for where it entered the Earth's atmosphere. And the reporter's like, whoa, cool. And then it cuts to like an Instagram clip of two boys just digging a big hole in the beach the day before, like, way. And it's not a black hole. These fools. Go on, someone find me some glowbirds, or it says who banned them all.
Yeah, I just looked over the panel. I don't see any spinning globe enthusiasts. Maybe there's somebody, though. Anybody got any globe evidence? Go ahead.
Don't you know the laws of physics are suspended for a flat Earth?
Yeah, I've heard that. They don't work. Physics doesn't work on a flat Earth.
There's no horizon on a flat Earth because that's only globe physics.
Globe physics. Oh, man.
How many courses in physics did that guy fail? Like all of them?
No, that kind of with that kind of mindset, you'd pass with flying colors. As long as you say globe enough times, I think they just pass you now.
I think as long as you pick the multiple choice that says oblate spheroid, you get an A+.
Is this Hebrew Hammer guy? Is that the same guy who's come in the last few weeks and is just totally brain dead and clueless?
Could be. What do you say, Hebrew?
I say you guys cannot get internet in Antarctica without satellite.
That's him.
Sounds like it. Internet in Antarctica. Wow. That's what you're starting with?
Yeah.
Is that how you prove it's a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
You need satellites, don't you?
Rip. What do you mean satellite? What are you talking about?
You need satellite coverage to get internet and cell service in Antarctica. There's no service for usual service, as you got in other continents, like you got in Antarctica.
What do you mean when you say satellite?
You know exactly what I mean. Satellites you get for telephones and internet.
Telephones? No, I don't think they're using satellites as you understand them. No, they're just like cables and towers.
You think there's radio towers in Antarctica, yeah?
Well, maybe not in Antarctica, but generally, phones, internet.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about generally. That's why I brought it up.
Well, they could have a whole number of technologies. I mean, they could have little ground stations, communication stations, all kinds of things. So what do you mean when you say satellite specifically?
I'm saying exactly that. I'm saying the whole of Antarctica. The only service there.
Could you show me a photo of what you're talking about?
A photo of a satellite?
Yeah.
Sure thing, buddy.
Wait, don't they launch satellites from Antarctica?
Yeah, so that they can get internet in Antarctica.
Yeah, aren't they attached to balloons?
Who told you that?
They did.
I saw a video of it.
What about if I give you a video of a satellite orbiting in outer space without a balloon? Or will you say that it's a CGI?
Is that the one where the giant head pops up in the background? The giant human head.
Show us what you mean about this satellite in outer space. Post it in the chat.
And I sent it in the goddamn the side chat. Yeah.
All right, I'll have a look.
That's satellite for you. See what I mean? Huh?
Yo, at what ranked level do I unlock the science ending behind flat Earth?
Let me see. I don't know. This looks. I don't know. Is this a real video?
It's a real video, man.
How'd you know that?
Because if you go by is a real video, then every video from space is fake, yeah? And why would Starlink fake its own launch? Huh?
That doesn't make any sense what you just said. How did you verify that this is a real video? Is what I'm asking.
Because Starlink posted it and said it's a real video.
All right, so because a person said it was real, that means it's real. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's obviously not the case. So you don't know it's real.
Believes in Bigfoot.
Believe it.
Okay, so are we talking about? So you are denying any satellite orbiting the Earth, yeah?
Well, I just asked you for evidence of what you were claiming, and you've just given us a video that you don't even know is real.
How do you
what
know?
Evidence would you have
How
of
do you,
it? Like,
how do you know any evidence?
because I just asked you how you know it's real, and you just said you don't. You just believe it because a person said it was real.
I don't believe it. I know it because my body sent also satellite in space. Yeah.
No.
So I know satellites work.
Nope. You just
What I mean?
watched a video on YouTube or something and believed it. It sounded like
My buddy sent a satellite in space with his college group, and they received.
Did he? Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
And he received signal from it. So.
Okay, show us that then. Post that in the chat.
By the way, we're using satellites to communicate to each other. Appreciate it.
No, don't mind him.
He thinks the internet runs off satellites.
Okay,
you think the internet's from satellites?
So taking my explanation of what a satellite is, and showing you a video of it. Let's say let's disregard the is it like a fake video or what? You wholeheartedly disbelieve in every satellite that billions of people claims exist, yeah?
Well, it's not the question of what I disbelieve or not. You just made the claim. We asked for evidence. You gave us a video that you don't know is real. It's not evidence.
Okay, then how do the people get that satellite signal in Antarctica?
What people? Who are you talking about?
People who live in Antarctica. Let's take the South Pole Station. Yeah, where is the Neutrino Observatory? Yeah. How do they get there?
How they get it?
I can show you a video of a guy telling you how they get it.
Okay, what does he say?
He say they get it from Starlink.
What does he say Starlink is?
Just what I told you, man. They have a dish which connects to the satellite. Yeah. Understand how satellites
work? Did he verify that video himself as well? Right, like you did?
What? So it's fake. They're putting out a dish, getting the internet connection by I don't know what. Is there like a radio?
There's no little floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
Well, let's go by deduction. Is there radio towers for signals in Antarctica? Do commute them.
I don't know. Which part of Antarctica did you check?
You can check. Is there any in Antarctica at all?
Okay, so did you check?
I looked for it. Yeah, I researched it. There isn't because
Okay,
there's
when did you check?
yesterday.
You went to Antarctica yesterday?
No, I searched it up online.
Oh. Well, how do you know what's written online is true?
Because I don't need to do something myself to know if it's true or not.
That's again not an answer. See, you can't. You're not telling
It
us
is
how
an
you
answer.
verify any of these beliefs you have. You're just saying you believe them.
So you have to check everything yourself to know if it's true. Yeah, you don't
I'm just
believe
asking
anything
you for
you
evidence of
didn't
your
check.
claims, and you're just saying, "I just believe what I read online."
This is the most bullshit.
And you're saying online.
There's no way there could be satellites and space is fake.
Yes, correct.
You're saying so. You're saying nothing online is factually correct. Yeah.
No, that's obviously not what I said. Cool story.
That's exactly what you said.
No, it's not.
So if you don't check what you read online, it's not factually correct. You don't have the evidence to prove it. Yeah.
Well, if your argument relies on something you're reading online, then it's very reasonable to say, how do you know that what you've read online is true and accurate? And if you say you can't, then you don't know.
Judging by that logic, anything you read in books, in
Wouldn't you
online,
have to prove it's false?
in magazines, in libraries,
No.
nothing is true
Okay, someone's got
until you prove
confused.
it.
Who was the guy who just said something about don't you have to prove it's false?
Isn't that burden on you?
No. The burden is on the one making the claim, right? So if you claim in Antarctica there's floating metal boxes in a vacuum sending them signals, that would be on the person claiming there's floating metal boxes in a vacuum sending signals to prove.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Oh, so they would just send a picture of satellites and radio towers in Antarctica. And then now you would have the burden to disprove that.
Well, no, so he can present an image or a video of a floating metal box in space, quote unquote.
He did.
And we ask him, how do you know that's a real video? And he says he doesn't. He just believes it.
Okay, and he sent you a video. Now it's your burden to disprove it, no?
No, it's his burden to prove that it's authentic.
It's by Starlink.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's authentic.
So if New York Times tells me there's a new word, is that authentic or what?
Well, a new word is a bit different than a floating metal box in a vacuum. But
if Elon Musk tells me he sent shit to space, is that authentic or what?
if Elon Musk said he flew around the Earth on a unicorn and he showed you a video of it, does that mean it's real?
Did I see the unicorn launch into the sky?
No, you might have seen a rocket launch into the sky, and then they'll show you a video where they unleash the unicorn from the rocket, and then you see on the video he's riding around the Earth on a unicorn. Does that mean it's real?
There's full video proof of it. Yeah.
You see the unicorn from the ground?
I'll believe it if there's.
You don't see floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
You see satellites. You can see satellites in the ground. You can.
Oh yeah, well you can see a little light in the sky.
No, get a telescope. You can zoom in. I'm telling you,
you can see a little light in the sky.
SpaceX one. You can see it.
Yeah, you can see a little light in the
sky. It's your
sky.
burden to disprove the satellites. What? I don't know why you're so mad at
it. There's not a burden to disprove a claim.
He just
no evidence.
proved that something is flying in the air above our Earth.
Something is flying in the air. Okay, that wouldn't be satellites then, because satellites would be in a vacuum.
Above
space. If it's flying through the air, it would be the fastest thing ever created.
Can you prove to me that you can make a metal box float with no propulsion?
Yeah, it seems impossible, right?
Yeah.
Without a little something called
orbit.
Called.
Yep.
He was going to say gravity. You going to say gravity?
Orbit, gravity, yes.
Yes, orbit and gravity.
Yes. I thought gravity.
Otherwise, it's impossible. Otherwise, we're looking at something that is impossibly high, going impossibly fast across the sky.
Wait. Doesn't gravity pull
is
things
actually
down?
a thing, by the way.
I thought gravity pulled things down.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so this is
So how
you
is
need
it
to
making
learn
the
more
box
about how
float?
gravity works. This is just
How's
an
it making the
education
box
problem.
float?
Okay, yeah, this is an education problem.
Yeah, educate us. So your claim about a force that pulls things down is somehow making these floating metal boxes in a vacuum float. How does that work?
Because if you go high enough, if the force pulling you down is equal to the opposite force, then you will not go down.
What opposite force?
You understand that, right?
What opposite force?
Well, it could be from relative density. It could be from
relative density.
It could be from literally propulsion.
No, because they said they're
Like
not.
there's
They're not
a
propelled.
number of,
They don't have thrusters
and
on them.
eventually, I'm trying to explain this.
Yeah,
like
but
the reason you have the rocket in the beginning, the reason you have the rockets and not an airplane and something else is to achieve going that high, escape velocity, so on. It's
yeah, and then you've got a metal box
I would say it's not
floating
rocket
with
science,
no
but
thrusters or
there is some
propulsion.
rocket science in it.
So what's propelling the box to fly around?
Well, once you're in orbit, you don't need further propulsion.
That sounds like a cool story. So can you demonstrate a floating metal box in a vacuum?
Again, this is. Did we say vacuum?
Yeah,
there's
space
random.
is supposed to be a
There's
vacuum,
vacant
no?
particles in space.
But it's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum.
Near perfect vacuum. It's supposed to. What do you mean supposed to?
Yeah.
Who told you it's supposed to? There's
That's the
vacant
story,
particles
isn't it?
in
Outer
space.
space is a vacuum, no? Does that change now?
What?
It's a vacuum without air, but I'm pretty sure it still has shit in it.
Yeah, there's
like
stuff in space.
Yeah, but it's a vacuum. It's like the highest pressure vacuum you can imagine.
I don't think. I think. I don't think. I think you're having trouble.
You are
understanding.
genuinely like a 4-year-old.
You guys are getting confused about the whole vacuum story, huh?
There is. I can look through my telescope.
Is there a vacuum beyond the sky,
planets,
like they tell us?
Comets, sun. And you're telling me there's
Are
nothing?
you just saying words now?
Yeah, but notice how you say it's not a perfect vacuum. It's a
Yeah.
almost.
Like on Earth, you get vacuum chambers where you can pull the air out, and it'll be a very low pressure environment in that vacuum chamber. Space is supposed to be way more of a vacuum than anything we can achieve on Earth. Yeah.
Well, the vacuum. I mean, the pressure. We have the ways in which we test. Vehicle, machines that we fly up. We have testing facilities for low.
Okay. So can you show us them showing a floating metal box in one of their big vacuum chambers?
Again, it's about gravity. Like,
okay, is that a no?
If you don't understand, like, so basically, okay, I'll explain it in a few seconds if you really don't understand this. Mass attracts mass. If you're on Earth, the center of mass of Earth is going to pull things towards Earth. So,
but you're saying it doesn't.
This is why you don't have, two bowling balls or two baseballs on Earth.
Well, that's what I said earlier.
Together,
you're saying gravity is supposed to pull things down, but you're saying it's not. They're floating around.
No, I'm trying to explain this to you. Okay, so if you have a force that attracts, that's generated by a large mass that pulls things towards it, eventually, the further away you go from it, the weaker the force is going to be. It's like a magnet. So once you get to far enough outside of it, the force pulling you down is going to be virtually zero.
But you just said it was gravity that was causing them to float. But now you're saying it's not gravity. Gravity's got zero effect.
No. Gravity and the lack thereof of when it's acting on you, because your distance to...
Dude, pause the button here. You're not even repeating the correct pseudoscience. Their story
I'm trying to
is
explain to someone.
You're not explaining it right. Listen,
No. I don't need to hear this if you don't.
You're failing to explain it right. Their explanation has nothing to do with gravity. If they say the reason why something orbits is that it's falling towards Earth, but Earth moves out of the way before it hits the ground.
Yes, there will go slightly down. Yes, this is why eventually. This is why satellites. The way they come out of service, the way they come out of service, though, is through falling down. So correct,
falling down
slowly. They will come down.
Wait, what is the crux of this argument? If gravity is real or not?
It's it's not an argument. The guy asked. The guy is asking how things orbit.
We're gonna stop derailing. Let's get back on topic.
Yeah,
JJ, you get a lot of mic time. You don't need to derail when we got new people here.
Yeah, the contention is these guys are saying that there's some floating metal boxes in a vacuum beyond the sky that are just floating around the Earth in orbit.
You mean like satellites?
Yes, exactly. They're claiming that those are floating metal boxes in a vacuum, and we're asking them for some evidence of that.
Evidence of satellites being real?
Well, specifically floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
Well, do you agree that we see metal?
Was that question? You finished? Or did you get cut off?
Yeah, I heard, do you agree metal? Yes, I do like heavy metal indeed.
So what's the evidence of floating metal boxes in a vacuum? Beyond, they told us so.
Well, cyclones, there's a bit more implied there. They're floating around a sphere. And the sphere bit is the thing that we are most interested in, to be honest.
Yeah, Gunslinger left. The guy you're talking to originally. This is why it's important to keep some of these squawkers on mute. Because that Gunslinger was the one you were talking to. And so once he saw an opening, he ran away.
No, I'm sure it was Gunslinger was the original main. But then we went on to a second guy, didn't we?
Oh, I just thought it was just a bunch of squawkers, and then Gunslinger left.
No, we went for the second guy. There's a couple of American guys.
One of them was JJ Fish, or whatever the hell he is.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, Loomered. Isn't that JJ?
Just butcher in gravity and satellites and the whole globe fantasy. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah.
Just butchering it. I mean, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is what I'm saying. You guys you always side with Google. Your framework is to Google it. But then when it comes time to repeat what you read on Google, you can't even regurgitate what Google said. It's like all you got to do, like your whole worldview is you type a question to Google and repeat back what you read, and you fail to do so.
It's mass attracting mass. That's how the boxes float in a vacuum. Or did all the satellite guys leave?
Yeah, I mean, just type in, how do satellites float? It's not gravity. Because the Earth is a continuous state of free fall, or because they are in a continuous state of free fall, constantly falling towards the Earth, but the Earth is moving out of the way.
I don't think they're ready to have their minds blown and bent as the globe would require. They've made their own little vague idea. To be confronted with what the actual claim is would melt their brains, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll come in here and say the reason why satellites float is because they get to a spot that's so far away from Earth, they're effectively weightless. It's like, the gravity isn't affecting them anymore. If that's the case, then how are they falling towards the Earth, but Earth is moving out of the way? It's like, at least take some time to at least try to read what the experts are saying that you say you trust. You trust these people. If you trust them so much, why not say the weird thing? Say the weird thing. Earth moves out of the way. The satellite would hit the ground, but by the time the satellite gets to where it would hit the ground, Earth has moved out of the way.
Yeah.
And they want to say, oh, I think you flat earthers have an education problem. Really? Because all I did was read Google. That's more than you can do. Like a 7th grade reading level.
I love that. That's what I'm really looking for. I'm looking for that great balance of immense Dunning-Kruger and massive ignorance combined. So I'll say, well, the problem here is you need to be educated. So this is what's going on. And then they proceed to just butcher the entire globe claim.
Yeah, like any way you type the question out, any format, format or ask it, why do people say satellites float? How do satellites float? It tells you they don't float. They're not floating. They're falling.
So you guys are against the idea of satellites because if the Earth is flat, then that wouldn't make any sense, right?
No, it requires motion of the Earth. Your explanation of satellites requires the Earth to be moving at breakneck speeds. Where is this motion detected?
It requires a curved ball Earth. It requires a ball Earth that's in motion, and it requires a ball Earth that's in motion through a vacuum. You need all of those things and more, really, but those are just three big, obvious ones, and we have none of them.
Yeah, Arnold, your pre-assumption that we're against anything is incorrect. We actually just want any kind of evidence, that is empirical to prove that these things exist. The first thing we would need is a sphere Earth for them to be falling around, so that's the thing that we're looking for right now.
Okay. Yeah, when we're saying satellites, and you're like, oh, you don't believe in satellites. I mean, we're not denying that there's aerial technology in the sky, right? Which when you say, I see a satellite, all you see is a moving light in the sky. We're not denying.
Nobody can see satellites from Earth.
Okay, so
you
then
just said you did. That was your first proof. You saw them. You looked up and you saw something moving across the sky.
But you mean
no? Those are planes moving across the sky. I'm pretty sure satellites are out of our field of view. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I'm not arguing that.
Well, now people claim that the little lights in the sky they see are satellites, and yeah, you could call them that. But there's a big distinction between recognizing moving lights in the sky and potential aerial technology, and saying these are little floating or falling metal boxes in a vacuum around a spinning moving ball, Earth. So that's what we're disputing, because there's no curvature of Earth's surface, so it can't be a ball. There's no motion of it, so it can't be a spinning, wobbling, tilting ball. And there's no vacuum of space, because you can't have a high-pressure system just existing locally in a little section of a vacuum. It doesn't work like that. So we're not in space. So the story that they tell us about floating metal boxes in a vacuum of space just isn't real.
Okay.
Well, if you think you've got evidence to the contrary, feel free.
Because that would come next. Your evidence would come next, and then you could have a platform to say that we've denied something, we don't understand it, until you present the evidence. Just saying that we've rejected it is a massive copium hit. That's a massive.
Okay, well, I misunderstood.
Yeah, hold on, dude. You are, at that point, not you, the royal you, the person, would be failing to present evidence because of somebody else would be the causal agent of that. Like, hey, I would go do this. Like, junkies, I can get cleaned every day, but my ex keeps, hound or something like that. This massive amounts of copium. That's
let's just check with them. Let's just check with them. Now that you've heard our position generally, would you challenge that? I think we do have curvature, motion, or space to be evident in reality.
Honestly, I don't want to fight you guys. I'm just here for the party.
No, it's not a fight. I'm just asking you a question.
Well, I don't want to argue with you guys.
I don't want to argue either. I'm looking to avoid.
He didn't say anything.
I would like to have a conversation. You want to have a conversation?
Except we're not usually turn into arguments.
No. There's no need for it to turn into an argument, as long as you're just honest and don't use any weird tactics or fallacies unreasonably. I mean, we're just looking to discuss the empirical evidence of where we live, because as far as we can tell and measure, it's just flat and motionless, which is contrary to what they're teaching everyone in school, right? Showing on the media, all that. So I would ask you how deeply you've looked into this. Have you found any good evidence?
Yeah, we're not looking for a contentious debate. This is not even necessarily a debatable topic. It's objective. So in an objective topic, you would just present the measurements and the evidence that proves your position. There's no arguing about opinions. So if there is evidence that doesn't beg the question or affirm the consequent, we would love to see it.
Okay. Can you think of any? Like, what's the evidence for the globe in space?
The evidence for space? Well, I mean, I think the planets that we see are kind of a good sign of that. I mean, you know, it's space, so it's
how far
kind of
away are the planets?
ocean.
How far away are the planets?
Couple million miles or some shit like that. I don't know.
How do you know that?
Assuming symmetric speed of light, you can do radar ranging.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the medium that it's in?
I don't know. That's not my department.
A lot of assumptions that go into that.
This is the problem, though, because when you say, well, planets are evidence of space, you're basically saying you observe a light in the sky that we call a planet, but then you're just accepting the story that you've been told about it and what medium it's in, how far away it is, and all that. The light itself doesn't tell you what medium it's in or what it is or how far away it is. It just tells you you're observing a little light in the sky. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking for evidence of a globe in space, as in the ground we walk on being a spinning ball in a vacuum, it's not really sufficient to say, well, you can look up and you can see lights in the sky. Yeah, but those could be any number of things, and it doesn't tell us what we walk on. So what we're really looking for is measurement of the surface, and measurement to be consistently showing that it is this ball that they've told us, and that it's flying around at millions of miles an hour, even though no one detects any motion whatsoever. So can you think of anything like that? Has anyone measured the Earth? Has a scientist ever come along and measured a globe? You ever heard of one?
Pretty sure some ancient Greek guy did something like that. I forgot the name of him.
Yeah, that's the story they tell of a guy called Eratosthenes. He didn't measure the Earth. They say, and I mean, this is like a apocryphal story at this point. There's no primary documentation of this, but they say he erected two, well, depends which story you read. He had a well and a stick, or a well and a statue, like an obelisk. Basically, he took angle measurements of the shadows being cast by the sun on these points, and he assumed that if the Earth were a globe, this would be the circumference, etc. But he already had the assumption of a globe. He wasn't trying to prove one or measure one. And you could do the same test, if you want to call it that, on a flat surface, and it works out perfectly fine. So he didn't measure it.
Who didn't measure what?
He measured shadows from sticks. But we're looking for measurements of curvature, motion of the surface.
Yeah, the surface, yeah.
You ever thought about that, the curvature? Like what that actually would be physically?
The curvature as in just how the angle at which a globe would be?
How much it would drop down and away from you over a distance if the Earth was this globe that they're telling you. Do you know the claimed rate of the curvature? Like per mile or per kilometer?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm going to try to find it out.
Yeah, have a look. Have a guess first, actually. 10 miles, how much do you think it dropped due to curvature, the surface? Over 10 miles.
It says, what is it? 8 inch per mile squared, so not 10 miles, but just per mile.
Okay, so what would that work out as 10 miles?
80 inches per 10 miles, I think.
No, because it's squared, remember? Per mile squared. So it's 8 inches per.
So 80 squared, so that's 640?
You need to square the miles.
Yeah, square the miles, and then that's yeah. So if you square the mile, then you multiply that, times 8, and then you divide that by 12 because it's inches, right? And that gives you the amount of feet of drop over distance.
Huh. So wouldn't that be 80 squared? Because if you're asking for 10 miles, so then it's
you almost had it right. You just needed another 0.
Yeah.
So
10 times 10 times 8. So that's 800.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, my connection or something dropped there, so I might have been talking to some people. So where did we get to?
800? 800 feet, was it? Inches?
No, 800 inches, and then you divide that by 12, and that gives you your feet of drop over 10 miles.
So what would that be?
66.67. Well, technically it's 66666 and then 7, but you know.
66666. Oh, that's a weird coincidence. That's weird. Why is that? It's like the devil number or whatever, isn't it? That's weird. Strange.
Well, it ends with a 7. It's only how many 6s is that? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
When you have an infinitely looping 6, what do you do at the end?
You round it up.
There you go.
Okay, so we're saying 66.6 feet of devilish curvature. Is that right? Over 10 miles?
I suppose.
Okay, so do you think that's ever been measured in reality?
I don't know. Time to find out.
You think it should be possible, right? I mean, they're telling us that they're landing little robots on the light in the sky we call Mars and driving it around for a few years, like the most amazing remote control RC car you could ever imagine. You think they can measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. So, I mean,
it'll surprise you to learn then that no one has. And no one can. Because it doesn't exist outside of the calculators. But anyway, I'm going to have to drop off, but that's a good point for someone else to take over on. Let's figure out where this 66 feet is coming from, and if it's real in reality for the Earth to be a globe. But anyway, good chats, boys. Happy Boxing Day. So, peace.
Peace out, Cyclone.
Peace out.
So yeah, the crux of the argument is this is a claim that there should be, right, 66 feet of drop between point A and point B over the distance of 10 miles, vertical drop that we could measure. And we've been looking and looking and looking, and we're not finding that. So we're wondering where this claim came from. And we've even measured the Earth ourselves to see if this drop exists, and we're not finding it. We're actually finding zero drop. And that's why we're here. Because in reality, this claim does not hold up.
Do you think there's an ice wall?
No, the United States military does, though. That's what they call it down there in Antarctica or whatever. That's what they call that. Nobody here is claiming any ice walls. I have no idea.
I saw some map of like the flat Earth, like ideology, and there's like a bunch of places outside of the ice wall.
Yeah, it's kind of a straw man
conjecture. It's purely speculation. So anybody making a map on top of an azimuthal equidistant projection, which is a projection of a globe, which is a polar coordinate system, so it's a map of a map, a projection of a projection. That would be silly for any flat earther to do and say that I live on a flattened out globe. I have no idea why they would be doing that.
Yeah, a map really is just where the stars are located in the sky, not based off of a person's perspective, not where anything is on Earth. It's a cool story. It's about as cool of a story as, outer space. It's fiction, unprovable. That was odd. He left quickly. Who was the guy we were talking to a minute ago? Not before this last one?
Arnold, I think.
Arnold?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
So anyways,
go ahead.
We're not looking for any kind of arguments, that oddly enough, it is sort of sometimes where it evolves into is people badgering one another, but we're honestly just looking for any evidence of Earth curve measurements in reality. And there are none being proffered to us, only calculations if they beg the question of a ball Earth in the first place. So I'm hoping that, our conversation is not contentious or anything like that, but that you might kind of scratch your head and go, that is interesting. Where are the actual curvature measurements? Because the surveyors, the people who measure the Earth between points, well, they're assuming that the Earth is flat in their measurements, and they're creating elevation profiles of a flat plane. And then they'll take all of those measurements and they'll wrap them around a presupposed ball and call that geodesy. So the presupposed ball, if it doesn't exist in reality, is just another way of thinking about the Earth, even though you just measured it flat.
And if you really want to get technical, it's more about how you see things in the sky and not how the Earth is perceived. Based off of each person's own personal sphere of vision. But, go back to Eratosthenes a little bit, just to give you a little bit of background, right? So he had two angled measurements. He had a 90, and he had an angle from another location that wasn't 90. And he had to assume that, number one, the Earth was a ball, and that number two, the sun was casting parallel light rays onto the Earth, and number three, that the sun was an infinite distance away from the Earth. With those three assumptions already, I'm just going to go ahead and poison the well a little bit. We don't even know if Eratosthenes even existed. Any story that was told about him came several hundred years, supposedly, after he would have been alive. So there's no documents supporting that he was ever even living. But anyway, you go back to that story, right? The cities of Syene and Alexandria, they're not even on the same longitude or the same latitude, which you would expect them to be if you wanted to get like a straight line arc segment of the Earth, based off of the sun being in its location. Yeah. Other things that come into play is he was in one location, somebody else was in another location, supposedly. And how did they communicate? How did they know that that was solar noon at the other location? And how did they communicate? Did they send a text message? Hey, now take your measurement. It's directly overhead. Now take your measurement. It's just a weird story. Anyway, when you look it up, that's the only story they give about the measurement of the Earth. Since then, nobody's ever measured it. Now, here's the trippy part, right? So now that you have numbers, right, you know a size. From that size, you can derive a distance to the horizon where the edge of the sphere would start to curve away from it. And based off a 6-foot observer, 5.5 feet to 6 feet, you're looking at roughly about 2.8 to 3 miles to that horizon. And then anything that goes beyond that is going behind the curve of the Earth. And now you can make the claim, oh yeah, we could see a really tall object like a tall building behind the curve, right? Or we could see a really large boat behind the curve, because it would still be sticking out, but the curve would be blocking the bottom portion of it. Problem is, when we actually go out and do measurements, we end up seeing, the ship 10, 15 miles away, and then the supposed curve that should be blocking the boat in front is actually behind that. Now you can make the argument, oh, what about a bigger ball? Well, then there's a lot more assumptions that come into play. But now your orbits of your satellites are gone, because the orbit of satellites require the Earth to be a certain size, because you're making a concentric circle around the Earth. The distance to the moon is gone. The distance to the sun is gone. The entire cosmic story hinges on the Earth being the size 24,900 miles in circumference. 3959 miles for the radius. Completely hinges on it. If you don't have that, the entire story is wrong. And then, if you have the surface of the Earth not curving, that means the surface of the Earth is flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky, no matter how weird it sounds, it's only happening over a flat Earth because you measured the Earth to be flat. So what do you think about that, Arnold?
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't want it to get lost that the people in here that are of the flat persuasion didn't start out like we did start out believing the same thing that everybody else believed, that they lived on a spinning water ball flying through an ever expanding vacuum. We bought that story hook, line, and sinker. But the more that we observe the Earth and the distances between points that we can see, without any obstruction of Earth curvature in between those 2 points, has made us start to ask questions. We are simply people asking questions. And so the more that we ask questions, the less reliable that story becomes. Because if the Earth is indeed curving, in reality, at a consistent rate, which is it is supposed to do, and people will come in here and say, "Oh, well, it's a what do they call it? It's a geoid, or it's a spheroid, an oblate spheroid." But then we look at the dimensions, which is around the equator versus around the poles in this particular mathematical model. The difference is 0.3%. That means that it is 99.7% perfectly spherical or spherical shape. So any deviations from the sphere are going to be, let's say, 0.3 off. They won't even tell us where the irregularities occur. So we have to operate on the assumption or the claim that it's basically a perfect sphere.
No,
and we have no curvature.
Like you have mountains, you have valleys, you have
Yeah, but even at a very high altitude, it would be smoother than a cue ball.
Yeah, so the irregularities as far as topography are concerned on this spheroid, the heights of the mountains aren't even really a factor. Because the percentages are so low, it will not really augment the sphericity of the object.
Yeah, like let's say you have hold on, bro. Let's say you have let's say you have a mountain that's like 2 kilometers high, right? That 2 kilometers is minuscule in a diameter that is 12,500 kilometers. You're talking about 2 pixels out of 12,500 pixels.
Yeah, but these 2 pixels are not the only pixels. The whole world has mountains, valleys. So all of them combined, yeah, it makes sense that it will interact a bit.
What's 2 pixels here, 1 pixel there, 3 pixels here, 2 pixels there? What is that in the grand scheme of 12,500 pixels wide?
But all of those 12,500 pixels, they are not perfectly aligned. So there will be...
Dude, you know what a diameter is, right?
I know.
Hold on, sheepdog. We'll just end this argument real quick. That's why we measure over water, because the water is supposed to be equidistant from the center of the presupposed sphere. So we're not talking about mountains and valleys, we're talking over the surface of water. What are the irregularities that you are claiming and can be measured over the surface of water?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not a specialist.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the water, because the water is supposed to be maintaining a level, which, by the way, the definition of level is having no point higher or lower than another, which does refute the idea of a sphere. But let's say that the definition of level is equidistant from the center of a sphere. That would dictate that the curvature rate would be approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Or if you were an observer at the beach looking over the water, your geometric physical horizon for a 3-foot observer or a 6-foot observer would be 3 miles away, and that's giving you a couple of tenths.
No, it depends.
Okay, so what does it depend on?
Depends on where you are on the Earth, because
we're talking about over water. Sea level.
It's not a perfect sphere. It's not a perfect sphere.
Okay, where are the irregularities? This is fine. He's making a claim. Where are the irregularities so we can compensate for? I thank you. What is the place that we can find? Thank you. You can keep saying geoid. We're talking about 0.3%. We'll go ahead and fudge your 0.3%.
So basically, if you just put like water level, basically it is oval, and also there will be
how much of an oval? How much of an oval?
I don't know. I don't have the data.
What we do, and you're welcome to look it up. The polar radius versus the equatorial radius, the difference is about 13 miles. So you're looking at about 13 pixels over a 4,000 pixel radius or an 8,000 pixel diameter with 26 pixels. It's a perfect sphere, bro. It's as perfect as you're going to get. It's more perfect than a basketball.
It is still not.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says it is smoother than rounder than a billiard ball or a pool ball. Do you know what a billiard ball looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the world's premier science communicators, says that it is smoother and rounder than a billiard ball. So, once again, I'm asking you, where are we going to find the curvature on this cue ball that we're measuring?
Oh.
There's multiple there's multiple ways to find that curve.
Anywhere, I think. Like.
Okay, well then show me where we're measuring it. You guys can give me the method and the actual measurement. I'll wait.
Method, theodolite. Huh?
Yeah, theodolites use a horizontal datum, so they're measuring the Earth flat. You want to try again?
No, they're not measuring the Earth flat at all. They're simply measuring a horizontal line of sight, and then the deviation from that horizontal line of sight is the curvature rate of the Earth. So you get the distance to the object. Can I finish what I'm saying?
So show me the deviation. Just show me the deviation, please.
Sure. I can't show you anything because you guys blocked me from posting.
Oh, you must be a repeat visiting troll. Well, let me remedy that problem.
I just debunked you guys, and you guys get butthurt.
Oh, it's you. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you're not going to show me any data, then it's just going to be mute time. Anyways, we're asking for the data. We're asking for the measurement.
But you muted the dude that's like you were talking about.
Yeah, I know. Did you hear how he wasn't going to be presenting any data?
No,
he just made a claim. Oh, well,
But like, from what I heard, like he was talking and you interrupted him.
Yeah, no, I interrupted him because I asked him for the data and he wasn't going to get it. Do you think it's interesting that he wasn't going to provide any data? But I'll tell you what. No, I can't unmute him, but I'll tell you what I can do. Hold on, bro. You don't run the room. So what I'll ask him to do is, since he can't post anything, I'm going to have him DM me the measurements that he took of the Earth curvature using a theodolite, and then we'll see if it holds up. How about that? And I'll repost it.
No, you can just send it here. Okay, then.
Well, apparently he doesn't have image perms, and that's not because of me. So, Flattened Destruction, please DM me the measurements of Earth curve that they have measured with a theodolite over the ocean, because that's the best way to do it. And then we'll see if it holds up. I think that's a great idea.
Or you could like just unmute him. It would like be easy.
Well, we've already talked to him. I know that you want him to be your knight in shining armor and bail you out, but I'm hoping that you and I can have a conversation where you show me who has measured the curvature of the Earth.
No, I'm not like waiting for it, but like what I'm thinking is, like you were debating this dude, and when this dude started,
no, he interrupted to save you. He interrupted to save you, and now you're being a wuss and backing out.
I'm not debating anybody. This is just about measurements. No one's debating. Do you think this is a debate forum?
Yeah, we are debating about the shape of the Earth.
No. Debating has to do with subjective topics. This is objective. In fact, the object in this debate, if you want to call it that, is the Earth curve that we don't have any measurements of. That's why it's objective. We're not going to argue about it. I just want to see the data. Do you have the data?
No, I don't.
Like if we have a 2-inch by 4-inch by 8-foot long wood piece of wood, right?
Oh,
and it's been measured. Do we debate on the measurement?
No, but like you guys are talking about all of that, but when I think about simple things like the shadow on the moon, like the shadow on the moon is circular.
Is that the Earth?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
you are sorry. You're making an assumption that is a shadow. Can you prove it's a shadow?
Yeah, because like I see the moon coming out of one side and then the sun out of the other side, and then like the opposite happens. So like it's the sun doing like the shadow of the Earth and the moon.
Are the sun and moon both above the horizon?
Yeah, and every time that you can see the sun and the moon at the same time over the horizon, there is no shadow in the moon.
Well, no, that's not how the shadow works.
Are you sure about that? That there is no shadow if you have both above the horizon?
Yeah, if both are over the horizon.
What if you see the video? There is a shadow. What if you see the video? There is a shadow, and they are both above the horizon.
You're fucking stupid, man.
Hold on, he's talking about a solar eclipse, Sasha.
No, but he's saying that the moon is always full when sun is outside.
That's not what you said. That's not what he said. He's saying that there is some kind of shadow on what's. Are we talking about a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse? Which one?
I don't really know the difference, to be honest.
Okay, so a lunar eclipse is when the moon becomes dark. A solar eclipse is when the sun becomes dark.
Oh, then a lunar. Lunar eclipse.
Okay, so in a lunar eclipse, the moon becomes dark. You have no evidence, unless you can provide it, that is an actual shadow, meaning that light from one source is being occulted and casting a shadow on the moon. You would need to prove that instead of affirming the consequent and saying that, or begging the question that it is the Earth's shadow upon the moon. You have to have that knowledge and those measurements first.
Hey, Fructose, I gotta let you know. I tagged you in the side chat. This is the video of a lunar eclipse at the beginning, and both the sun and the moon are both up in the sky at the same time.
Yeah. So what?
Well, you say that the Earth, the sun is casting a shadow from the Earth onto the moon, but the sun and the moon are both in the sky at the same time. You can see them both.
But is there a shadow in the moon? Like I'm trying to load the video.
Well, you're claiming that it's the Earth, but the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, not below the horizon.
Yeah, but like, is there a shadow on the moon? Because I'm not.
Yeah, it's upside down. It's on the top of the moon, not the bottom. If it's a shadow, whatever it is, it's not.
We don't know if it's a shadow or not.
They say it's supposed to be. It's not occurring the way it's supposed to occur, whatever it is.
I'm really trying to see the video, but like it is doing this, like it's just like infinite loading, like even on YouTube.
And what that will tell you, that shadow on the moon, what did that will tell you? That Earth is a sphere or Earth is a flat?
It will tell that like the Earth is a sphere because the shadow of the moon, because otherwise you would see like this.
How like this?
No,
why do you think it's not a disk floating in space, man?
Okay, then you would see like something else, like maybe
why?
Like how can I do it? Let me find an emoji.
Can you show me what it would look like? What you're expecting to see on the globe Earth?
I am expecting to see something like maybe.
Are you expecting to see the shadow on the bottom? Because the sun is close to the horizon, so then the shadow on the moon should be also on the bottom of the moon.
So wait, maybe. Let me see. Maybe. I'm trying to find it.
Just a quick update. Flattened Destruction has yet to send me any DMs with measurements of Earth curve from a theodolite. So even though I requested that he do that, he has not done so far. So the White Knight that came in to interrupt the conversation has not provided any evidence, only baseless claims. You guys can continue.
So yeah, man, I'm gonna post a GIF of a video, right, of what a Salanelian eclipse looks like. And just know that when you're facing one direction, the sun is directly behind you and still in the sky. It's daylight. And as you can see in this GIF, you see the moon setting, the sun rising, and you see this shadow, this shade, and it's coming from the top down instead of from the bottom up.
I would try to do a painting just so you can understand like what I'm saying.
Well, I don't want a cartoon. I want like a real image.
Okay, I can.
Here, look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. You see the moon going down? That means the moon is setting, and then behind you is the sunrise. That's why you see it getting lighter out as the moon goes down. And if you notice, the shadow is on the top, not the bottom. Or whatever the shadow is.
Yeah,
Sheepdog.
But like
it sounds like English is not his first language, so if he wants to draw us a picture, I'm fine with that.
Let me just.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, go ahead and draw a picture, man. I'm sure the picture you draw will be a shadow on the moon on the bottom instead of on the top.
No, wait. I'm just going to add this. Wait.
And I'll call it a shadow just out of convenience for now, but we really don't know what it is. You assume it's what it is because you liked the story that you were told. It was cute and it made you feel all warm and fuzzy inside because of Alien. Probably saw a Superman cartoon. You're like, oh my gosh, Superman's from another planet.
Pluto, so how about this logic? If that's working only on the sphere, that shadow, then the surface of the sphere will be curved.
Here.
If surface is not curved, what is happening then?
It's okay, Sasha. Just let him finish his drawing and explain it. It's okay.
I sent it.
We can take our time.
So, like this one that I sent, is basically like from everywhere that you see the shadow on the moon, it is like the same thing because the Earth has like a circular shape. Like it is the same on all radius. Like from one place to another, it's nearly the same thing everywhere. So because of this, from anywhere, you'll see the same type of shadow.
Hold on, bro. So now you came in here saying that it's not a perfect sphere, and now you're telling us it's basically a perfect sphere?
Yeah, because you proved it to me that it is. So I see it.
Okay, so now the Earth is pretty much a perfect sphere. Where did we measure the curvature of the Earth? Because this is going to be Sasha's question. If it is a sphere, then the Earth should be measured as a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, who measured that?
I don't know. You said the data to me, and I just like picked your definition that you like. Oh, it's nearly a perfect sphere. Then I just used it as like the thing.
Sekou, can I say only something about his drawing?
Yeah,
it's you made a drawing with the opposite moon always sun. That means the person who is seeing the sun cannot see the moon. But we have examples when we see the moon and the sun above the horizon in the same time.
No. It is just an illustration. Like the sun and the
Your
moon.
illustration, all three directions showing that you cannot see the moon and the sun in the same time.
No, man, no. Like, how can I explain this?
How I can explain it? Can you move? Can you add on that drawing, sun and the moon above that line that is not crossing the earth, like that? Let's say that from the top left and the right corner one. Put it a little bit up, that you can see the boat.
Space.
Then
it's weird.
3D.
It's weird though.
3D.
Frutos. It's weird that you would use like a weird drawing like this and not draw it like to be more realistic, right? Like it just like that's all the globe has is a bunch of cartoons. And if that cartoon doesn't work, let me draw another cartoon, and that's going to be my model for that piece. And then if that cartoon doesn't work, let me draw another cartoon, and that's going to be my model for this.
Yeah, but like, what photo do you have of like realistic thing of flat Earth?
The flat surface in reality.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, hold on a second. So, number one, the picture that you drew, the consequence of the picture that you drew, Frutos, is that the shadow, quote unquote, shadow of the moon would be from the bottom up. We don't have that in the Selenelian. It's from the top down. So your drawing is incorrect.
It is
number two.
Because, no. Because no, the first point is already wrong because like if you see like the word as like the space, you see this. Let me just like this is like a side view, like just so you can understand what I'm going to.
And the consequence of the side view is a bottom-up obstruction of the moon. Yes, I'm sorry. You can say no, but that's what you drew.
No, let me show to you here. So this, for example, these two drawings, I don't know if you can like get it, but like these two drawings, they can be true at the same time because the space is 3D. So one can be a top view and the other a side
view. That's not good for you. So now we're dealing with 3Ds. So what I would need from you is to take a light source, a spherical object, and another spherical object, and show me if you get a spherical occultation of the third object, or if you get a complex shadow. That's what I need you to demonstrate for me, because if this is 3D, we're going to use 3D demonstrations. We can just throw out any 2D demonstrations that you might give.
Yeah, so like, can you send me an image of like...
No, I'm asking you to do the thing that you are claiming. We have now 3 3D objects. A light source, which is apparently a giant burning ball of gas within a vacuum, which according to the first and second law of thermodynamics is impossible. Then that light has to travel and pass by another 3D object and cast a spherical or a round, we'll call it a circular shadow on another 3D object. Those are the things I need you to demonstrate for me. We can just get rid of Microsoft Paint or whatever it is that you're using and have a real world demonstration of this happening.
Yeah, I will get to Christmas balls here. 1 second.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I think this will kind of end it.
But you're absolutely right, says who, because really, at the end of the day, when we go back to this measurement of curvature, right, we'll give them everything. Oh, yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. Let's go measure it.
Yep. Because it doesn't matter what we see in the sky. The ground is not measuring as curved. Who cares?
Yeah, because if that shadow is confirming that Earth is sphere, then the Earth will curve for sure.
The paper was not up. Yeah, you can see.
Fructose, brother, you're going to have to take a picture or a video because, number one, we can't hear you very well, and second of all, you're not demonstrating it. Okay, just go ahead and take a picture of your results and show it to us.
Okay.
Do you have the scale right? Is the scale correct?
Wait, I'm sending here to you guys. Wait.
Okay.
Wait, it is loading. Wait, I have to. Wait, 1 second.
Here. Wait. While you're loading that, can you answer a quick question for me? Here. How tall? Well, 2 questions. How tall are you? I sent it. I'm 175. Huh?
175 centimeters, I imagine.
Okay. 175. How far away do you think the horizon is if you're 175 centimeters tall? Maybe, I don't know, maybe like 30 kilometers. I don't know. I love asking these 2 questions. Bro, it's 4.7 kilometers on the Earth this size. That's what they tell you. But I'm glad you think it's 30 kilometers because welcome to Flat Earth.
Fructose, you didn't do what I asked you to do because when the shadow hit the second Christmas ball, it was a complex shadow.
It was not. Look at the video.
I watched it.
How is it a complex shadow?
It's a complex shadow on the sphere. On the wall, yes, a flat surface, you're going to get a circular shadow. On the sphere that you cast the shadow on, it's a complex shadow. In fact, there was even a specular highlight. We do not witness that with the moon. The other thing, hold on a second. Sorry. Fructose, I need you to do this to scale. Can you do it to scale for me?
The light is like it's hitting on the table and
I know. I need you 2 things. I need you to do it to scale, right? And then I want you to show me whether or not there's a complex shadow on the second sphere. Please do that.
Right. I would have to put like a very large distance and have a very great light source. I don't think I have.
Well, yeah, go ahead and do that.
But I don't even know if I can do it like in my room because it is not big enough.
Well, why not? Well, just do whatever you have to do. Go out into the street. No. Can you go out into the street and do it? Get yourself a sun. Its relative size. I'll tell you how it is. So the Earth, if you were to treat the Earth as like the size of a BB, okay? You know what a BB is?
Like, it's point. I don't have like. I can't do this type of scale. Wait, I think I did.
Well, no, it'll be really easy. I'll just tell you how you do it. So the Earth, if it was the size of a BB, the sun would be about the size of, let's say, a basketball. So a BB is about, let's say 3 millimeters in diameter. So 3 millimeters in diameter, that's how big the Earth would be. And then the sun would be the size of like a basketball. So, and the basketball is going to be 30 meters away. So take the basketball size light, go 30 meters away, cast a shadow on that 3 millimeter BB, and then the moon is only going to be about, let's say, 5 to 10 millimeters away from it. Just do that and tell me what you come up with.
And 4 times smaller also, that moon.
Yeah, but like, how would I have a light source that is like enough, like strong enough? Like, I would need a very, like, I'm thinking about what I can use here. I don't think that I have something. And I would need to go like out in the streets, and where I live, like, it is very bright. Like, there are Christmas lights everywhere in the streets. Like I can, like.
Well, don't you want to do this accurately? Don't you want to have this demonstrated?
But I don't have the means to do it.
Certainly you do. Certainly you have a light source that you can put 30 meters away from the BB.
But the light source won't be like as strong as a sun that had the size of a basketball.
Okay, so diminish the strength of the light by whatever scale that you're going to do. See, this is the thing about creating realistic circumstances. Hold on a second. Do you think that I'm going to accept from you a false equivalence or a false analogy or a situation that we're not dealing with? And you're all of a sudden going to go ahead and show me some cell phone light with a couple of Christmas balls? Do you think I'm going to accept that? No. I want the situation to be recreated, even though when you did it with the 2 Christmas balls, you had a complex shadow, and everybody saw that by the video that you posted. Why would I accept anything other than like scenario?
Yeah, maybe I can find a YouTube video.
Maybe you can find a YouTube video. Let me ask you this. Do you think that you can find any measurable Earth curvature?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. But isn't that the thing that's most important? Instead of looking at things in the sky, although I don't have a problem with it because it just makes it worse for the globe, don't you think it's easier to see if the Earth is curving?
Yeah, but I'm trying to find this other one.
So you want to use something that is not Earth curve to prove Earth curve?
No, because like you just said that like Neil Carson Wilson said that it is basically as flat as a
Sorry, could you say that again? I can't hear you very well. Are you still on speakerphone?
No. I changed my microphone.
Okay. Could you say what you said just one more time? Because I want to hear you.
Well, I'm saying that like you said that Nilson Gargrayson said no, this one,
Is anybody catching this?
I have to go now.
No. Hey, Frutos. How far away is the horizon again?
You said 4.7 kilometers.
I can't hear this guy.
About 4.5 to 4.7 kilometers.
Yeah, you said that it is like that.
Don't you think that's pretty easily measurable? Like you could probably get something that's a known distance away, use it to use a horizon for measurements?
I would need to live in a flat area, and like my city is very mountainous. I will go to the beach in 3 days. Then I see. Okay, I have
I'm
to
not
go
sure I
now.
understand
Bye.
what you're saying. I guess that was too much for him.
We lost Arnold. And we lost Fructose. Maybe it just got a little bit too real. Or maybe they had to go to the bathroom. I don't know.
I wish we could lose Matthew Learns.